Celeste. Bingo, indeed. Yes, I know.
Yep. Yeah. It's time for beginner bingy.
Yep. About the 6th with an asterisk minutes until we'll be doing bingy actively. Wait, I have a great way. This is how I can do this. I'm going to pop out the Discord stream and put that window over Twitch, but like to the side so I can still see Twitch chat.
That's a good idea, and that is not the right button I just clicked on.
Seeing a lot of bingo enjoyers in chat. Welcome. So today is the beginner bingo bash. We have 3 pre-recorded matches that have already been played, so you can potentially see on the challenge how those went. I don't know. You cannot actually. I'm lying. So basically, this is the last round, the last game of the first round, and then we will start going into the losers bracket to see who is going to survive in there, because this is a double elimination tournament.
Yep, you can see the bracket on screen right now. And the way this is going to be once we are done with today, the top 4 players, so the 2 winners of the winners of both round 2 and losers round 2 are going to move on to us. I believe it's still single elim for day 2.
Yeah, I do believe so.
Yep, Yep.
So yeah, we are going to be primarily watching the losers bracket on stream. However, some winners bracket matches will be happening off stream at the same time, I do believe. So at the end of today, we will have all of these games that you can see on screen filled out, and we will just have a single elimination for tomorrow's end of the bash.
Yep. That's a tongue twister that was just put in chat.
Time to begin banging on the beginner's bashing. Except Bullet doesn't know how to spell beginners, so there's an extra G and not enough M's. But, you know, it happens. English is a bad language anyway. Starling, stop being in chat. You're supposed to be playing the game. Get out of here. Off that topic, first we have Eikosane and Aiko. I just asked them how to pronounce their name and I've already forgotten. Sane. I'm just gonna call them Sane and Starling playing. So, Eikosane has been fairly recent. They joined the server, I believe, when the Intro to Bingo event happened last week. Starling has been around a bit longer. I think they were in the last beginner bash as well, but not super active in the server, so definitely not too much to handle for Eikosane. Yeah, it'll be an interesting game. See how it goes between those two. You played a Bingo Bash like 3 years ago. I know I've seen you around. I just don't know how long you've been here. My point still stands. You are more. You've been here for longer than Eikosane.
I'm just going to Oh my god, Discord search stopped breaking on me. Wow.
Average resort experience, yeah. That would be the chapter that would make you stop playing. Source stopped playing because of tried to golden 3B.
Okay, so looking at the server chat history, Starling has played in the Halloween beginner bingo binge back in Halloween of 2021.
Ah, okay. So 3 years does check out. That was in fact 3 years and about a month ago. But Halloween, like the holiday, that's at the end of October.
Okay, we should just be waiting for both players to ready up now.
Yep.
So,
R from one player just waiting on the other one to finish their preparations, and then we should be able to go. It has been so long. Every time one of the bash cycles comes around, it's like, oh my gosh, we're like doing bash again. It's amazing. We get to see Bingy of all the different skill levels.
yep.
Oh, and we do have some streams. We have Madeline versus Madeline. Very classic.
Yep.
One of the Madelyns can connect to Bingo indeed. Oh yeah, so for those of you who don't know, that Connect to Bingo thing is a mod that we have in the community called Bingo Client. Just allows players to see the bingo board and take objectives from within the game, which helps a lot if you only have one monitor. And we also do indeed have a board. Let's see what's on this thing. Wow, there is 3 dashless objectives.
Well then.
Huh?
Dashless Shrine, Dashless Chasm, Dashless Cross. Oh, these are all the annoying Dashless objectives too.
Hear me out. We have 5 winged berries on this board.
This is beginner bash random. We should not be expecting first pass golden.
Okay, but Arrow, you can sight skip and get 5 winged berries.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, I'm advocating for bad bingo, but it's funny, and I don't usually see this many dashless objectives on a board, okay?
Yeah, this honestly looks like a decent bit of a trap board for beginners because I'm seeing because like there's like 100 berries, there's all collectibles 4A, there's 2 B sides,
Yeah.
1 up in 5A.
Extreme trap board because like there's so many objectives that look kind of good but don't work. Like you see 2 mess orders, so you might think, oh, 3A is good. No, 2 mess orders means it doesn't matter when you enter 3A, you're getting a mess order, so why are you doing it first pass? There's nothing else in 3A. I guess there's a letter, but like there's not a lot of reason to play 3A on this board, but you might think so looking at the 2 mess orders.
Okay, so there is a bit of stream delay difference between our players.
Yeah, just about a second or so, I think. Wait 1 second. We have.
Oh my
Go
god,
down with both of
there's
them.
both 75 berries and 100 berries on the board.
Okay, like 5 seconds. Yeah, 2 keys and 2 is also nice to get back. I think on this board, I would like to see a 3A skip, play 4A for part, and Dashless Shrine, if you know Dashless Shrine, but beginner. Go into 5A, get maybe the first 2 keys grabless, go back to 3A for the wing if that's not ticked, and the 2 keys and 2. But this is just a very interesting board, in terms of like mid game is very like there's not a lot of objectives in a specific chapter in mid game, especially of the type that you'd want to get first pass that you're like, playing progress toward. There's instead like, oh, 2 A sides, 2 B sides, 2 B sides, 3 blue, 3 red. Which like, okay, maybe B sides are a route, but then there's nothing else there.
Yeah,
there's
like
7 binos, but that's just a summit objective.
this just feels like a board of mid-game objectives and things you go back for.
Yeah, the entire board is stuff that I would go back for. Because of that, I don't particularly think there's any egregiously wrong options for mid game because you can kind of just get a little bit wherever and play off of it. But you need to do that with the knowledge of what you're playing toward later in the game, which is going to be a bit hard for beginners to plan that far ahead and then play.
Oh, and we see an early Theon crossing tick.
Honestly, don't hate it.
Yeah, there's like
Theon crossing first pass is pretty canonically like beginners and experts go for it, and everyone else immediately assumes it's bait. On this board, what are you skipping that to achieve? Like, it's a fast objective, and it's not like you're getting anything out of your progress.
it looks like Sane's going for the 10 berries and 3 progress at the moment.
Yeah, which is going to put Starling a bit ahead in progress. It looked for a bit, but then could pay off later in the game with 10 berries and 3 and progress towards 75 and 100 berries.
Yep. Making sure to grab the wing.
Yep. So yeah, Starling's only 2 berries so far are the 2 winged berries, which means most likely they're only concerned with 5 winged berries, not really paying attention to the large berry numbers, which is generally a pretty good play. Large berry numbers take a lot of time and not always useful to start doing early.
We do see an attempt at cassette, which is making me wonder if Echosane's gonna go for 1B immediately after this. I hope not, but...
Please, 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 thank you.
Because that's another common beginner thing that doesn't usually work out.
Yeah, that's generally what we'll refer to that as is playing Blackout in a lockout game, where you're just trying to get objectives, not thinking about like the fact that your opponent's going to steal a lot from you in the time you're doing the slow one this early. Is everyone on the bracket the only people who signed up? I don't know. I think we had a few signups that were not in the right skill level to fit with this bash. Some of them are thus going to be moved up into intermediate and potentially play then.
Yep, which means I might be facing some of those people next bash.
True, true. Because yeah, everyone you're going to be seeing on commentary today is a bingo player of some skill level at least, so you'll probably be seeing us playing in our own level bashes in the next couple of months.
And we see Starling entering 2B.
We do indeed. There is not a winged berry here, Starling. That's in 2A. I
I will
joke.
note that,
This is not honestly that bad. Two
yeah,
B-sides and 2A, 2B means that getting, B-sides completed can be fairly
yep,
helpful.
yeah. As Random points out, it does put Starling behind with the Wingberry objective, but like the time loss from 2B is negligible if you're decent enough at it. Especially
Alright, Echo Sane is getting a seeded berry? That's not an objective. Alright, you're just getting berries.
yeah, I
Echo Sane is still just
think
farming berries, which, I mean, I guess, yeah, commit to your route, but I also disagree with your route. Does look like they're going for the cassette now, so this could end up being a mutual 2B play, in which case, if Igosane decides to go back into 1B, that could get them the objective, but it's still not good for their amount of progress.
Okay. Okay. Like the saying does in fact keep playing 2A.
Yep. This does follow with their playing berries earlier, but I don't want to assume that beginners are going to continue playing what it looks like they're doing, because they often do not. That's not just beginners, that's everyone. That's just how bingo works. You start playing one thing and you're like, what if I just didn't anymore, actually?
So many times I've definitely started an objective, read the board, realized no, this is wrong.
Yeah. There's been plenty of times where I'm just like, enters chapter. Why am I here? Leaves chapter. Alright, Starling is also getting binos, I'm noticing. That's their second one, which means they got the one in 2A as well.
Yep.
Will give them a bit of advantage toward 7 binos. If they play 3A and... not 3A, 4A and Chapter 5, that would get them up to actually 8 binos before Summit, so they could potentially have a good lead toward that. Starling, that is not how you do that strat. You need a demo.
Okay. Doing intended as backup is always... oh, nope, that's not intended.
That sure isn't. Delayed Prism, I don't know how good you are. I also don't know what the event orgs were using as basis for their decisions on this. I'm not an event organizer. I am simply here to tell you guys about bingo. Speaking of which, have you heard of this great invention called bingo? It's really fun. You should try it if you don't already.
Okay.
Um,
And they do... I think they are about to enter 3A at roughly the same time if you account for stream delay.
that is a 3A and a 4A.
Oh, nope, it's 4A.
I think this makes sense with what Starling has shown, except just not the Wingberry's first pass on 1A, but that's also just not a lot of time lost, so you can kind of just do that while you're thinking if you need to.
Yep.
GSA, but fake.
Yep, very much not GSA.
They weren't even GSA for the menuing. What are you talking about?
There's two things I'm interested in right now. One is if Starling does dashless shrine first pass. The other is if either of these players do 5B.
I think Starling should. Starling playing 4A, 5B finishes 2A sides, 2B sides, and 2B sides, and 7 binos.
Yep.
And there's keys there if you care.
That was like
Which I mean,
really well.
What happened?
Oh no, Starling! I think Starling pretty much updashed the moment she fell through the block.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. Oh, looks like this is a dashless shrine attempt. That was a dash. And now it's a dashless shrine attempt.
Yep.
Given that Starling has been here for, 3 years, apparently, seems reasonable that they know how to do dashless shrine. So that is definitely one of the spots in bingo where just knowledge can be a great assist.
Yep. Well, we'll find out on the next screen.
We will indeed.
It looks like they do, in fact, know how to do it.
They know how to do it in theory. Now we need to figure out if their fingers know how to do it.
Yep.
With that tick of lettering huge mess, both players have confirmed whether or not they skipped 3A, which means both players can sort of predict their opponent's route for at least a little while at this point.
Yep.
So we may well see some players going for slower objectives just because, well, my opponent's not here, don't really need to race them for anything. Starling, have you considered not dying in this room? Glad to be
Okay, they got back on the block. Okay, and they're through.
I'm
just
surprised
left.
I didn't comms curse them. I actually comms helped them. Let's go. I didn't know that was an option.
And we do see the tech, so
Yes.
does she go for the winged, even though
Yeah.
this is
Alright. This is the third wing for Starling. They have the ability to go into 3A and get more winged if they felt like it, or 2A. The 2A would just not be worth the time.
I
However,
do think that by the
I
time
think it's
Starling
much more likely to just keep playing 4A and see what happens. I didn't see. Did Aiko-san get a Wake Wing?
We'll find out.
No, we won't.
Or we will definitely not be finding out.
Neither of these mess orders are heart orders because those don't generate. So it seems unlikely that we're going to see Aiko-san do a heart order here.
Yep. Definitely unlikely.
And indeed, no heart order, so no mess wing. This could be just knowledge moment of not realizing that you have access to 5 wing berries. Also, I've just noticed they already did books.
Okay.
So books, house, chest. Okay. Fun bingo knowledge tip for everyone in the audience. The fastest mass orders don't start with books. The books ones are the slow ones. So it is much better, generally speaking, to do towels, chests, books than books, towels, chests. You would death warp after talking to Oshiro between towels and chests, and it becomes almost as fast as any present order. Whereas the book's first orders are much slower. However, I don't think that particularly matters when Starling has been in second blocklist room for like a minute.
And she's out.
She is out now, but that was certainly a time.
It most
The board
definitely.
wrong?
board was slightly askew.
It's fine. Just pay it no mind.
Yep. Okay.
Like I was saying, also ticks after finishing the mess checkpoint. You can take a mess order as soon as you hit the last button. They're doing the other one. So, fun fact: progress is somewhat important in this game.
Yeah, this is another tip that people generally tell beginners. Starling is
quite likely that Starling is going to win 2 keys and 2 just simply by having access to 5A and the option of either 5B or going into 3A briefly for 2 more keys.
Yep.
Did I just not get the winged again?
I think so.
True! Extremely true. Starling, doing the most important thing a beginner bingo player can do, thinking. We support this.
Yep.
How is Agasine spares for 10 and 3?
I think they have 10 and 1 and 2, but I don't think they're... I don't know how many berries they have in 3 right now.
Yeah, that sounds right. Never collected... Well, surely... He
No,
collected
no! No berries popped up there.
There is a berry called 80% berry in this game. In this chapter. Starling is thinking again.
Oh. Starling is thinking in the middle of this chapter, so... Oh, Starling, we have a Grabless.
We have Grabless. It is a day.
Yeah, Starling, you did not need to restart chapter there. There was no point up to that screen where you could have grabbed it and it would have made a difference.
Yeah, Grabless rules are technically start the checkpoint with it on, but actually, just as long as you haven't already grabbed, we don't care. If we're pretty certain you did the chapter true Grabless, we'll just let you have it.
Especially if it's 5A.
Right. Good 5A start Grabless. they turned it off. This is presumably because they're not finishing depths right now. They're just here for winged, I guess. Cassette, maybe key.
Yeah, I presume just wing and cassette. I'd be... They could go for key, but I'd be surprised if they do.
Yeah, if it comes down to a race, they have the advantage now. That is true. Like I was saying, now has 2 mess orders. Oh, we are being more strict on enabling Gravel's variant? Okay, fine.
Okay.
Turn on your Gravel's variants, kids. Where are you going? 1B?
Oh.
Well... Alright, so... This is how you don't route a lockout game. Because Echo-Sane is going to get some objectives here, but they just don't have the progress to contest a lot of other things. And, like, if you really want to play anti-progress right now, please do Dashless Chasm. Or 5-Winged. Preferably 5-Winged. Or continue doing berries like you were doing earlier, that seems good. Alright, Starling is indeed in 5B. Still not 5-winged, but that's fair. They only have access to 4 unless they want to go back into 3A or 2A.
Yeah, and they don't exactly have much incentive to go into 3A at all anymore.
They do. There's keys. There are keys there.
Well, there's keys, but they're decently long. Well, I
3A
guess not
start
longer
has
than
3
Surge.
keys.
Yeah,
If
I guess.
if you want 2 keys in 2, or just 3 of your keys toward 8 keys, you just 3A. 1B.
I was thinking
Uh,
8. I was thinking 8 keys there, but yeah, I think you do still need to go in there anyways for that one.
Yeah, 8 keys means you're going. Your options are play 3A start for some keys, play farewell for some keys, or 2,500-meter key, because there's just not enough elsewhere.
That's actually an interesting thing to note. There's no reason to go into farewell on this board.
Correct. Unless you're really desperate to win binos, but that's just not a thing that's going to occur on this board. Partly. Starling, where are your other binos? You have been past 8 of them.
I think the 2 that got... Well, 2 that got skipped
I'm
were
guessing
in...
all 3 of the 4A ones got skipped.
Yeah, no cassette, no Shrine Berry Room, and no, the last bino.
Room.
Yeah.
Like, perfectly valid, but, like, finish your objectives, kids. I don't know why I keep referring to you as kids. I don't know. Bingo tips always must end with the phrase kids.
And there's...
That's what I'm saying, creep! It's so worthwhile!
Oh my god. We did see Akasane get their first bino.
They got their first one there?
Yep.
At the second bino in this chapter?
I'm pretty sure the number that came up was 1.
I'm not questioning it. Where's 5 Winged? Neither player has... Akasane could have it if they wanted to, they just don't. And Starling has just not seen 5 Winged Berries in this game. To be fair, Starling is about to take 2 objectives at once, so, like, I think they're doing fine. Because this is only the first B-side for Akasane, so they're not going to get locked out of 2A, 2B, or 2 B-sides.
Yep. Yeah, like, this is a pretty clean gauntlet. The odds that Starling has 2 minutes of time lost past this point are pretty low.
Right, like, I mean, the next room is literally impossible, but, like, surely it doesn't take 2 minutes for a bingo player to do something impossible, like misreading the bingo objectives.
Yep, and we do see the 2B entry.
We're very good at doing impossible things. Bullet, what is Starling gonna get at 0 meters? There's nothing there. Do you mean 500? Starling, are you going to take your objectives? This is not the time to delay. I know we talk about delaying like it's a good strat, but not right now.
Starling.
Starling? Starling, please. Why are you in this chapter?
Oh no.
It's not even the right chapter of the ones you had 2 options of chapters you just unlocked and you chose the wrong one. It's fine, but like there's a singular bino here and reflection cassette instead of multiple binos, a winged berry, like 3 specific objectives.
Okay, the objectives go pink.
But there's a blue. What do you need the blue heart for?
3 blue, 3 red. Tech is on the board, so
Shush. Just do 1A, 2A,
Wait,
and 4A. It's
did
faster.
Aiko Sane just skip into 4A?
Alright, GG's. I will see you guys for the next game. Getting lunch. I'm not actually getting lunch right now. I already ate lunch. Well, I mean, Bullet, they played 4A skip. They just misinterpreted what you meant by 4A skip. They thought it was skip 2 4A, not skip 4A. Off by 1 error. Correct. 0 index moment.
Okay. Darlene does tick reflection cassette.
Yep. Yeah, Creep, it has a winged berry. Icosane needs 2.
Okay.
I know it's good, but they're not doing it. Starling goes into summit. Huzzah. Progress has been made on this course.
I love how the wing
Go
golden tuck
play
has
your
just
seeded
been.
berries. Like I said, the seeded berries aren't fast. You don't need them. Neutrally?
What I'm worried is about to happen is Aiko Sane goes into 4B. Okay, Aiko Sane does not go into 4B. Thank you.
That is a win for the bingo enjoyers today because we don't have to watch we don't have to watch bad routing. Icosane, are you doing this checkpoint? Okay, no, they're not. That's good. I'm just not used to seeing people ride the block if they're not doing dashless.
Oh, we do see the 7 binos tick.
Woo. Starly, that's enough binos. Starling, the winged berry is not over here. Starling, you don't need the gem, Starling. Starling, you're not getting summit blue for 3 blue, 3 red.
Wait, do they?
Why are you getting the gem? You didn't even get 0 meter gem.
Do they think this is the normal route too?
Is there 3 gems? Oh, there is 3 gems in summit. Never mind. I'm just blind.
Oh.
I'm actually just.
I didn't notice it either, so.
I am a bingo player. I'm not capable of reading the board. Wait, did they get 0 meter gem? I thought they did.
Oh. Now Aikosane's turn to struggle on this room.
Oh, so it is.
And they're through.
Alright. Given that Starling is at 8 objectives, it is reasonable to start thinking about win cons. There are 2 summit berry objectives. And 3 gems in the summit, apparently. So that would get them up to 11. They have progress to Gravis 5A, at least in quotation marks.
And they have access to 1-up in 5A.
Yeah, but
So I
that's not
don't
going to
know.
last until they're out of this checkpoint, so that's not, like,
True.
actually helpful.
Their advantage towards 3 blue, 3 red. And
Yeah.
their advantage towards the... No, they're not going to be advantage to the key stuff, but they can still sneak a win through those.
Yeah. Honestly, I think as long as Starling goes for things, they're gonna win, which sounds like, okay, so they're gonna win. No. They have to go for objectives instead of wasting time, which is not a guaranteed thing in beginner.
Yep.
But this is a very good position to be in for Starling. Also, I'm not seeing a 3 gems in Summit, so I am assuming they actually just did.
Oh, no, they're just... just as you said it.
This is like comms curse, but the other way around, where the players do something and I get cursed.
And now Starling gets to get berries in one of my least favorite chapters to get berries in. I mean, checkpoints.
I was gonna say, you just hate Summit generally, or are you talking about 3A? Starling.
Or not. Starling.
Starling.
Can Starling hear us?
Oh! Starling, if you can hear us, please pause. Or die, one of the two. They can hear us.
I'm not sure if dying in this room is a good indication they can...
I realized my first one was just not gonna happen, so I decided to make something say something that was just going to happen anyway. In other news, Icosane is very close to having 2 keys in 2. I wonder if they're gonna get it.
Oh, it looks like they might be.
Honestly, half expected them to just go to one of the berry rooms.
Yeah, this is... Starlings are one of the more annoying berries to go for if you don't have a strat for it.
Nope. Alright, the game is 4-9. It is getting closer. TM parentheses real.
Oh,
sure,
no.
The best part about those perfect squares is they add to 13. I mean, 13 is equal to 1 mod 4, so that's like, has to be the sum of squares or something. Math things.
We see a return to map. Oh, Akasan has 5 berries in 2A.
Of course. Why wouldn't they? Darling? Okay. Sorry, we just need you to collect her so you can death warp.
I don't think it can do this very intended anymore.
Yeah. There's some berries where you learn the speed strat and it just... The casual strat is just impossible.
Yep, that's all the 1500 berries for Starling.
Starling officially at 6 wins, let's go. One thing I'm noticing, I think Starling is trying to take things when they are at a break in inputs anyway, like in Battle and Orbs, which is actually pretty good bingo strategy. Not a lot of people take advantage of it, but if you don't think you're getting locked out, taking can lose you time unless you're just not inputting anything during that time anyway.
Oh, please.
Starling, what are you doing now? Is this 10 and 3?
Is this one up?
This is a one-up. Starling, that's not how you... Starling, no! No, stop.
Yeah, no, just keep going, please. You're not... Yeah.
I love beginner one-up strats. They're just...
I tried going for a one-up with that berry once. There's a reason I said once there.
Yeah. Starling, this is not the first berry. No. This is not the order.
Oh dear.
This is not the strat, Starling. Starling, where are you going now?
Can you even squeeze under there in time?
Yes, you can. I did it for my 3-up and 5A advanced crash way back when, but like... It's not easy.
So Starling did keep a berry there.
No, Starling, you want to have ground here? Generally preferable to have places to stand.
Oh,
okay.
Saved.
Fun fact, you can stand underneath those swap blocks, and you don't collect berries. Great, this is the fastest one up. You're assuming that doesn't happen. Thank you, Starling, for demonstrating my point.
Yep.
So we all agree you should just play 1A dashless at this point, right? Like, that would take less time.
Probably, honestly. Well, we all know how both of these players should know how to do it, right?
They should.
Oh no.
Emphasis on should.
Oh, this is good news for Echo Sane.
Is Starling a toggle grab player? I've not
Okay,
seen the grab.
Starling restarts chapter. No.
No, Starling, not not like that. Invert grab. Oh, I have no idea. I remember one of our players in this batch saying that they use invert grab, but I don't remember who it was.
Why?
Tish, okay. Okay, good. This is a good first berry. Not like that.
Well, I have done this one up with like with one. I have one backup berry for this one up that I can consistently get to, and it's top berry.
No, Starling, not these berries. Not like this.
Well,
and this is how IcoSync can still win.
oh no.
I think Starling is just doing berries at this point.
Yeah. I don't blame them.
Christmas Vaporeon Spot, that was on my bingo card. What? What does any of that mean?
My profile pic, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that checks out. I honestly, I forgot what your profile pic was. I'm just like, in what way does this relate to bingo?
Fun fact, I have yet not changed this from last Christmas. How many berries does Ecosane have?
I don't know, but I'm going to say 47 just to hope that I'm right.
I meant in this chapter.
Oh. Well, I'm definitely not right.
Yeah, it's like maybe if this was... No, are there that many berries in Summit?
That is literally the number of berries that there are in Summit, yes, 47. Well, if you count Goldens, I guess there's 50.
Okay.
26 for Starling versus
No, he can't get up that way.
34. Oh, not FM. It's the same reason IcoSane is getting them in 3A when there's 4A FC. We don't know.
Well, Starling's makes sense in the sense that theirs was...
Starling was trying to get 5A 1 up at first.
Yep. Is there no chapter where Starling has more? Starling does have 8 in Summit at least. Probably 10 actually.
They got the 500.
You can miss that berry that way.
You can always miss berries if you're determined enough. Okay, actually no. Starling definitely has at least 10 berries in Summit. They got 500 meter winged, and then the berry on the way to gym in 1,000 meters.
Yep. Okay, so the tick does turn orange, so that question's a bit moot now.
True.
I honestly would have liked to see Sterling finish out Starred Arb there. I mean, Starred All Collectibles there.
Agreed.
But,
Yo, dashless,
oh,
dashless,
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 dashless, dashless.
dashless.
Um,
Never mind. Stop.
never mind, not dashless.
No, not like that.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know how to do dashless, in the Bingo Resources channel of our Discord, there is a Bingo Objective video repository where there are video demonstrations of the entirety of Wing Golden, among other objectives.
Icosan is indeed still in Korea. I don't know what that's about, but
Could be 8 keys, could... I
yeah,
hope
they
it's
have
not.
keys. So they would need this one and then something else. Dashless? Please.
Okay, it looks like Sterling is at least trying something. Nope. Oh no. If there's a non-zero chance that this game ends 12-12 with dashless crossing unticked because neither player knows how to do it.
Yeah, that is true. Chasm? Chasm? True. This is also dashless.
Yep.
Surely. Actually successful dashless gameplay, let's go.
Yep. Oh,
Charlie knows how to play dashless chasm. This is a victory for all dashless players. Never mind.
yeah, dashless chasm is significantly more yellowable.
True.
In the sense that for the longest time, I did nothing but yellow this part.
Well, no. We're not bringing that up. These players are very good at bingo. We will not mention such possibilities because they are not going to happen. Trust.
Oh my. Uh, I wonder if at this point Sterling should have gone for 2,500 meter parries. This is a painful board for beginners.
Yeah, I have been kind of like shitting on the players a little bit more than I should have, perhaps. This is just a hard board to play. These players are doing very well for beginners, and like the fact that they're even playing here is like taking a bit of bravery. So I should not be like talking crap about what they're doing too much.
Sterling's through this room.
It is somewhat humorous when somewhat silly fails happen many times in a row.
I'm mostly sure these seeds were all randomly generated.
Yes.
Like,
we did
as a
not
nut.
boost out boards, I don't believe, so there is always the chance that it could get even worse throughout the binge. Stay tuned.
Oh,
Or bash, whatever we're calling it these days. Oh yeah, epic. The first thing we did when we looked at this board was say, "Oh wow, dashless. Wonder if you can do win golden first pass."
and then wait, these are beginners.
Yep, that was the second thought. All right, Icosane is actually catching up pretty well.
Oh?
They're up to 6. Starling is
Oh,
in Dashless Chasm. They are making progress. That's not how you
Um,
do this. That's
that is definitely not
neutral
how you
zone,
do.
please.
Oh.
Thank you. Okay, they don't know the pixel, but to be fair, neither do I. So that's reasonable.
Yeah,
Icosane is Foray? Full clear?
Oh,
Parentheses strip?
Starling is trying the pixel. Starling gets the pixel.
No. Starling does know the pixel. And Dashless Cross. That is not crossing. Dashless Chasm is ticked.
Okay.
And it's not a Chasm 6 RTM. Let's go.
Woo. Okay, and progress.
2,000 meters. Not 2,000 meters.
You know what? 2,000
Chapter
meters.
1 again. Dashless Crossing. Dashless Crossing. Dashless Crossing.
No, I think this is 3 blue, 3 red play.
Yeah. That makes much more sense. I just think it would be funny if they tried Dashless Crossing again. We need a Dashless Crossing redemption arc. At other beginners in this tournament, make it happen. Unless you don't know how to do it either, in which case, make it happen. Oh yeah, 5A1 up 2.
Yeah, it was. You also missed Dashless Shrine, which is just straight up a knowledge check.
Yeah. Well, Dashless 5A doesn't need a redemption. It's not like the players didn't succeed. They just didn't try. Like, Starling did start, and then turned it off because they didn't play another checkpoint. I think that's reasonable.
I'm pretty sure random.
Oh, and Gravel's 5A was about the things that are hard for beginners in chat. Never mind.
Yep. Yeah. That's honestly another bit of a knowledge check that you have to know. That's how the variant works in that like.
Oh yeah, in depths especially.
Yeah.
If you don't know how the variant works, and then unraveling if you just don't know the strat in that one room.
Yeah, it's like what, the third room in or some fourth room.
Okay, so there's the falling room, the room where you talk to battle in 4 times, the room where it doesn't matter, and then the room where it does. So 4th room, but like second gameplay room.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's very easy if you have the knowledge, and if you don't have the knowledge, it's like doable, but it is not a good time.
Yeah, I think I had to be demonstrated it after. I can't remember if it was just before or like just a few days before or after my first beginner bash.
Yeah. No, a lot of players when they get into bingo have to be shown Dashless 5A. That's just tradition now. You start playing bingo and we're like, okay, here's how you do Grabless 5A. Dashless 5A goes so hard, actually. We should route that.
Oh, let's
Surely
not.
As somebody who has routed minimum dashes with infinite jumps, it's very possible. Trust.
Oh. Yes, we believe this is a 3 blue 3 red play from Starling.
Yeah. Does anyone remember how many blue hearts Starling has?
I mean, I think that part's less relevant than the fact that Starling has 2 red already.
That is fair. Like, they're not getting locked out. I was just curious if they were like.
We know the count is at least 1 because they have 4A blue.
True. To make the swap block straight around jump. Misty, the problem isn't so much the swap blocks as the buttons. There are just buttons that you have to hit. Fake grab presses like that one yesterday map. Yes, Golden Alleyway was a time.
Back into crossing for the blue heart.
I saw them enter crossing very briefly. I thought we were gonna get more dashless gameplay, and then realized I was just being dumb.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I did this exact same thing.
I'm not even like a dashless enthusiast. I just want to see a beginner do it.
Yeah.
Specifically one of these beginners. I want them to have a redemption arc against dashless crossing.
Oh, there's... There seems to be a small bit of lag coming in from Sterling's stream.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, that was... 4A was in fact the only blue heart that Starling had, so...
Yep. Alright, shouldn't take too much time though, just go into 2A and get that, and then 2.5 KR is uncontested, so that should be a clean win con.
Yep.
Longest recorded bingo match of all time, 12 goal. Yeah.
I mean, I still struggle with win golden. Like, there's a... Like, I bring this up, like, I'm bringing this up a lot, but, like, there is, like, the second to last time win golden showed up on, well, blackout, I mean, a lockout type game for me. I had to pull up the video halfway through because I was struggling with the third difficult crossing room for so long.
Oh, yeah, Subpixel Room in Crossing 6. That one is rough.
So yeah, it's like, even once the players get past crossing 1, it is not a trivial objective.
Right. Crossing 1 is like the test stage, and then crossing 2 and 6 are like, okay, but do you know what you're doing? Like, for real? Or did you just get a quarter boost unexpectedly? Six-day heart IGN. What? There was a, like, Celeste randomizer race in, like, GDQ or something, where both players within, like, 10 seconds of each other found 6A heart room and looked up the code. It was very silly. I think it's somewhere in it's clipped somewhere in the server.
Oh. We get to see the ridged tile set on both screens.
True. Another funny clip from a past event. Don't remember which event it was, but somebody like left early in a bingo game, came back and said, "I thought both players were still in 4A because I left and they were in 4A, and I get back and one of them's in 4B and the other's in 2K." Okay, now, correct me if I'm wrong, there is no reason to care about, like, tiebreakers in this. This is just double elimination, but there's no tiebreaks, so...
Yeah, I believe that...
It doesn't matter what happens besides who wins. Okay. So I was gonna say,
I believe...
7 takes is actually, if like you're saying can get it, is actually not a bad tiebreaker if that mattered, because, as we mentioned earlier, beginner games can, they can just be one-sided. pretty often sometimes. So 7 ticks is a good number to get on the losing side, actually.
It's a very good number, especially given the start that happened this game.
Right, yeah, no, Ico-san's been playing this extremely well. Just they had a bit of mistake with routing at the beginning and just couldn't really come back from it fully. That is also true. Beginner games are hard to close out.
Yeah, and I will point out, everything left on this board is either something we don't normally expect beginners to like do, or is something very long.
Yeah. They're also all berry objectives, except for Grabless 5-8 and Dashless Crossing. We were talking earlier about how, like, oh, berries aren't that strong in this board. That's because all of the berry objectives are so long.
Yep. Oh wow, Ico-san has 50 already.
Right. Ico-san has 50 berries and has ticked a single berry objective. This is not normal. Epic is correcting someone. A correction. Yeah, that's crossing pattern. Yeah, berries are strong in late game. It's just something being strong in late game doesn't.
Ico-san, you missed a berry.
Ico-san, please. I don't want to have to make fun of you for missing a berry more.
Oh no.
Ico-san is going to collect this berry at the beginning of the room and get the other berry. It's fine.
Is that possible? Can you
yeah, I did it
this
once
room?
because I died in this room while carrying the other berry and decided to be silly about it.
Oh no.
No! It's gonna be so sad if we have to untake Ico-san's objective while being 12-6. That is gonna be unfortunate.
Yeah, but
that's why I don't have to.
I mean, Starling's almost done with this.
Yeah.
The issue is this room is being like extremely painful.
Yeah, there's like this room and 1 or 2 more, and then that's it.
And then the final room, that's
final,
like...
Yeah, there's this room, there's final, and there's like maybe a room in between there, I don't remember. So 2 or 3, I guess.
I think... Does this drop you just in the Keyberry room?
Keyberry? No. Jim drops you in the Keyberry room.
Okay. I am mixing up my check. Okay, yeah,
Door
no, this
skip.
drops
yeah,
you...
door skip room.
Door skip, yep. You can tell how much I remember of this checkpoint. Given that
I lost like 9 years.
Does Starling know where all the berries are in this room, given that they're all hidden? The answer appears to be yes, that is the 13th tick.
Yep. With that, Ico-san wins. True! Ico-san wins, let's go. Creep said it in chat and they're at event org. That means it's correct. GG Ico-san, victory.
By virtue
of Starling losing 9 years. True. Alright, GG. Very well played for both players. A little bit of silly moments, but, you know, we love those in bingo.
Yep. And with that, I will be getting off once the next commentator arrives, but I will be back for the last game of this stream. So it'll be... So this won't be the last you all hear of me.
This won't be the last you hear of me either. That's because I'm not leaving. I'm simply just commentating the next game. Alright, next up we have Ico-san versus Yatogami Inel. I'm assuming. Did you just pronounce NL? Not null? Yashogami null? I don't know.
Yep.
There's at least most of the letters of Light Yagami in here. You got Yagami, just broken up a little bit. That's definitely not where this came from.
And hi, Misty. I hope you're dropping up now. Have fun calling, and have fun watching, everyone.
You've never watched Celeste Bingo. Well, you have now, and it was interesting. It is very entertaining.
Yeah.
You should keep watching, and perhaps even play by yourself if you know how Celeste works, or don't, or learn how Celeste works so you can play Bingo.
Definitely. I wholeheartedly agree. Bingo is so cool. How are you doing, Random?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Heck yeah.
I had all my popcorn during the last game. I don't have any for this game, so better not be
this is a
concerned. I'm
tragedy.
gonna have to go find more popcorn.
This is a tragedy. Oh, I woke up like 20 minutes ago, I think, maybe. So like I am locked and loaded, ready for some
Nice.
insane beginner bingo games.
Yeah, my sleep schedule has been just as much of a schedule as it normally is, which is to say, not at all. I wake up when I do.
True. So true. Yeah.
Like, what times have I gotten up the last couple of days? Like, I think it was like 11, and then 8, and then noon.
Yeah, I got lucky. I got up at like 2:40ish, 2:50. I've had some days where I wake up at like 6 p.m., 7 p.m.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah. No, I think my favorite thing that I've said about my sleep schedule is when I went to Japan, I said like, oh yeah, I went to sleep last night at 5 a.m.
Oh yeah. Incredible.
It wasn't 5 a.m. It was like noon. Like, I had gone to sleep for the night, but like in just the middle of the day because I was that tired that early. It wasn't that I stayed up that late. It was very silly.
Alright.
Also, thank you for raid. I'm not going to try to pronounce your name. That is just letters. But thank you for raid. It is indeed one of the bingos of all time.
Heck yeah.
And here we can see how all of the bingos of the last time or so have gone. As I said, 6 objectives for the losing side is actually pretty good numbers.
Yeah, for sure.
Random all names or letters. It must have numbers. My name has numbers. I am random name 7190. I have numbers. It's just not visible on stream.
We got to show the respect for numbers.
Yeah. Look, if you look at the bracket, like 3 of our players have numbers. I'm going to change my name on the Discord server right now, just because you said that, Bullet. Give me a sec. I am officially random number. Pay me for generating random numbers, I guess. I don't know. Please don't, actually. I'm gonna get bullied for this so hard in Feral Golden Cord. No, FM. I didn't generate my name to get to say random name. I put in random name because I couldn't think of a good username, and so I put in something random and decided to change it later, and then it later never came. The 7190 is actually randomized though.
Nice.
Being pinged, someone's probably telling me not to. Oh, never mind. Somebody's just pinging me for random numbers. Creep, you need to give me a range on the random number. Like, greater than 70 is 60. I'm not good at talking. Random integer forming greater than 60 and less than 70. I'm assuming you're going in base 16, so here you go. 6C.
True.
Minus infinity to infinity. You can't use a uniform distribution over all numbers from negative infinity to infinity, okay? If you're gonna give me that range, you have to give me a distribution as well. Jesus Christ, Creed, don't you know how statistics works? Like, are we using normal distribution? Are we using, like, what's the distribution, Creep? Chi-squared? Exponential? Using Poisson distribution of lambda 0.5. Okay, give me a second. Pulling a Poisson distribution in my brain. I'm in a statistics class. I should know this off the top of my head, but I don't.
A lot of this is foreign to me. This is incredible. This is incredible. Beautiful.
I had to remember if Poisson was like discrete or continuous, and I'm fairly certain it is discrete, so I think that's correct. I'm also in a grad level stats class. Like, like this is a grad level class. I'm just bad at it. Poisson's discrete. Hell yeah, I did it right.
Now I've got something to look up after con. Like, I'm curious now what any of this means.
Okay, so Poisson distributions, the way they work is you have like a set length of time and an occurrence that can happen independently at any point in time and happens on average every however often, right?
Yeah.
So the 0.5 is like the ratio between how often it happens at it's expected to happen and how long of how long you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
So the expected value of the Poisson distribution 0.5 is 0.5. You're expecting it to happen about half of the time per this interval, but just so happens that it happened twice in that interval instead of the expected 0 or 1.
Gotcha. Okay.
I love just doing math stream instead of bingo. Theoretically, we do have bingo happening soon, but like, this is not I don't know, not ready yet.
I think sometimes we do math in bingo.
Yeah, I mean, we do occasionally. We are capable of counting in theory, and we do have bingo now. Amazing. It was a perfect distraction while we waited for bingo.
Oh, bingo.
Madeline versus for Macabell. I don't know who Macabell is, but we're fighting for Macabell.
It's Malakbell. I wonder if are they?
Oh yeah, you know what? I did.
I wasn't
Malakbell.
I wasn't paying 100% attention.
Malakbell in chat. Dude. Yo, hi.
Yo, that's huge.
True.
All right.
All right.
We have a bingy.
Bingy board. Let's read Dashless Chasm.
Let's go.
All right. No Dashless Crossing this time, unfortunately. But let's see.
Yeah.
We got a 1-up in 2A with 12 berries 2A. That could be synergy if our players are confident on it. 4 wings could be, and 8 wings, so wing berries are generally quite good on this board, but I'm not seeing a lot of 3A. There's just wheat berries and like keys, Theo conversations that are in 3A but also elsewhere. Actually, there's 3 and 4 optional Theo questions, so I guess you're going into 3A for that at some point.
Yeah.
What about 4A, 5A? 4A has all collectibles on blue and red, but those are really long objectives. 5A has Starard. Are there objectives on this board?
For some reason, my eyes immediately gravitated to Event Horizon.
But... yes, that'll definitely help with this lack of objectives. I mean, I guess you probably play 3A on this board because, like, Be honest here, what are you skipping 3A to reach? 4B?
Where are the objectives? I can't see any objectives.
Right? Okay, so yeah, I guess this is a 3A play, and you just sort of give up 3A sides because Sweetberry's keys, Theo cutscene, and mess order. But like, yeah, this is just board. This is just a board of all time. Both players getting some berries, probably just thinking about 5 and 5, and 4-winged. Well, thinking about 4-winged a little bit slower. There we go. I'm watching the wrong place. Is 4A skip viable? With what purpose? Like, for stunning seekers and Theo and Search? And 8 keys? I mean, I guess. What's in late game?
Late game,
There is 5 Binos Summit, 2.5k are 2 and 2k, 2.5k and 2k gems.
Yeah, gems.
Yeah, that's a reasonable length of objectives to just decide you don't want. Late game is pretty mid. Yeah, 4A skip is viable.
I could genuinely see a 4A skip, but also I'm not at the point where I can like see like a good line for that.
Yeah.
It's just this board is just all over the place.
Right, both of these boards today so far have been very scattered. Yashigami is getting hearts, and Aiko Sane is getting cassette. Very true. We're going for 3 hearts, 3 cassettes early today, and 4 hearts, 4 cassettes. And into the court. Okay, I guess that makes sense actually. That's just that is not the worst thing I've seen people route. Personally, would prefer to see people caring a little bit more about getting 4-winged early, but like it's fine. This is reasonable. I have a hypothesis. You can do anything in 1A and still win a beginner. Can confirm you can also skip 1A. The anything you want it does include nothing.
Yes, anything is possible. I will note, I'm pretty sure both players did skip the chasm wings, so I don't know if
that
is on
that
board.
does seem to be correct. Yeah. Yashigami out of city a little bit earlier. Never mind.
Oh.
Yashigami back in city. Let's go. Are you doing? Is this Theo cutscene? Okay. Pro tip: don't do a Theo cutscene unless you have access to all of the Theo cutscenes for the objective. And you only have access to 1, not 3, so you can just do this later.
Yeah.
Now Aiko-Sane is first into 2A. Which, if either player knows how to do 2A 1-up, is going to be potentially helpful. And they're going for the heart.
Ooh, going for the heart.
And Yashigami is going for the heart.
Alright. Alright.
Aiko-Sane back in first for the race to 2A 1-up. Let's go.
It'll be close if both of them go for it.
And so Wizard rating. Thank you.
Yo.
Welcome to Bingy.
Aiko-Sane falling down. Yanagami does.
Yep, Aiko-Sane falling down. Yanagami restarting chapter. Restart chapter is a little bit faster. So that is good from Yashigami. Not enough to catch up though.
Oh, and GSA. Kind of.
They're in the same room, but I would not call that GSA.
But yeah. yeah, fair enough. I see your point.
Surely, surely. Yashigami go. Surely. Aiko-Sane go. Let's go. Never mind.
Goes for cassette first. Oh no.
Okay, this does look like a potentially successful 2-way 1-up. This is on good track to succeed. 4 berries, gotten through most of the hard spots, just gotta, yep, don't die there. Alright, I think that's gonna be it. That, if I didn't comms curse, yep, there's the tick.
There you go. I didn't want to say anything because
yeah, I did realize after
is great
saying
all
that I
time.
was very much starting a comms curse. Alright,
Very
slight
possible.
redemption, 1-ups have been done in beginner batch now. Let's go.
Heck
I
yeah.
said 1-ups as if it was plural. It is not. It is singular.
And well done by Yatagami.
Yeah, very nice. It was very clean 2-way 1-up.
Oh, are we doing 2B first pass? Or no? Okay.
It's not singular, it is 2-way start.
Oh.
Well, there aren't bingo objectives in singular, so it doesn't count.
2A skip. Okay.
Site skip. Woo.
That is a big one. Oh, what are we gonna get out of the site skin? Yeah, you are advantaged to like the mess order. and
Yeah,
stuff
like
that.
this is not
Right.
actually bad. They're getting
That is true.
progress to mass order, to sweet berries, keys, I guess. What they're giving up is 3A sides, which they were already disadvantaged to, and Theo and Awake access. Also, they're probably going to get 4 winged if they, get winged. 3 hours 3 sets earlier? True. Yeah. 4A is kind like 3A skip is kind of interesting on this board where it doesn't get you much, except a lot of the objectives that you guys might be racing that aren't specifically in 3A, you get more quickly in 4A, like 3 hours 3 cassettes, 3A sides, stuff like that. So that's like there's not specifically objectives in 4A, but there is value in locking your opponent out if you go 4A.
I do wonder if Aiko's saying recognizes 4 wings. Maybe
Yeah,
tries
I
going
think they
for it
got the
immediately.
first. I think they got the 3A start winged? Question mark?
I believe they did.
Yeah, they don't
If
have
I'm not
chasm
seeing
wing,
things,
though.
they don't have chasm wing. They would have to go back for it. Oh, they're going to fit into mess order.
Right, there's a mess order.
Yeah.
I was like, why do you go books first? But no, this is actually just a mess order. That makes sense.
Wait, Yatagami and intervention. Oh, I think cleaning up 12 berries.
Yeah, that would make sense. They got a bit of progress to it, but I think they didn't know what. They weren't really thinking about getting enough berries as they were playing the rest of the chapters, so now they're having to go back.
Yeah.
This is why you look ahead. Look where you're going, look where the berries are, think about how many of them you want right now.
Oh, very close touch.
Yeah, that was nice. That was very interesting. Alright, and there's 12 berries 2-eye.
Sweet.
Yeah, backtracking for it now is kind of awkward, but at the same time, I doubt it's going to change whether lockouts occur in 3A, or like who gets locked out of what in 3A. So this is actually just less time that Yatagami is going to spend playing 3A for no reason. Potentially. Unless they just don't skip anyway, in which case that's just unfortunate. Yeah, like, in general, if you're in a race to something, you lose that race, but, like, they were already going to. In this case. Yes, Yato should skip 3A after Winged Tech. And after Mass Tech. That should be a very clear sign that you're behind, and by enough that you want to skip.
Did Yanagami get Awake Winged? I completely missed it.
I don't think so,
Really?
but yeah, I wasn't looking either.
Yeah, I feel like that could be critical to like maybe contesting it at this point, but I don't know if that's even on the radar.
Yeah, they're resetting this room to get Wing, so presumably it's on their radar, just not sure what Wing bearers they're aware of.
Oh. I think they did get Awake Winged.
Yeah, they got either Awake or Chasm. They could easily quit out at Mess to get one, or just, get Mess to Winged, but if they go books first, like the Mess order says, they're gonna lose that. Though, theoretically, I guess I takes Mess order before they have to choose. Theoretically.
We got the button hit.
Yep.
I wonder if there's no.
They can go off of Ico saying does not know that they can take it before finishing Mess. But yeah, it looks like that should be the tick timing, so Yasogami should know that they don't need to contest Mess order and they can go to Talos Priest.
Wow, they're going in further into.
They were doing Talos last. We doing any percent order now? Why are we doing any percent order? You wanted hearts and cassettes like 5 minutes ago. You should still want hearts and cassettes.
Could be they might not be familiar with the hard order.
That's potential. That's potentially true. Yeah. I never know what to assume a bingo player knows at beginner.
Yeah, that is completely fair.
The XTC do of like experts tend to overestimate the average person's understanding of their field, and I'm like, yeah, everybody knows how hard order works. TM parentheses real.
So true. It's one of those things where it's like super like common knowledge, like once you like get further up, but like going into it, like you can just be going in straight from any percent.
Right. Alright, 4-Wing does indeed go to Yatagami, and they're doing Chest Towels books, so all Tart order? Question mark?
Interesting. Okay.
Also, I want to say they're not as far behind as they were. I think Yatogami has a bit of an exec lead in this matchup. Alright, and this is indeed hard movement.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, that's one of those things that, like, yeah, I didn't know that either. I don't know how people are supposed to learn of this. You just hear it from Tio.
This is true. Theo is very smart.
Okay, Yatogami has, I believe, 3 blue hearts now, which I don't know how many cassettes they have, but like they could potentially be quite close to 3 hearts, 3 cassettes. Especially if they quit out at the end of Mass here.
I'm pretty sure they only have 1 cassette. They skipped 2A to get the 1-up.
Good death roll? I respect it. Theo cutscenes. Alright, good. Question mark? On that tech? Did they get the other two? I definitely didn't see them do Theo and Awake, but I apparently was not paying attention in that section, so I could not tell you. Someone check the VOD. Because Aiko-san was the one that went back and did it in 1A, right?
Now I'm like not even sure which person did which.
Right? Like, surely? Question? I do not know. Okay, Yotogami is going for cassette here. Again, if you quit out, you can get 3 hearts, 3 cassettes quite easily and quite quickly. Epic, 3 hearts, 3 cassettes goes orange at least, right? Aiko-san doesn't have 3 hearts. Or 3 cassettes. And I think they might have 3 cassettes. They don't have 3 hearts. So they could be a little bit off of that. I don't know.
I was saying just pressing forward into 4A.
Diary? Good diary in chat.
True.
More concerned about the sweet berries miss? That's true. Yeah, that is an objective on this board.
Yeah. But...
Three A sides. Oh, read. Aiko-san skipped 2A. They just don't have 3 A sides.
Yeah.
That's just correct. Yeah, we had a side skip. That's actually just correct. That is not a delay. That's just true. Yato, you need that. You need the key. You can't just walk past the key. Yo, another person not going for Sweetheart. Let's go.
All right.
My favorite. Give a side skip that didn't win the objective. Yes, correct. Bingo! I agree, Quan.
So true.
Very true. Do you have confirmation? Do we have confirmation? I'm gonna check this myself. How do I check this? Where can I check that?
I believe the VOD will be like you can like access the VOD at any point.
Yes, I'm just really bad at Twitch. I don't know how.
That is true.
I do have a skill issue is the problem.
It's okay. Twitch is kind of weird with VODs. I don't understand a lot of their decisions.
Okay, wait. I got this. I found it.
Oh, I was getting the heart. I believe that'll be 3 hearts. Oh no.
Oh no, Yotogami did indeed at least talking 2A, so yeah, I'll trust it. I'll believe it.
Okay.
Alright. 3A side's about to be done. Never mind. Okay. I just hadn't noticed any Theo conversation, so I was concerned that somehow 3 Theo got turned into 3A Theo cutscene. But if you saw that, I saw Theo and Awake, so I'm like, I'm willing to believe this tech.
Yo, 4B first pass. This is true.
True.
I respect it.
Somebody ping out or something. It's 4B first pass. And Cookie. Chasm. Oh, cassette. True. 3 hearts, 3 cassettes. Check. It's 3B. Whatever. Yeah, pink cookie. Why are there sirens?
Oh yeah, that is 3B first pass.
I don't know. Ad likes B-sides and does them too early. This is basically the same thing. Okay, 2 cassettes. Surely you play into 4A for a cassette and not 2A. Surely. Why do I even think?
No. Also, Yalogami definitely has 3A sides.
Correct.
Okay. Just making sure we're on the same page.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, you're right. Yatogami does have 3A sides. This is a true statement.
Okay. Maybe you might not be
Welcome
aware
to
of the
delaying in
objective.
beginner, where it gains you nothing and just risks your life.
There's 3 hard 3 sets.
The funny part about the 3A sides delay is that Ico Sane physically can't take advantage of it because they're playing 4.
Oh, there we go.
Skip. Hell yeah.
Nice.
It is a good day to be a silly bingo enjoyer. We have a sight skip and a ridge skip in the same game. And a 4B first pass.
You know, actually don't think either skip was a very bad idea. Like, I think...
Like,
they
yeah,
are
no,
good
surprise.
plays.
I don't know that I would call it optimal, but it's not bad.
Like, they're very reasonable plays, I will say.
Yeah.
So, I think that just makes the whole situation even better.
Yeah, okay. The side skip itself was reasonable. The not doing anything in 3A was the only issue there. They just didn't play 3A objectives. Like 4-winged or sweet arm.
Also, this room is so
That's
tough.
not how you do that room. Ico Sane, please.
You can do this. You got this.
True. Jump over. True.
Good.
Yes, yo, true.
Let's go. Nice one.
Room complete.
That is honestly one of the tougher rooms casually for 4B.
Ico, what is your... Oh, that's how you're getting that key. Interesting. I never thought about the fact you could just use the spring to go back up and get that coin. You sure can, huh?
Classic Celeste do things in many different ways, I think.
Yeah. Yatogami is getting key in depths, presumably for the purpose of having 8 keys and or the purpose of having a heart.
Nice.
Alright, looks like good. Yeah, no, no!
Oh.
Ico saying you were so close.
Ooh.
Bullet increasing the amount of exclamation marks on the oh no. Yeah, this board state is just extremely rough because multiple objectives Ico saying was advantage to have gone to Yatogami now.
Yeah.
Well, Sweetheart hasn't gone to anyone. That's just unticked. That's just also silly, but entirely differently. Alright.
So,
Ico saying making progress, entering the 3rd checkpoint, which probably has a name, but I don't know it. Yatogami is an unraveling.
Gusty something?
Gusty Canyon.
Gotcha. Restart. Wait. Did
Restart.
Yatogami get unraveling?
Start arm. Yeah, they got unraveling.
Okay. I for some reason I thought I still saw the secret cutscene. No, We are so good.
Yeah,
start ours.
Rather not do. Intro card remembered. Wing Golden Sweet Arm. True. Intro card remembered has been killed though. It's now intro card and farewell, and so you can just go to Event Horizon. I don't know if that's that much better because you do still have to do like gate skip and stuff, but it's not intro card remembered. Right. Gate skip's probably easier than like intro card remembered. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's after the gate, yeah. It's at wave dash dot PowerPoint.
Mhm.
Also, I have no idea what Yatogami's progress to 5 berries and 5 is, but like it could be fairly good, given that they have access and are doing berries. Oh, and they have 27 berries, so that's at least theoretically enough to have it. But they also have 12 berries in 2A, so it's definitely not actually 5 and 5.
Yeah.
But that does imply there's at least more berries that they've gotten outside of 2A.
They also
Yo, beginner
have
dash.
more,
True.
so I think Yatagami would still have to like backtrack to 4A or press into Summit for 5 and 5.
Yeah, but
still,
backtracking to 4A is just a thing you can do.
yeah, still probably in a better spot.
It would be hard to be in a worse spot when at 6-1, but yes.
That is, yeah.
I've seen it done. I was in a worse
Yeah.
spot while winning 8-2 in a bingo game once, but you know.
Like I said, anything
The
is
difference
possible.
there is that my opponent had progress advantage to like every other thing on the board. Significantly.
Yeah.
And just got so many lockouts. Where are you going? Oh. Oh, okay. This is like, you already got the berry lock. The up top berry. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Is that hard?
Okay, and then 2 more, presumably. I think it was 2 more. 1 berry somewhere in the bottom, and then first berry? Question mark. Did they get like bottom center? Yeah, they need 2 more. No, don't restart chapter there. You had the key. Oh no, they've already unlocked later checkpoints. They don't need.
Yeah.
That's fine. Never mind. I'm not.
Yeah, we're good.
Intelligent.
It's okay. I've missed a few things myself. It's fine.
Yeah. Also, I do appreciate that Yato seems to have some friends in chat cheering for him.
Okay.
What are the names? Yak Yak Gaming now and whatever, Malik Bell. Yeah. Shout out to
There
friends.
we go. Heck yeah.
All right. And back in Unravel.
Sweet.
What is the plan? Dio, I guess? Stun Seekers? Ico-Sane, I think you needed that platform.
Yeah.
I haven't really been watching Ico-Sane's screen, they've just been in 4B. But, yeah, you kind of need that platform. This is the problem with 4B, it doesn't let the commentators talk about what you're doing, because all that's changing on your screen is just, oh, exec went wrong, or oh, exec went right. That's not the best stuff to commentate.
Yeah, 4B likes to take its time.
Yeah. Oh, wait, we had to quit out. Okay, that's... I know I said I don't like you being in 4B because I can't commentate it, but that didn't mean to leave.
Keep going in 4A, I guess. I mean, it is reasonable if you're like struggling with the chapter. 4B is very difficult, but it's also kind of tough that you made so much progress there.
Right. This is a pretty difficult spot for Echosain to recover from, just because, like, spending that much time while your opponent got objectives working on one thing is not a good use of time.
Yeah.
They're behind on progress without a skip and without really any, like, anything to show for it. They don't have objectives, they don't have progress to other objectives. Does Yadogami know where Theo is? I'm going with no. I feel like this is cheat sheet said it was in search moment. Yatogami, it's up. Not that up. The other up. It is a berry.
Then the berry.
I don't think this berry counts for anything, but it's a berry. Search for Theo and search. True. Is this up? No, not that up. Wrong up again. The other up. Correct. The middle up.
To be fair, I think in my first playthrough, I got 100% long before I realized you could even talk to Theo like that. So I think it's reasonable to like not know where this cutscene is. I do hope they find it though, because
surely, like, they at least get a couple of Seeker Stones doing this, right?
this is true. It won't be for nothing.
She's circular final look for it myself. Call the Seeker. Please. Okay.
Seeker stones are easy to do until you actually need to do them.
Seeker
Yo,
kill!
let's go! Seeker kill is so high.
Also 8 keys. I guess that's also a thing that you can do in search.
I failed to consider the 8 keys. Well played.
I did also fail to consider this.
Well played, Yagami.
Yep. Commentators having no clue what's happening in the video game. I think, to be fair, I do think Yadogami is still looking for Theo. Like, I don't think the key was intentional. I think they're looking for Theo and just ended up with a key. They still look confused. No! I've decided it's further into search, but it's not. This berry does not help you. This berry counts for nothing.
If there's anything, the 4 Theos is definitely not contestable at the moment. So
Yeah.
can always come back for it, like look for it another time. Which I think is reasonable.
Yeah.
Especially if you want to like try to get like the fast late game objective.
Surely Echo Saint come back with 4 Theos. Also, like I was saying, finally in 5A.
All right.
And Yoshigami is Stunning Seeker. Fair enough.
Might as well.
Yeah, I mean, get the 20th. Just leaving it on 19. And then dies. True. Very good setup for that Seeker stun. I approve. Take your objective. Stop frogletting at me. Take your objective.
Man, I don't.
I love delaying objectives.
I don't think you really can delay, considering you don't know where your opponent is.
You can't, but also you're winning 8-1, so you can do whatever you want.
Fair.
Okay, up. Yes, up. Not quite up. There you go.
Let's go.
Remember. Double cutscene? Nah, sad. No double cutscene.
Like I'm saying,
I can say.
pausing and
Okay, still going.
okay. We're so back.
I was worried that might have been like a GG call. Which, I would not blame Ico for calling GG in this situation. This is not an easy place to be, especially on stream where you're trying to like look good and impress people and just being down this much. But stay calm. Can still do this.
Yeah. I believe. As long as you keep moving forward, and trying your best. That's all you can really ask for sometimes. Maybe like a cassette.
We're not in depths. That makes sense. Why are we in depths again? Why are we out of depths again?
I think we are debating cassette.
Why?
Maybe not.
Start. You have berries here already. There's nothing else.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Yanagami is looking for cassette here. Finish off four cassettes.
But it shows on the thing on like
I don't
sequence selection.
think it.
Oh, actually, maybe that's only if you've completed the chapter.
I think it's only if you completed the chapter. I don't think I saw it when they were like selecting checkpoints.
That's fair. I don't know. I haven't paid attention to that in a while because
That's okay.
it's TM. Where does Yadogami think Eikosane is? I think they don't think about where Eikosane is at this point. Like, at this point, you're just like, well, I guess I'm playing in single player until proven otherwise.
Ooh, maybe this is a 5-5 play.
That is 5 berries in that chapter. It would
I
be
wonder
really
why they were
funny if
getting-
Eikosane's first take in like in this long is 5-5, where it's like, where have you been? Okay, still, where have you been? That is the least informative possible take as to what your current location is.
See, that's the mix-up.
Yeah. I remember a Longo game where I ticked off keys in search and a mess order simultaneously, and then proceeded to tick absolutely nothing in any specific chapters for 20 minutes. It was very fun. I thought it was actually having a breakdown. Like, where have you gone? How did you take both of those?
Nice. Yeah, this is definitely a 4 Hearts 4 cassettes play.
Yeah. Which makes a lot of sense. Would have preferred to see it in 4A just so you can get some berries while you're there, but this is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, yeah.
I think there's just like a little bit of like, oh, I skipped 4A, why would I go play that chapter? But like, just because you skip something doesn't mean you shouldn't play it. In fact, going back and playing the chapter you skipped is a very common tactic in Bingo.
Yeah.
We even have a name for when you skip 3A to play 4A and you just almost immediately go back to 3A. It's that common. Because 3A is long, 4A has fast objectives, sometimes you want to skip, but then just go back to 3A for having a lot of objectives.
Yeah. I wouldn't thought it'd be kind of a difficult thing to like think about how like skipping something during a bingo game doesn't necessarily mean you can't go there.
Yeah.
No, I struggled with that myself. I think it's completely reasonable to think that as well, but I think it's good to think about you aren't like completely locked out of going to where you skipped.
Yeah. Skipping isn't about like not doing the chapter, it's about getting to do what's after it faster.
Yeah, exactly.
Will Sweet Arb ever happen? No. I'm not going to like say that with confidence, but that is my answer. GZ for small G. What does GZ stand for? I'm not. Good Zoom? I'm not familiar with the GZ.
Can't say that I am either.
Good Zame, surely. Yeah, true. Is it like good job, but good zob?
I
I
do
keep
wonder
trying to
what
think of words that start with a Z, except all of them start with an X. Like xylophone.
True.
5 bears and 5. We have 2 objectives. Let's go. It goes orange.
Let's go.
Come back, real. This is how Icosane can still win. Disclaimer. No.
Oh, we were thinking about Sweet, I think.
You thinking about it?
They definitely hovered over it for at least a split second.
Yeah. Oh, wait, 2A? True. Getting postcarded again? Not 2A?
Crossing yard?
Crossing out. True. Dashless chasm. Okay. Gonna get a 3rd objective. That's good progress.
Yalagami finishing 5A. I wonder what they're going for next. Gonna press into
My
Summit?
guess would be Summit. That's just there's 5 binos and then just very safe progress playing to be done.
Yeah.
I'd kind of prefer if they went other places to get like a faster win con, because at this point the way you lose the game is by your opponent having progress when they haven't signaled it, and this plays into their hands. Granted, that's not the case, but you don't know that.
Exactly.
Like, this is the proper play given information you don't have. Therefore, I want you to do the proper play given the information you do have.
Could potentially go for core and get the core berry. That's not too long, I don't think. There's crossing hard.
Yep. And there's the tech.
Huge.
Oh, wait, I'm looking what's wrong on top. Wait, why are we getting the gem? There's actually not a gems objective this time. There is one, but it's 2K and 2.5 yet. I'm not hallucinating.
Oh no, missed the wings.
Correct. Why did you get the gem?
Maybe they weren't aware of the fact they could just like backtrack and like after in like the tall berry room instead of having to
Maybe.
go through the gem.
Yeah, but like you can just not go through either of those. You can just keep playing the level. Sweet Arb? Yo, Sweet Arb?
Let's go.
Yashigami, I need you to win this game really quickly now so that I can be correct. I beg of you. So over. I'm gonna be wrong about bingo. It's never happened
Tragic.
before. Dash this chasm win. Already. It happened last game, you missed it. Actually, no, you didn't miss it. You were watching. You've seen Dash this chasm.
There can never be enough dashless chasm in the world.
True, except Dash this crossing instead. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Score
getting
is
12.
12-3. However, we're seeing Sweet Arb, so who is really eliminated here? That is in fact all berries and sweet. There you go.
Go.
Also, props to Ico-san for not calling GG. I know it's very tempting in situations like this to just call
Yeah.
GG early, but I appreciate them playing it out. Let us see the rest of the bingo game.
For sure.
Dash, let's chasm.
Dashless chasm now. Uh-oh. Struggling with the neutral zone. Wait. 1,500-meter demo? Oh my... Wait.
And beginner bash?
Hold on!
Let me put this man in
Wait a
expert.
second.
Checks pronounce. As an expert player, I don't do this strat. What? Yeah, so I'm gonna put this man in expert.
Holy
does not belong
moly.
here. It's lies and not slander. That is not the right word for this. It's lies still. He's not a beginner bingo player. Sounds salty. This... I'm not salty. This is not a beginner bingo player. Beginner bingo players don't do 1,500-meter demo. This is amazing. Do you get the... Oh, salt. I don't know anything about salt. Who is salt? Suck at bingo, but you do one demo in 80%. I mean, I do multiple demos in 80%. It is like good gameplay, but I don't do that one. Oh right, yeah. So like beating everybody in beginner bash and then being in advanced bash the same cycle. Yeah. Wait, there was Pico on this board? Oh right, 15 berries.
Yep, 15 berries.
True.
A very reasonable play at this point, but I think it's still...
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's very hard to say like, oh, you should have been doing this when like, realistically, you see the spot, this position of the board, and like, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
You can just, all you can do is hope and pray, and like, I don't know, maybe they're not doing that, but you know, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't know their religion. Or their stance on how full the glass of water is. Good job missing Barry. Love missing the other 80% Barry. Pico Bear counts for 8 link. Yes, no.
Like, so true.
I tried to make a joke and then I realized the funniest thing I could do was just say no. Nice. Okay, wait, yeah. The Yatagami also just did hacking ASS. Why is this? Someone teach this person how to route when getting another intermediate bingo player. Angle side strat. Fine, I'll call it the actual name. Ass. You happy now? He has a very nice ass. We all saw it.
That's crazy.
You're welcome. I'm gonna get flamed so hard. Random, stop cursing on stream. It's not my fault, it's Twitch chat. What I just run stream to? We're talking about Yatogami's nice ass. I think that's what the N and the NL stands for, not sure about the L. I'm sorry. I should not be allowed to be on commentary. This never ends well. I always end up saying something. Alright, this does look like Yatagami knows where the last gym is, so should be seeing a GG very soon here as they're taking their 13th objective.
Yeah.
Unless skill issue. Never mind.
There it is.
Good game.
GG.
Well played to both players.
Yeah. Very well played. That was a tough board to route, I will say.
Yeah. Both of
So-
those boards were very tough to route. Like, I will say we've been getting generally harder to route boards as we've been updating the generator, somewhat intentionally, because we're trying to get rid of boards that are just like very easy meta routes. But
Yeah.
like, oh my gosh, have I been seeing some extra hard boards to route in this beginner bash?
But yeah, all things considered, that was pretty well done.
Yeah. All right. Well, I am heading off comms to be replaced by someone.
I believe.
There was a conversation earlier. I don't know what's happening. There you are.
Hello.
Hey, Bullet.
All right. Well, I will
Yeah.
see y'all later. Enjoy the bingy and the bashing and bullet.
Thanks
Other
for the comment.
B-words.
Alright, yep.
All right. How are you doing, Bullet?
Doing good, doing good. Been
Good.
watching these games from the chat side of things. It's been really interesting.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a good time. I think Beginner Bash is a super fun event.
Yeah, Beginner Bash is always one of my favorites. It's just so good to see just so many new players and faces. It's just
For sure.
yeah, hello everyone to chat as well. If you've been enjoying what you've been watching or think, maybe I want to give a try to this as well, even if maybe you're scared to play in front of everyone on Twitch here, you can also play just against anyone if you join our Discord, which there's the link to it, and you can always just ping for games and matchmaking.
Heck yeah.
I could say there's bingo happening literally every single day.
Yes. Bingo of many varieties, many skill levels. There's no shortage of it.
Yes, I do definitely recommend joining. Also, if you want to be just more up to date with any of the other events we have besides the Bingo Bash cycles as well, everything we post in the Discord. Alright, looks like we have our bracket on stream.
Heck yeah. Just finished up with Yamagami and Aiko-san. Moving on
Yeah,
to
so Steven with 2 wins secures their place to play in Day 2 tomorrow. There'll be 3 other players who will also make it tomorrow.
Heck yeah. Well,
There'll be
Remind me of
game
the
between
format.
Quentin and
so it's the players who win both games in winners bracket, and then whoever makes it out of the losers bracket move on to the finals tomorrow. Is that correct?
yeah, exactly.
Perfect. Okay.
Yes. So
I know how this thing works.
yeah, so of the 8 players today, everyone gets 2 chances essentially to make Day 2, and if you lose 2 games in total, then you're out, otherwise you make it.
Yeah, I will
Yeah,
say
randomly
it's
finding
like-
out the games tomorrow will be in a semi-finals and then final session, and I believe our finals are a best of 3 set.
That sounds about right.
Alright, we have Yalti versus Skybreaker 42 coming up next.
Oh, I can't
these
say that
players.
I'm... Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Yalti Aido has been around in this community for a long time. I know they've been around longer than I have, and it's been almost 2 years for me now.
Oh wow.
They've definitely played Bingo dashes or events here and there.
Yeah, that's super cool.
Yes, Skybreaker I'm not too familiar with. I did watch one of their games yesterday in pre-recorded set. As you saw, not all of the games that we showed in our bracket were showed here live because then it would be so many games to both show and
Yeah.
host.
No, for sure.
Yeah, and so that's also one of the things we do is that we also have a team of volunteers, referees, commentators, and a lot of other staff on the back end as well, making all of this happen, bring you as smooth an experience as possible.
Definitely. There's a ton going into each and every bingo bash. Like there's like the restreamer, aviary.
Yeah, huge shout outs to
Yeah.
Aviary, not only for the restreaming, but also for a lot of work on the organizational side of things.
Definitely, they have been working hard.
Yeah, and finally, of course, a big shout out to all of these players, these brave volunteers who have decided to showcase their games, both their execution and their bingo, to all of us here. This bash literally cannot happen without the players who play in it.
Absolutely. I think it's super cool to see people like come out and play.
Yeah. Alright. But yeah. Quick little break after those two intense games, and we will be bringing you more very shortly. Oh, I see there's been a question in chat. What level is beginner considered in this conversation? Oh yeah, that's a very good question. So,
Yeah, for sure.
normally for beginner, if you had to put like numbers on it, normally just very roughly we sometimes use the any person score time, but it doesn't directly correspond. And for beginner, I would say at least anything above 45 minutes up to like even over an hour. So like in my experience, when I joined Celeste community, my any person was 1 hour 5 minutes. I did have more big good holidays because I'd been just watching CCOM events for 2 years by that point, and I think I fit in pretty well at that point. Normally it's for beginner, it's do you have just enough confidence in your execution that you can essentially just finish the game in one sitting. Maybe I'd say maybe in an hour, maybe a bit more roughly. And otherwise, a lot of beginner can also just come to like effort you put in, which is to say, if you put in some effort to learn where some berries are, where some binos are, where like some checkpoints are, etc., it can go a long way.
For sure.
Alright, we have a board on stream. Let's see what jumps out to you.
What jumps out to me? Okay. Let's see. I am definitely reading the board.
Alright.
So I see 2A, 2B, 3 blue, 3 red.
Mm-hmm.
2 cassettes. Definitely a thing. See
Yeah,
some
that's
I like a little bit of B-side action, which I always love to see.
yeah, it's always cool to see some B-side synergy in our boards.
Yeah.
One of the things I like to look at first is just what's the really early game, your city and side objectives looking like.
Yeah.
Usually on the first foot here. So I see there's Grabless 1A on the board. There's also one up in 2A.
Yeah, 1 up in 2A.
There's some interesting
4
wing
wings,
synergy
5
with
wings.
4-winged and 5-winged, yeah.
Yeah. Could and
2 cassettes is also pretty early.
definitely.
And finally we also have Read Poem and Awake.
I think with the 5 wings and then seeing Stone Shear 10 times, 3A starter, maybe not done first pass, but it's definitely there. Elevator Shaft with Theo, I could see 3A being played very reasonably.
Yeah,
You also
definitely.
can get the cassette for or B side. I think 3A is generally pretty good on this board.
Yeah, this issue with that big synergy like you mentioned. Although there's also some interesting things with 4A, because you have all buried start off 4A as well as 10 snowballs.
15
And
buried stories,
also,
I think.
oh yeah, honestly, I'm liking skipping 3 as well, because one of the things also is that if you compare your, normally it's most bingo games, you would have one of two routes. Either you skip chapter 3 and then you play 1A, 2A, 4A, 5B, or you skip chapter 5 and play 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A. Those are your two sort of fastest way to get access into the Faction and Summit. And usually that's sort of the standard that most players would go for. And so if you look at that, the 3A skip route gets you an extra B-side, which can be really useful when you have some B-side synergy. So that's also something worth considering. Alright, VC Hyunk does enable Grabless.
Nice. I think Skybreaker is looking to do so as well. Alright.
Okay, we have a race for Grabless 1A. So Grabless 1A, of all the Grabless chapters, it's one of the ones that's not very affected by the variant. There's a couple screens that can be a little tricky, especially towards the end of Chasm.
Oh yeah. I could definitely see Chasm 5 being a little bit problematic if you, like, especially if you aren't like going up the left. But
Yeah, ooh, Hyunk's been trailing that Big Berry for a while. Does get it though.
nice.
Always playing with the hearts a bit.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's sort of, if you ignore just the very final room of Chasm that just goes right, it's the two rooms before it that I think of as the more challenging ones. Okay, Hyunk is going to... Alright, thinking about going for the heart.
Oh, okay. About to learn here that you are able to activate blocks with Grabless by using Grab.
Hyunk is asking something. Yes, you are.
Yeah, it's complete.
Yeah,
It's
so that is-
completely. Yep.
You can go.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's completely legal to like use the grab button to like activate blocks. In fact, they're actually like grabless depths actually requires you to use the grab button to grab out of bubbles. So you are perfectly allowed to use the grab button with grabless.
Yeah, definitely. And we also see Skybreaker going for the Cassetto here. Something interesting to note just at a level is that Chasm is funny in that if you just finish 1A and then come back to go for the cassette, you pretty much don't really lose time at all, just because of like how Chasm basically just forks off from the very first room. And
Yeah.
so instead of having to play the scrap list, that's one thing you can do, which is just finish it first and then go for it. And it's like, they did manage to get the cassette back in Chasm, and they still have a lead by about 2 rooms. So this can still go to anyone, believe it or not. Although, oh no, Honk? It looks like Honk is still playing Grabbers, but no longer... Oh no, they do have the variant enabled, okay. So, yeah, this can still come down to the final few rooms, although this current room they're in, it can also be a little bit of a struggle. Okay, Hyunk is also going for the cassette, so Skybreaker would definitely win Grabless 1A. Yeah, and that's one of the tricks you can do as well to make that final room a little bit easier, which is that you can just activate the block so it gets out of your way, and then you can go back down onto the spring and up the left wall.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, for those of you who are not used to doing this room from the left side and you take the block from the right side, unfortunately you can't do that with the Grabless variant. So this left wall is your only option.
having a bit of trouble with the final up dash.
Yeah, this is surprisingly like it's a lot trickier than it sounds because it's a lot harder to control your position as well. And okay, we do see the objective itself turning purple, which means a
Alright.
little bit of a spoiler for us, but Striker does get it.
I wonder if Yonk recognizing this does turn off the variant.
Does not seem so. Oh, no,
there
there it
we go.
is.
There we go.
Okay, so Hyung does know that they are a bit behind going out of city over here. I wonder if that will affect how they're doing. Also, a funny little thing where Hyung still do a couple neutrals. It's so difficult when you're playing something grabless for a while and you stop playing grabless to remember I can grab again.
Yeah, for sure.
I've had that happen to me sometimes, especially after playing something like all of Grabless 3A, and then you go into 4A and you're still trying to not grab. Alright, this... Yeah, doesn't look like Skybreaker's going for a 1-up. That does make sense. In my experience at least, 1-ups tend to be really risky at a beginner level. Going back for them later, I think can work out better, but just doing them first, they're just such a you either get it or you just lose everything sort of objective. There's a lot more scarier than objectives where you can sort of make progress towards them room by room.
Ooh. Accidentally collecting a few of the berries. I think just opts to like ignore the 1-up.
Yeah,
Or are we going for cassette? We're going for cassette now, okay. Wonder if
okay, this does win them 2 cassettes. That is good, and I believe
Yeah.
they should still be advantage to getting the poem. Actually, no, this is very close. If both players race over here to get the poem bit awake, I don't know who's gonna win. Oh, Yonk is still going for the cassette. Okay.
I think that's fine, especially with the few like B-side objectives. That could be a play you want to go for.
Yeah,
But
the other thing I'm
maybe
also
not
not
this
sure
one.
is what's the stream delay between our players? Because sometimes it can happen where the stream we're seeing from one person is in real time behind the other player, and so while we see one player already do it, it takes a while for it to transfer to the other player's stream.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be a 2v4 play.
Oh. See, I was thinking about this a little bit. Like, I could definitely see 2v being played, and then skipping 3A. But
You know, I like this a lot. So one of the things that I think gets pretty important in bingo is, I guess, sort of the first step to bingo routing is having a plan and doing it. Because that's usually, if you at least have a goal, which is like, I'm gonna do so it's like, I'm gonna get these cassettes, for example. I'm gonna contest the 2 cassettes objective. Then that's good. But the next level to that is, can you adapt your plans rather, mid-game as the circumstances change? Because no matter how much you plan your own side, you can't really ever know for sure what's gonna happen for your opponent's side. Or sometimes your own plans don't go how you think. And this can be one of those cases where seeing the fact that, okay, I'm behind in 1A, I'm behind to getting these cassettes. If I keep playing for Poem, I likely lose it. So instead, I'm just gonna get something else instead, playing 2B.
exactly. I think 2B is a very good play here. Try to like open up some sort of win condition when you're already like you said, you've already been revealed that you're behind to some other like 2A objectives. So I think this is incredibly reasonable.
Yeah, exactly. Also, know that at least for my own philosophy, more so regarding bingo routing, is that I like at least having some advantages for myself, even if I may be behind in objective count. And that's what the case is over here. We see where, well, yeah, Honk is down 0-2. Honk still has that this extra B side and that extra 1A blue heart, and that is something that can potentially be used later to convert into an objective lead or a lockout or anything else that helps towards the overall goal.
For sure.
So did Skybreaker not go for poem? I guess not. In this case, they won't really get punished for doing that because Yogdi has no real progress towards getting that, but it now makes you think if Young just kept playing 2A, maybe they would have won for It's just one of those sort of random things about bingo where something may seem logical at one point and then as more information is presented.
Exactly.
It's all these hindsight questions. Alright, Skybreaker did thus the collab and decide to skip 4A. That does make sense. That is like one of the biggest decisions you would make in a bingo game is where do you commit your skip? Because that's one thing that's never coming back once you use it. You press that skip button and your skip's gone forever. And so that's definitely something where you have to be at least thoughtful about what do you want to commit.
I think what makes that especially interesting is that it kind of, like, with Skybreaker already being in 4A, that might make things difficult for Hyonk's, Hyonk's potential plan to, like, do 2A, 2B.
Yeah, I think 2A, 2B they can still get by playing 5B because even if Skybreaker gets it, they'll need another B side. There's just all of these other objectives. One, I think it's really not gonna happen because one of the funny things that can also happen regarding these skips is that sometimes being a little bit slower can really pay off for you. For example, if Yonk loses another say minute over here trying to get this hard, then Skybreaker will take all very start of 4A before Yonk has to decide whether to skip or not. And then Yonk has an easy choice. I'm just gonna play 3A because they skipped it. Whereas you can also have a situation where Yonk just barely makes it out before and then presses that skip button. And then a little bit later they see the objective go the other color and they're like, well, my skip's already committed now.
Yeah.
Okay, and that is to be done. Let's see, this is one of the bigger decisions over here. What does Yonk do? Do we enter 3A? Do we skip? Oh, we're going back for 1B.
Interesting, okay.
And there's the Alberry start of 4A tick. So Yonk does now have the information. They can still quit out anytime and go into 3A. They at least now know they probably shouldn't just skip 3A. So let's see what this does. The thing is, this still does not get you 2A sides, 2B sides, because you've only completed 1A side.
Yeah.
It might be a bit premature to play this. It could also work out. It depends a lot on what you do with it as well. So at least for me, there's sort of two things I think about when I'm committing to something like this early, like something anti-progress. One is, what am I giving up by not, if I stay away from what's the normal path, which is to keep playing progress. And in this case, if you're talking about skipping 3A, then there's not much because you pretty much lose anything you're like progress-wise contesting because Skybreaker just that far ahead into 4A. And 2A sides, 2B sides, you're still kind of doing it right now, so that doesn't get affected that much. That's one consideration. The other consideration is, though you're likely doing something that isn't going to be contested for a long time, so how do you play to that? When do you take those objectives? How do you delay them? That can make a huge difference.
That is true.
Because you can really confuse your opponent by taking something you were delaying while in the middle of doing something else, and then they won't think you already have a progress to this new thing. So yeah, while I definitely prefer Skybreaker's position over here, I think Hyunk does have tools in their arsenal right now that, if used properly, can get them a lot. But it is going to be difficult.
Yeah. Definitely. I do wonder. I'm just now seeing the objective 1 bino in 5 chapters. I wonder, did Hyunk get any binoculars in 2B?
Honestly, that's a good question.
I don't
Not
think
sure
they got the
if-
first one in 1B.
Yeah, there's also binos in 2A Star. I don't know if either player collected those. Okay, they're
Oh,
definitely not getting this.
not going for this one.
Yeah, so I don't know if players know this, but just as a fun fact to people in chat, if you do not have 1A, 1B binos, but you have access to its checkpoints, and you want to get a bino, you can enter the second checkpoint, which I believe is Contraption, and you can just backtrack one room and get to the bino. So that is actually one of the faster binos to get in the game. I know it especially, it especially comes up in things like cheat mode, where you have access to all the checkpoints, where, yeah, you can just backtrack from it. Which
No, I
isn't
actually
something
did not
I
know
thought
that.
of until... Yeah, it's not something I thought of until I was told, because one of the things I've noticed about Celeste is that it feels arbitrary what screens will let you transition back and what don't, especially when you enter in checkpoints. Because a lot of times it looks the same, it's just a blank wall to the left, but a lot of checkpoints don't let you go back, and some do.
Yeah, that is true. I think that's why I failed to consider that. That is a
Yeah, definitely.
really smart.
It is. Yeah, that's like one of the interesting things about Bingo, where there's a lot of these tiny things that pretty much just get passed between players to players through word of mouth. It's new players sometimes like have someone say, "Oh, by the way, you know you can do this, or this works like that," and they're like, "Huh, I would have never figured that out myself." But
For sure.
it's like a part of the community. And speaking of other such things that you don't really think about until you're told, one of the things in that's really relevant in Bingo, because this is basically just saving you time for free, is that you know how when you complete a chapter, you have that end screen that has all these like fairies go up, and the heart, and the cassette, and all of this stuff, just telling you all the wonderful things you did in this chapter, and you just want to keep going on. What you can do is, I believe by default, this works in Big Celeste as well. If you press Enter on your keyboard, or I think it's Start button on a controller, it will just skip that. Now, Bingo UI itself also provides a setting which, if you turn on, you can press your Confirm button. That's the one you normally use to like confirm a skip cutscene, for example. Just any buttons. Then it will just skip that entirely, and that's just something that you don't know until you know, and then you never not do it, because it's always just going to save you time.
Exactly.
And it's quite a lot of time as well. Like, over the course of a Bingo game, it's at least like 30 seconds.
You'll run into a ton of different tallies, like throughout your games. So having a way to skip them is it can be very helpful. Turning the map instead of skipping cutscene can even skip that entirely. That is true. I think it even saves you from like having to watch the end screen, even though it is already still like shorter because of Archie.
Yeah, definitely. So just to explain that a bit more. Normally, you know, when you enter checkpoint, you have this like whole like cutscene happening, and there's this like really cute end image of Madeline doing something.
Yeah.
And what happens is that takes quite a lot of time to happen. However, the game considers that you've beaten the chapter as soon as you've actually finished it, like gotten to the end. And so if you just return to map, which you can do at that point, it will count as you have completed the chapter. It could be an A side, it could be a B side. It could also be a C side. And so that's one of the things you do. Now, we normally already help players who skip cutscene by replacing that end cutscene with something a lot shorter, which is the Parrot Archery, one of the mascots for Souls community. But that it's still going to be slower than just returning to map. Yeah, and regarding something Random mentioned a bit earlier, is that sometimes if you don't know whether your player's in 4A or 3A, you can just keep playing 3A, and if they reveal they're in 3A, then you can just get out and skip. Otherwise, if they were in 4A, you kept playing 3A, and that's also a really good point. I've also done that some points. Part of my issue also is that I have to fight that sunk cost fallacy about, oh no, I'm already halfway through 3A start, let me just finish this checkpoint. That's, I think, one of the things I need to work on more is being okay to give up progress towards something because that time is more valuable.
For sure. Yeah, doing something anti-progress can be helpful as well. I think that was kind of shown here, like 4A's start R was ticked while Hyanko's in 1B, so it's like doing something extra without making progress did end up giving them some sort of information. In this
Yeah,
case,
definitely.
In this case, Skybreaker skipped 3A. So
yeah, and all the board is currently looking like a 5-0. It is effectively a bit closer than that because Hyungti essentially has 2A sides, 2B sides secured, and they also have a lot of objectives here in 3A that they can win. And the downside though is that while they do that, Skybreaker is going to get quite a big progress lead.
that is true.
Oh yeah, I only just noticed there's always a rescue on this board as well, which is really interesting because you have this B-side synergy with playing 5B, but you just have a straight objective if you play 5A instead. And Hyungti not having revealed any information about their B-side progress means that Skybreaker might just want to go for 5B over here because it's also faster. Whereas if the 2A sides, 2B sides, or something like just 2B sides, and it was ticked, then Skybreaker could say, okay, B sides I am very disadvantaged to, I'll just play 5A.
For sure. And then you also have like Celestial Resort B-side. I'm trying to like think about how this could go through.
Yeah.
And essentially, once you sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Once you end up ticking 2A, 2B, you're like, I feel like Hyungti will be completely in control of 3 blue, 3 red, and can essentially like just have that on a stranglehold, while also keeping Resort B side. So they can spend their time doing other objectives and not get punished for like waiting on doing the other B side.
Yeah, that is definitely true. There is an interesting thing to note though with that also is that Hyungti has only done the 2 fastest B sides, which means that the third B side they will go for has to be considerably slower in comparison. Whereas if Skybreaker plays some like 5B, they just have to do 1B and 2B, both of which they already have the cassettes for.
That is true.
Oh yeah, I was not paying attention to the Vig situation. It's interesting to see that 4-Wing still hadn't been ticked by Skybreaker, because they did have access to 2-Wing berries in 1A. They did get the Awake Winged. I remember them specifically doing that. And then 4A does have a Winged in Old Trail. So, but once they get this Wing, now they'll also have access to 5. I don't think Hyungti was really in a position to be able to contest the Winged, unless they went into 3A a lot sooner, because while they had the 2-Winged in 1A or access to those, they played 2B first pass, so they didn't have access to Awake Winged.
Oh, I think Skybreaker. Oh, when is Skybreaker going for?
This might be another attempt for the 1-up in 2A.
Might have
Uh,
a pause call here. I think there's a
Yeah.
string issue.
Okay, like a little bit of technical issues with your stream, but we will have everything streamlined shortly.
For sure.
What a freeze frame, though, Chris.
Where
You're
did
so
this
right.
happen?
I'm kind of in my head. I'm thinking that Oshiro portrait right now is a Hyog maybe thinking, what's happening to my computer? But yeah. Holy fate. Another thing I did want to note is random name also bedshed like one of the funny like a quirk about Oshiro stuns, and this is also something that unless you intentionally go to stun Oshiro, you would never think of. Is that specifically in 3A, Oshiro after every 2 times he rushes at you, he just like takes a break to breathe for a bit, and so it's faster to just stun him twice, retry, then stun again, then retry. Just go 2 and 2. He doesn't do that in 3B or 3C though, because by that point you're supposed to be able to handle him at his full power. It's just little quirks like that. I think
Definitely.
I would say that's also one of the things. I won't say necessarily intermediate, but one of the things I've seen about going from a beginner to intermediate level is also just having a lot more of this knowledge about needs like time saves in bingo, a lot of which are like knowledge based time save as opposed to your Celeste skill based time saves, like such as skipping the tally at the end, for example, which is just if you know how to do it, you just have to press a button and it saves you time.
Exactly.
Okay, and looks like
I
we
think we are
have
back.
Young's stream back. Yeah. So without
Sweet.
further ado, we will be calling for a resume. Meanwhile, Hyung's stream giving us a secret to the conversations happening on our bingo board. So it's one of the interesting things about having a client. Oh, it's Skybreaker as well.
Interesting. There's about like a second difference between our streams.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing about the bingo client chat as well, that we got to confirm exactly what the difference between their stream delays are. Alright, yeah. Let's see how this 1-up attempt goes. 1-ups, I think, are one of the biggest sort of, I want to say hurdles, but the things you need to learn, especially I think once you're getting into advanced, because up until then they are just really scary. Collecting or dying is very common, whereas by the time you get to that level, you're comfortable enough with them that you can even like start doing them fast and start doing speedruns. Oh, Skybreaker's not gonna have enough. Okay, I think if you just collect this right a little bit. No, that was 1,000. Unlucky.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and I think 2-way start specifically, one of the disadvantages of collecting as opposed to dying is that if you die, you can just go back and get all of the berries. If you die with the seeded, you don't have to do the seeds again either. The berries just remain
That is
there.
true. That is true.
Okay,
Does
I
actually
think
get
Skybreaker. Yeah, they do get 15 berries in 2A. That would help for 15 and 4.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I think this is kind of exactly what Healthy needs, which is Skybreaker spending time getting this sort of early 2A 1-up objective. That at this point, it's not gonna help them for the berries either because they already have the 15. So this is all just for one objective. That while this is an objective either player could go for, it's also a slow objective or a risky objective even that doesn't work towards anything else. And this is giving Hyung time to catch up in progress. I don't believe Skybreaker has progress beyond depth. So, yeah, I think once Hyung finishes 3, they might even be in the lead because they can just finish 4A. And oh yeah, getting these collects along the way. So here's if you never explain the way the berry collection works is that if you stay on safe ground for I believe it is 9 consecutive frames,
Yeah.
then you collect the berry. And note that it has to be safe ground. So some things, for example, you can stand on top of that traffic block there because that isn't considered safe ground, so you can't collect the berry there. And there's other places as well where you can just stand without collecting. But otherwise, you have to keep sort of just spamming either a jump or a dash, just anything that will keep you off the ground because 9 frames surprisingly isn't that much when it comes to it. You can very easily just collect berries. Technically, it is also possible to extend a hyper without collecting, but it is pretty tough.
Yeah.
Or a super. Alright,
That's
we are
pretty tough
finally
going.
seeing wing berries being done.
I wonder if Skybreaker's gonna go back to Ridge, get the 5th wing.
Yeah, I think
Or
partly over here it could also come to a knowledge check where maybe they just don't remember that there is a winged in Old Trail. Because it is
That
kind of
is
out
true.
of the way. It is like at the top left of the first room in Old Trail. You might just forget that, oh yeah, you can actually go up there.
Yeah.
As opposed to
sure.
some of the other wing berries that just appear on your screen right as you're playing the game. Like the first winged in 1A. Or the winged in 3A.
Yeah. And vouch for the cheat sheet. It's very, very helpful. Shows you where all the wings
Yeah,
and
so-
the seeds are, shows where the binos are, gives you the heart codes.
Yeah, so that actually picks up a new question, which is regarding exactly what are the rules regarding lockout. And the rules are that you're not allowed to, of course, you're not allowed to watch the other person's stream or watch Seacom stream here, so you can see what the other person's doing. You also aren't allowed to get like external help, like someone else telling you what to do, what to route, etc. What you are allowed to do, however, is use any other resources. Yes, you can use a cheat sheet. You can also just look up videos online about how to do something or where something might be. You are allowed to do all those things. Granted, they will cost you time, and you have to spend your own time looking at these resources while your opponent gets to keep playing. You don't get to call a pause just to read what the hardcode is. But it is still a lot of times a lot faster to just look something up than to try and like muscle your way through figuring it out. And that is also something, like, Googling videos to do, it's something that has happened on dashes before. Or especially something like Googling what the reflection blue hardcode is.
Exactly. Shouts to IGN.
Yep. Alright, meanwhile, Hyunk is getting these Oshiro stuns over here, and... Yeah, since Hyunk is at retrain, you can see over here where Oshiro stuns at you, and then Oshiro stuns again. And then he just sits there for a couple extra seconds, just waiting.
Yeah.
Although in this case, it's not really going to make much of a difference. Yeah, there's also some other tricks to how you do Oshiro stunts. I like jumping and doing a down right dash. That's sort of how I try to aim it. But I think different players have different strategies to go for it, so long as you have something that works for you.
For sure.
And that's 10.
Sweet.
Meanwhile, Skybreaker is going for more early berries. They have a lot of berries though, 51 already, 13 in 1A. This also brings up another interesting point regarding routing, which is these berry synergies, the 15 and 4 and the 10 and 4, while they are, like, it is synergy. These berries can take quite a long time to get, and usually they can't, if your opponent makes that hard call, which is, I'm just not gonna go for these berries, and your opponent is going for them, then that's just so much time you can save.
Yeah.
And so there's always these like berry mind games that come up, because berry count, it's something that's just so hard to gauge what a player has. I mean, you really just can't know what if the other player has been going for berries or not.
Yeah. Just as an example, in Skybreaker's perspective, Hyunkti could have 11 berries right now just because the start of 3A Arb tick could just be start of 3A Arb that they got. They could also have lots more berries and could be ahead of you to 65. You can't really gauge how many berries your opponent has in this position.
Yeah, exactly. Oh wow, 65 is also on the board. I somehow missed that. Okay.
Oh yeah.
It is interesting. I wonder if Yong could maybe even steal 5 winged here. If they did get the 2 winged berries in 3A, they can get Old Trail winged and then the 2 in 2A in 1A. Especially because if Skybreaker doesn't go for the Old Trail winged, and they also don't backtrack into 3A, they're gonna have to be all the way in Summit to get another winged berry.
Yeah, going to 500 meters is maybe not how you want to like get your wings if you have access to others.
Yeah. Another thing I really like that Hyunkti is doing is that they are delaying their objectives. And delaying is something that, especially once you're starting out in beginner, is just really, really scary to do. Because it's one thing to get locked out of an objective where it's like, okay, you tried for it, you didn't get it. Maybe you shouldn't have gone for it, who knows. But it just hurts so much more to already have something and all you had to do was tick that button, but you didn't, and you get locked out. But that fear of over delaying is what we say when you're delaying something too long and your opponent ticks it, is something that it can really help to get over, because delaying is, at least in my opinion, one of the most powerful tools in Celeste Bingo, which doesn't come up that much maybe in other bingos, but it's like the way Celeste Bingo itself works, it can be really, really powerful. And you can win games when you have much slower execution as well, just through really good delays. Because they can essentially get both your opponent to waste time as well as cause confusion. Alright. I believe Hyunk also did finish 3A, correct? So then they will have 2 A sides, 2 B sides. Or did... Okay. Yeah, so they're just here to get the cassette and the key, and then they should be able to go into 4A. I also just realized Poem and Awake had still not been done.
That is true.
It could also just be a case of the Tarek or the players just kind of missed it, or maybe they don't remember exactly where it is.
Hyunkti would still have to play through the entirety of 2A, while Skybreaker can just go straight to Awake.
Yeah. Oh, Hyunk is going for... Is this for Winged Golden for 5 Winged Berries?
This is crazy. Is
Ooh.
this what's happening? No.
I respect it. I also kind of feel like it would just be faster for you to get the Winged in Old Trail. And yet you progress.
We are now.
I respect it.
But I respect this a ton. This is no, just kidding. Just kidding.
Okay.
Just kidding. Okay.
Okay, we're getting... Oh no, we're gonna... Okay, we're dashing. Oh, speaking of Poem, there it is.
We now have Poem Awake.
Oh, Hyunk dashed there in the first room, right?
I think they restarted chapter then.
Yeah, but then they again dashed and retried, and I don't...
Well, as long as they didn't transition through the screen, then it'd be fine.
Yeah, I can check what happened, but okay. They dashed and died, and then they played dashless, and they did beat the first one dashless, so they are good.
As long as they
Almost-
as long as they don't transition through a room after they dash, they should be fine.
Yeah. I'm pretty surprised at how much like they Golda dash the stuff you're seeing in beginner. It's cool because I think that I was in beginner vague Golda was just the one thing I never wanted to do, even in int. It's just curious to see players, especially willingly going for it. Although given the time this is gonna take just to get one objective, I think Skybreaker is going to have a huge lead, even with Yonk winning this. Although I think, like, just looking at things in hindsight, based on what Skybreaker's been doing for the last, like, 10 minutes, I think Yonk definitely could have been in an advantageous position over here if they recognize that if they just sort of rushed more progress, they could have been forced into late game, which, okay, I've been talking about late game, but there isn't much late game here, is there? There's Summit Blue, reach rock bottom, and reach 2k7p, so never mind, I guess having that progress is just not that useful. So yeah. Okay, Skybreaker is now in 5B. Just those two A sides, two B sides get picked. Ooh. We do see that tick happen on Skybreaker's end, but they are gonna keep playing. Okay. As this does still help towards 3 blue 3 red.
That is true.
Okay.
Hmm.
Do they have a win con in late game?
That is a that is a crazy message.
Yeah, sure is. Because they just need 4 more objectives. There are 3 objectives in late game. They also are heavily advantaged towards 65 berries, and they can also just do that while they're in Summit. There's also finals, which I honestly just cannot tell who's gonna win 1 by 5, because it feels like they both have had access to a lot of finals they skip.
I think they're abandoning point golden.
You go into 3B.
3B.
So 3 blue 3 red play along with Celestial Resort card. So
Yeah.
one of the things over here is that if you're in Hyung's position, which is you're down by a lot of objectives, and you still want to maximize your chance of winning the game, you need to now do the objectives that your opponent is going to want to do. You don't necessarily have to exec race to them, but you are going to have to lock them out. That either can happen through a straight race or it can happen through delays, but one of the prerequisites to locking your opponent out is doing something that your opponent is going to do. And the problem with 3B over here is that your opponent just isn't going to do this. So no matter how perfectly you delay this objective, it gets you no value. Because your opponent loses precisely no time due to you having done this. And so that's just one of those things, which while it is hard to judge, I think Tiebreakers just revealed enough information through their picks that, B-sides are not really something you're going for. And if it just so happens that Skybreaker decides, I'm 2 B-sides behind, what if I just go for 3 blue, 3 red, then, okay, maybe they win that, maybe you are advantaged to that, but they spent so long doing that, you still are gained more by not going for it now. So I guess it's the long-winded way of saying, when you're behind in such cases, you need to think not so much about what I can do, but rather, what is my opponent going to want to do and what can I do about it?
So somehow
Hold on,
we might not be punished here because Skybreaker's doing 2B. Maybe going for 2 blue, 2 red. Maybe 1 bind, 1 5.
it's so funny because it's like the moment I say all of this, Skybreaker's like, what? I'm gonna prove you wrong. I'm gonna make it Hyunk's turn effort.
I'm going to contest this objective.
Yeah. Although to be fair, I think even with Skybreaker being in 2B right now, I don't think Hyunk should be in 3B.
That is fair.
That's kind of what Figure is all about. It's a lot of Figure routing is just if it works, it works.
This
Yeah,
is
but
true.
I'll also, to be honest, also a lot of the stuff I say is not so much this is like the only way or the right way to do it. It's more so like if you want to move further up in the Wingleslave, then this is sort of what you're gonna have to start thinking about or start doing. And so it's like if the situation, just analyzing it from a higher level, that is sort of what I would think. Although
Yeah.
if they were to, for example, John could have been going for Vin Golden here, and we might think, okay, maybe it's not the best. And then maybe when they're 5 rooms in, Skybreaker also goes for Vin Golden, and then all of a sudden, he looks like a genius. And yeah, that happens. That even happens at times, especially at a beginner level. But also, Big Bronx is calm is also entertaining again. That's very big over here. Half entertainment, half actual knowledge to improve your bingo. Or just follow along to what's happening on the game at more than just the visual level. Oh, do we know how Hyunk is with the 3 blue hearts they're going to need? They have City Blue for sure. I don't remember if they have blue hearts in 2A or 3A.
I'm trying to think about it now. It's I cannot remember.
Yeah, I think we will soon find out.
For sure.
But yeah, I think only just a little thing I would also comment on is that we do see that Skybreaker here is playing with the full file timer where you both see the overall file time as well as your current chapter time, whereas Hyunk is not playing with either. And like you're perfectly allowed to just not have the timer on. You'll see it higher level almost everyone does because just having access to that time can be really useful. There are a lot of times where I time my delays based on just that timer. Where it's like, okay, I want to do a 1 minute 30-second delay on this. The current time is 44 minutes 15 seconds. I'm gonna take this when I get to 45 minutes 45 seconds, for example. You have to be careful that some things don't advance the time, but generally, that's one of the ways I time a lot of my delays, is by looking at my own file time.
That's smart.
Yeah, and then a lot of times, so I guess, okay, this might get a bit more philosophical on my routing, but at least my routing philosophy is just I want to be thinking about as few things as possible, and because I just don't want to overload my head with stuff. So a lot of my things is just looking at what's important presently and what stuff that I can sort of just know I can't think about. And so it delays one of the things with that is if I've already made the decision, okay, I'm gonna take this when my timer hits so and so, I now no longer have to keep thinking about should I take it, am I delaying too much, etc. I'm like, I made a decision, when the timer hits it, I'll just take it, and that's it, that's that. And so it like frees up more mental space to even like focus on exec or focus on other aspects of routing.
For sure. It's having to make less decisions.
Oh! I was gonna say they finished 2B and like, did they touch the heart? That was so close.
Oh,
I was
no.
sure that was gonna make it. Okay,
There we go.
Well,
Something
right,
to
meanwhile,
know.
Jumpy is in the second half of 3B now.
Yeah. I presume going for 2B, I'm most likely to see another B side, maybe?
Yeah, I think I would like to see 5B as the B-side Skybreaker phase. The reason is that you're not gonna win any objective unless you do 3 B-sides. And if you are gonna do 3, you can do 1B, 2B, but then you need one more. And 5B also just is your fastest option, and it also gets you access to those late game objectives. Which right now, you're on 10. There is 3 things in late game. Although
is
they
true.
are scary to go for because Hyung realistically could or should also have access to those. Okay, this is another attempt at the 1-up in 2A.
Alright.
Three bears in, halfway there. Alright, we're just holding our breath. See if this works. Okay, you can just walk down to the left now and get that berry. Oh, okay, it does get taken. Okay, they do collect the berry, but there still is one more.
Yeah.
And...
There you go.
Alright, they get it. That's
All
how
done.
you do a 1-up in 2A. Alright, 11 objectives down, 2 more to go. What will they be? Ooh, Winter Resort. This could be a play for 5 winged berries, which considering they have 4, they will be getting 5 winged in about a minute. And then they can also have another recondition, which is if they keep playing 5-8, there's also the Berry Rescue. Although, one of the issues also is that while we, as the audience and the commentators, know what Hyung's been doing and what their progress is, Skybreaker can't really be all that sure. And so, that's, I think, one of the things that happens to me as well when I am leading by a lot, is that while I am in a better position, don't get me wrong, I would rather be in that position than the opponent. But also, I have so little information about my opponent that everything is kind of in that like shrouded with doubt. And also, it becomes my game to lose at that point, where if I am wrong about what my opponent's done, and then I can just get locked out a whole bunch, it can be really demoralizing. And so, it can still be scary to figure out how to close a game. And that's also something I was kind of earlier, which is it's not uncommon to see big leads in beginner games, but even with leads like this, you see games going another 20 minutes. And, well, speaking of that, this game is over. GG's.
GG. Yeah, well run by Skybreaker, getting the last berry for 65 with a wings to get 5 wins.
Yeah, that's so nice to just kind of get those like 2 objectives at the same time.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, well played to both players.
Very well played.
Yeah.
Very interesting anti-progress kind of board. I think just so much in early and mid game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's it's a lot harder than it looks. This is not meant to discourage because it is also a lot of fun, and it is also fun to just get into it and keep playing. But having to sort of juggle both the thinking and the playing, it takes a lot of time to get used to, and at some level you never get used to it anyways.
Yeah. It is unfortunate too, like seeing stuff get like locked out, like potentially 2 cassettes, and then what else is there? The wings, the binos could have swung the other way.
Yeah, I think a couple swings here or there are just a little bit of difference, or even just if Skybreaker did more of what Hyunk was going for, things could have been a lot different.
For sure. But that is that is how bingo generally goes. Things can go either way. That's how it went today.
Yeah. But yeah, as I was saying, it's just to me, like one of the things about beginner bingo is just games are almost never over because it's like it's always like the bigger lead you have a lot of times the longer it even gets to secure your next objective. And one of the things, like I said, happens, which is that when you have so many objectives and you know so little about your opponent, it's scary to commit to any particular thing because everything left is now long and you could get locked out of anything. Or sometimes you think, okay, what if my opponent's just being like delaying 5 objectives this whole time and the game is closer? So it's a lot scary to be in that situation where the game is kind of yours to lose. One of
Yeah.
the things that I don't think comes up in specifically in beginner verse that much is that, and there's also like competing thoughts on this, which is multitasking in an endgame situation. So basically what
Yeah.
this is saying is, let's say I have maybe 11, maybe 12 objectives. I just need 1 or 2 more things. Now I can decide, let's go for, let's say, 65 berries, and then I go for it and maybe I can get locked out, and then I can decide to go for Summit Blue and get locked out, etc. To avoid that, I get a few berries, or maybe like different example. It's a Reach Rock Bottom and Summit Blue. You can't do both at the same time, but you can do a couple chapters of one, and then a couple checkpoints for one, then a couple checkpoints for the other, and you're gonna lose one of them, but then you're gonna win the other one. And that's a way you lose some time to trade objectives. And so there's just all of this different like meta level strategy that's in bingo. But what I love so much about Celeste Bingo is that while there is a lot of depth to it, you don't need to worry about that depth unless you want to throw yourself in it. Especially at this beginner level. So much of this doesn't matter. You can just pull up the game and play and have a good time without really thinking about all of these complex strategies.
Definitely. It's one of those fun things. You can go as far into strategy as you'd want. It's very similar to like just a Celeste kind of like playing mentality. You can go as far into gameplay and strategy as you want. There's so many different levels to it. I think that's what makes Celeste and Celeste Bingo very, very cool.
Yeah. And yeah, we are waiting for the other game to finish up, which after that we'll have our next 2 games happening.
Okay.
And yeah, while we wait, it's I don't know. Yeah, GG's, that was definitely an interesting and hard-fought game, Young. Yeah, sometimes that kind of happens. I would say, for the future, if you're not sure about something like that, you can ask a question, like directly asking one of the referees or orcs that are active at the time. So you can like ask a clarifying question without having to just reveal it to your opponent as well. Or you can just keep playing, and if you do something wrong, then we will point it out.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and speaking of depth to Celeste, there's also a lot of players who are like even playing at more higher level, more advanced levels of bingo, who also are have their sort of strengths more so attributed to their execution, where maybe they may not be thinking as strategically or as much in depth about the routing, but they sort of don't have to because they are just faster, and so their strategy could just be, I need to just figure out what to do, and I know I can win those things. And that's also like one of the things that also comes up is different people have like really different philosophies that are tied to their own sort of personality even, which is like for me and a few of some like random name in chat where it's like our mentality is I am always slower, how do I route this? Whereas there's maybe some other players for whom it is I am faster, how do I do this?
For sure.
Yeah, see you, T. Thanks for playing, and
Oh,
it
thank
was
you.
great having you.
Yeah, well played.
Yeah, those well played games. Oh, no. What's with the music? I'm not sure I get the reference to it. Got halfway to 13. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, it's good monologue music. Yeah, I think
Yeah, for sure.
Hawks definitely good. They had some really interesting, really creative modding options and ideas in that game.
Absolutely.
Ah, okay. It's a good several objectives.
Oh, we are moving to one of our active winter
Alright.
side matches.
Yeah, this is the other match that is currently ongoing between Tishk and Brendan. We love the Green Overload.
Heck yeah.
And it's 12-10. It is a tight game. Although it looks like Tishk is in Celeste Resort B side. Brendan does it. Unless Red is videoing this right now, I think Tish just finishes this and wins the game.
Yeah.
So all clip was 5A 15-5. These are not objectives you want to see on your end game bingo board. So long. Oh yeah, definitely. Hunk did put up a really
Yeah.
good fight.
Absolutely. I love what they were cooking. It's like just a few unfortunate things happened.
There were so many times in the game where I was like, I think they can still win this. Or like, they are going on the right track.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to note on this board, blue and red heart and golden rage was ticked by Tish. I wonder if a certain checkpoint was played grabless.
Oh yeah, so for the chat, Tishk is an enjoyer of Grapless of the Storm, which is the final checkpoint of 4B, and also it is not a part of normal lockout, so don't freak out. You won't have to do it if you play Bingo. But we've had some other variants of the generator. We could think this is a part of something we call Longo, which is just longer objectives, and it's been a part of it, and Tish just really enjoys it.
I think that's based.
Yeah. But yeah, she's in the final checkpoint of 3B now. Just a couple more rooms, and this match will be decided. Now Bremen is gonna make it to the cassette.
I wonder if this was an attempt to like snipe Resort B.
Yeah, Tish gets, I think, in terms of routing, Tish is one of the strongest players in this bracket. She also has a lot of experience routing at a higher level. Now, if some of you are wondering, routing at a higher level, how exactly does that work? And I'm glad you asked, hypothetical viewer, because we also have this version called Katango, which is sort of this bingo where you're taking from Keep Talking No One Explodes, where you have 4 players playing 2 teams of 2. And in each team, one person just routes and the other person executes. So while I said in like lockout, it's cheating if you have someone else helping you. In this case, that's precisely what is gonna happen, where you have the player who's playing the game not even looking at the board, and whereas the other player is just routing, and it's a really nice way to just have a chill game of bingo while yeah, and that is GG for the game.
GG.
Yeah, that just leaves 2 more games for today, which will be coming up. Both of these next games are going to be on stream, so don't go anywhere.
For sure. I'll say I had no idea that Katango was based off of Keep Talking Nobody Explodes. That makes so much sense.
Yeah,
I
that's where the
I
name
never
comes
made
from,
that
and now you
connection.
know.
Oh my gosh.
I did either until I was told, and I was just like, "Oh yeah, that makes so much sense." Oh yeah, 30-10 games. For Tishk, yeah. That's definitely solid. Oh, good you asked. So we do have the bracket that you can view on the link, and you can see all the games that have happened so far. We know for sure that Tishk and Steven are going to be making it to the semifinals, and the other two players are going to be decided in the next two games. So both of the next two games are essentially elimination games. Whoever wins makes it to the next to tomorrow, and whoever loses does not. The two games are between Renton and Metagami, and between Starling and Skybreaker. Yeah, there was a Katenko batch a few weeks ago. You can check that out on the Twitch channel itself. We also have a YouTube channel where we upload VODs from our events, so you can check out events that have happened anytime in the past on the YouTube. Honestly, if you want to play Katango, you can always, if you join our Discord, which here's the link once more. We have a specific ping rule for Katango itself, where if you just ping for the matchmaking, you can find players to play it. Yeah, it's really chill. It's definitely one of like, if you feel more like intimidated by what you're seeing on stream about just regular lockout, I am, but you're still interested in bingo, I highly recommend Katango. And one of the things also is that if you think the routing is difficult but playing Celeste is fun, or if you think the routing is fun but I'm not that good with playing the game, then you can choose which one of those two you want to do. It's definitely a really good way to get into. There's also some other versions of it where it's you can have experienced players either routing or being the executions, and then you can learn a lot just by walking through the game with them.
For sure.
Exactly. Like randomly say, you need no experience to do it. Yeah, and speaking of ways to get into bingo, there's also Blackout, which is a board like this, but instead of having two players competing, you just do all 25 objectives by yourself or co-op in a group, etc. And that's also something you can even ping for. Yeah, it's also a good way to get yourself accustomed to the objectives, to doing them, to seeing where these objectives are, where are my binos, where are my gems, where are my berries, and in a way where being slow doesn't really cost you anything because you can't get locked out in Blackout.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say Lockout, Blackout, Katango, those are kind of the three most popular bingos that we have. And while our regular batch cycles are in Lockout, we do have events happening. Like for example, we've had Blackout events earlier last month that you can check out. So there was the Katango a couple of months ago, so we do showcase more of our variants as well. But these traditional batch cycles are all Lockout.
For sure.
And yeah, there are a lot of games happening. One of these also is that nobody minds getting pinged for roles in matchmaking, so don't worry about it at all. If you think, oh, I have some time right now, I'd like to try something, just ping.
Yeah.
More often than not, you would get a response. It does sometimes happen that nobody's around or free, but that's usually rare. Right. We are, however, now going to have Benton versus Yatagami. I believe we've seen both of these players playing earlier today. I know we've definitely seen Yatagami, but this is going to be a game where the winner makes it to the semifinals tomorrow.
Heck yeah. I think I'm gonna be heading off. Welcome on in, Isaac.
Hello.
Right, hello, Isaac.
Happy to be here.
I think I'm going to be seeing myself out here, so have fun with the rest of Beginner Bingo.
Right.
Thank you. We're looking forward to it.
Heck yeah.
What do you think of the games happening so far?
Yeah, I've
Anybody here
only
wants to
just
sit up
tuned
here?
in. I've only just tuned in for the last match, so have there been any other excitements today that I'll have to go back and see?
Yeah, I think the games that will be exciting. And if any of you viewers in chat also only recently tuned in, you can always check out the games that you've missed because the VODs for the event are always going to be available on our Twitch as well as on YouTube later. In terms of games on stream, I don't recall there being any really like close nail-biting games, especially towards the end, but all of them were still quite interesting. I think one of the things I did notice, however, is like in most games, one of the players did have a sizable lead going into the mid game, or especially coming out of the mid game. But all the games still have been winnable from the side that's behind, just really, really difficult. I don't
Yeah,
think we've
for
really seen
sure.
too many of like upsets where the person being behind early has won, but that could always happen. That's happened before, and we will see.
Yeah, it is something that I feel you see more often in beginner matches, is that one player will take a pretty commanding early lead. And really, I think that's just because players don't have as much experience learning the ways that a game can be winnable, even after you take an early loss.
Yeah,
That
that's a very good point. It's that sort of it's like I was saying before, it's the first stage where you can make a plan and go with it. It's like a much harder step where your first plan fails. How do you still play? It's a lot harder to come out of an early game 4-5 being the 4, for example, where you need to figure out how do you still get objectives while your opponent's getting the stuff you wanted. And okay, we have a board and a players on the stream. Anything your first thoughts?
Well, I gotta read the board. And one thing I'll say, especially for any new players in the chat, learning how to read the board, really important part of getting into bingo. My tip that I still use in every game I play: find an easy objective. Like here I see talk to Theo and awake. And then if you go over 1 and up 2, looping around, you'll find more easy objectives. So if we go over 1 and up 2, you'll see all berries and chasm, also an early game objective. Over looping around again, grab list start of 4A, and what is the other one? It's gonna
Yeah,
be
one up in
one
two
up in 2
chapters.
chapters and City B
And
side.
Forsaken City B
objectives.
side.
So based on
That's
how the generator works, you're always going to be able to find the quick objectives in that pattern, and you can use that to sort of make your first pass plan on what you're going to do in the game.
yeah, that is a very good tip. I also tend to just look at those sort of fast objectives first, try to just figure out what's my plan for the early game, which to me I classify the early game as city and side, all the way until you either commit to or skip Celeste Resort. And yeah, it's just what am I doing? So thinking of what situations can happen. Sometimes I even think of, okay, my opponent can either do A or B most likely. What am I gonna do in either case? So for example, something where maybe it's like all berries in start of 1A is on the board. I'm thinking, okay, either my opponent gets it or they don't. What am I doing? And so just thinking about thinking more complex things and opposed to just focusing on that early.
And then in this game in particular, there's not a ton that's super viable, as Kristen pointed out in this game. On this board, really there's a lot of objectives here that might be quick that you should not do right now. Certainly something like Forsaken City B side is not something you usually want to go for early on. All berries and chasm I could see a player going for, especially around beginner. The time loss there you're less likely to be punished for. But then really I have my eyes more on Ridge Cassette, Grabless start of 4A, and maybe let's talk to Theo and Awake if you want to get that along the way. I think an early an early resort skip, even just playing progress to get there, could be pretty strong here for an early lead.
Yeah, I think like resort over or skipping resort over here makes the most sense. An interesting thing about seeing Grabless instead of 4A plus cassette, something like that, is that so long as you're maybe not more than like 20 to 30 seconds behind, you can just secure one of the two. Because what you do is you play Grabless, you go for the cassette, and if you lose the cassette, normally they're still in that bubble that takes another 5 seconds to send them back. In that time, if you are not in the room, if you're in the room, you can just retry. Otherwise, you can just leave, and you should be forced to finish for a start because there's only 2 more rooms left to do. And so in that case, while yeah, you don't get the cassette in that case, you still trade the objectives 1-1 instead of giving your opponent a really easy 2-0. And so there's moments like this where the difference could be something like if you went for Theo in a wake first, you suddenly lost so much time that your opponent won both of those. So I think at a higher level, this is really interesting. Part of me, this is not going to be...
There's also just, I was going to say on the
Go
4A objectives there's a good lesson in greed here, that it might be really tempting to say, oh, cassette is fast, I should just do it while doing start grabless. But if you haven't practiced doing that cassette grabless, and even if you have, that's, what, 15, 20, 30 seconds of time loss that you're going to take, and risk losing grabless start of 4A, or losing the cassette to someone who was just playing without grabless. That going for both can, at times, be a worse idea rather than just going for one and securely getting it.
That's a very good point as well. Sometimes you have to decide to intentionally give up on some objectives to get a better position with others. And we see Brendan is going for these berries in Chasm, going for all berries in Chasm. This is a really deceptive objective because it sounds really simple and fast. It's just 5 berries, it's in 1A, you can just get them. But because of how scattered these berries are, you lose a lot of time getting them. And as we can see, by the time Brendan does get the objective, it turns green. But at the same time, Intigami has almost like a 30-40 second lead,
yeah.
Probably even longer.
By the time Brendan finishes 1A here, yeah.
And the other thing also is that now that since Brendan has ticked Chasm, all berries in Chasm, it means that Unigami can know, okay, they have to have spent time doing that, which means that even if his first plan was to skip Theo in a week, let's say to watch that 4A start, now they can just go for it and do Theo in a wake because they know they'll still have a lead. Although
oh wow, we see a site skip from Brendan.
A site skip and a restart to get a 1-up again. My take on 1-ups early is that if you want to go for them, go for them. In beginner, I don't even recommend doing them first pass, but if you die to a 1-up or lose it or fail to do it, just keep playing, don't go back for it. It's usually just not going to be worth that time loss.
Yeah, so back to the site skip from Brendan, that is a really, I would say, commanding choice. I'm not sure how well we'll see it play out for them, but you're giving up your ability to use your skip later and a couple strong objectives in 2A. What's he going to be able to get from it?
Yeah, exactly, because
all berries in Shaft and all collectibles in 3A, along with Oshiro stuns. I'm assuming we won't see a 1-up in 3A.
There's not gonna be.
Brendan might be going for
trying it. Okay, if Brendan gets a 1-up in 3A, that might be like probably one of the single most hype things that happened in a beginner bash ever.
Well,
this will get me 3
breath.
berries, although this backtrack is nasty. I guess you can
You want to be
upright
buffering
dashes.
those upright dashes. I will say Brendan,
1
collect is tragic there, but it's not over. Brendan did look pretty confident with a 1-up in 1A earlier. So
yeah, I think a random yard was an expert with doing 3 1-ups so good, he just does them grabless. I think you do normally skip those left side berries, but there's also avoid this you can do, like you can smuggle in the first 2 berries if you get if you just pause buffer like that one cutscene interaction skip and then just jump. Oh yeah, this place in
Okay, and
particular,
Brendan has
those two
collected.
ledges, I collect there so much.
Yeah.
That's a nasty
3A is really never a place that I'm thinking about doing a 1-up in bingo. It's difficult, and it's just going to be slower than doing it in 1A, 2A, or 4A for any of those early 1-up objectives.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather do like a grabless 4A one now. Which, honestly, if your practice with 4A 1-ups isn't that bad, but if you find 4A 1-ups scary, then don't do it grabless. But yeah, I also think it's like one of the funny things about those ledges is that something that's normally like a good thing, which is ledge correction with the game being generous, actually comes out to hurt you because now when you don't want to collect your berry, the game just very kindly puts you on top of a ledge.
Alright, Brendan going for round 2 here, but if he continues this, he's going to have to continue this berry train into Mess Hub, which is really not a fate I would wish onto anyone.
Yeah, the good thing is that you have 4 berries, so you don't have to do by the way, and then a 1-up
He
entirely in
has 3
huge mess is
berries.
possible. It's an interesting puzzle. If you don't know how it is done, I am not going to spoil it for you because it's genuinely a fun puzzle.
That said, not a
thing to
puzzle you want
note,
to have to figure out during a lockout match.
Oh, I don't think it's a good puzzle to do, like execute. I think it's a good puzzle to think about, because the puzzle over there is that buttons collect berries when you touch. And for the puzzle, you can't bring in any berries. You have to do a 1-up using only berries in huge mess without bringing any in.
Oh yeah, and Random Name
yeah,
has
I guess-
pointed out this 1-up is no longer going to be possible.
And now, no. I
Especially
think
with
before
these
this one
collects.
collect it was, cause actually no, that goes into the puzzle, so we don't have to talk about it. Anyways, we do see grapplers for a start happening on the other side. Believe they did get a 1-up in 2A.
I was too busy
Yeah,
watching the 3A
they did.
play. Okay.
I can't blame you. Oh yeah, so for this coin grabless, oh yeah, I guess you can just do that. What I normally do is if you archie that bubble, to archie is to demo into the bubble, so it moves you actually 1 pixel up. Then you can just do an upright to get to that coin as you did, and normally I just left dash back out, but I guess you can also just jump out. Alright, I think this is going to be a grabless cassette attempt.
Yeah. And Yamato can't know this, but we can know he does have a lot of time to get this, I would say. I don't want to estimate timings for Brendan to make it all the way into 4A start, but I would not be worried about losing this one on time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You might have had their name pronounced slightly wrong. I'm not fully sure what the correct way
I
to
think you're
say it
right.
is.
Reading skill issue.
Alright.
I only know how to play bingo.
Okay, they do get the cassette and grab a start of 4A. Although, I think in terms of just sheer progress, Brendan is ahead because of... Oh no, wait, they're not, because they skipped something.
Brendan has
Right,
used
that's
the
why they
skip.
look ahead.
Yeah.
Oops, not me forgetting some major event that happened literally 5 minutes ago.
The drama of the 1-ups was too strong.
It's wrong.
Yeah, so
Yeah, side skip
Nakagami-
into 3A 1-up is a play of all time.
going for 4A blue heart. Very reasonable decision here with 4 blue hearts on the board. It's one of the faster ones to get. I don't remember if Yato got the other blue hearts, but even still going back for blue hearts, probably a little bit later into the game, will be very reasonable.
Yeah, I think so. Because there haven't really been anything to take in 3A, I don't think Brendan will give away information about the side skip. So at least in to that end, Yatsugo, we will have to be careful about the fact that, like, from their perspective, exec could be contested. Although if Brenda does do something like all berries in elevator shaft and ticks it, then Itkami can know, okay, all of these 4A, 5A objectives are safe. But, oh, I missed Itkami turning 3A at some point. Okay, what is
Yatogami is in 3A. Must have been after finishing Shrine, or before even finishing Shrine.
What is here to do? There's all collectibles 3A, but so definitely not getting berries for that. All berries in elevator shaft is just a
But he's
single
gonna
one.
lose
Is this
that,
for blue
yeah.
hearts? Is this for... Oh, they
And
do
quits
put
out
out
to
into...
re-enter.
Okay, I think the re-enter is a mess menu. Yeah.
Yeah.
The funny thing though is that 4 blue hearts kind of just isn't contested for a long time, because Brendan will have to make it all the way to 4A blue. Although, it's not too long.
Yeah, actually, going into
No, I think
3A
Brendan is ahead
here,
to it.
yeah, should advantage Brendan, because finishing out 3A and then getting the other blue hearts, even though they've sight skipped, getting the sight blue hearts super quick without any progress needed.
Yeah, and...
But still, 4 blue hearts is not something that really I would encourage players to be thinking about still this early into the game. It's something that if your route makes sense for it, you should go for. But there's not much other synergy here. I would just grab the blue hearts that you can if they make sense.
The only synergy I see is core blue, which is not something you're gonna do for a long time. There is, in a way, some synergy as well, which is that you do need to get the key in depth, and there's also objectives in 5A, such as Mirror Temple A side itself and All Berries in Rescue, that it might be worth just getting the 5A blue heart along the way. Okay, looks like we've had a little bit of an issue regarding the Talk to Tia and elevator shaft tick, which is that for Tio cutscene and just any cutscene objective, if you can tick the cutscene objectives as soon as you start the cutscene, but you can't skip cutscene. So you have to keep playing until the game naturally gives you control back.
Yeah, fortunately this one is pretty minor. It's very easy to re-enter Shaft and watch that cutscene later. So, and unfortunate to have to go through that and lose some time to the rules clarification, but not the worst possible thing for Brendan here. That objective will still clearly be theirs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alright, that's a quit out at Presidential Suite. I might go back for the cutscene.
That's what I would expect here.
Yeah. You don't
there isn't really anywhere else Brendan can be going.
The funny thing is, part of me wanted to say, you know Brendan has skipped 3A, so this should be safe. But on the other hand, Brendan also, or Yadagawa has, but it also has skipped, like, gone back into 3A for a bit, so... I guess objectives just aren't safe in beginner. Although I will caveat that by saying another thing, which is there are a lot of times where you can do what is technically an unsafe delay, but it's still a good delay, because losing that objective like that is actually beneficial for you. The big example I can think of is, for example, in this case, if as Brendan you delayed both your elevator shaft objectives, and then for maybe another few minutes, and then you see, oh, you over-delayed them. You have to go even back into 3A and won the objectives. Okay, that is bad. Or let's just say you lose one of the objectives and they win the other. You just lost an objective. However, you gained vital information, which is the fact that your opponent just played like 4 minutes of anti-progress for one objective. And now that information itself, you can leverage pretty well.
Brendan is back in huge mess. I didn't exactly see why. Is it because
very
he missed a
confused.
berry? Ah, the
Wait,
bridge
where
berry,
is...
of course.
Oh, for all collectibles 3. Oh wow,
Yeah.
Brandon's pretty much doing all collectibles 3. They have everything except Seed Berry. This
Yep,
is
so now
definitely
I
not an
assume we'll
objective I
see.
recommend doing this early. It will take you double-digit number of minutes to do, and there's also not that much synergy. I would just getting the berries in Shaft and Sweet I would recommend, maybe with some fast berries. Normally what I would do in such cases is to just get the 4 berries that's 2 in Tiles, 2 in Books, because those are fast, and then later I can come back and just play chest berries into the bridge. But needs to be the reason is that early game objectives take a lot less time per objective than late game, especially if you offset progress, like time lost to getting progress. And so you don't want to be doing slow things early, you want to be doing fast things early and do slow things later. It's a general rule of thumb. Do fast things
Yeah.
early.
On a board like this, if you're gonna choose to play 3A, I could see something like Shaft Berries, Sweet Berries with Oshiro stuns. Of course, talking to Theo is quick, but
Yeah.
playing through all of Start Arb and Huge Mess Arb, it's not just that they're slower and you're gonna lose time to your opponent, but if your opponent is contesting those later 3A objectives, you're not gonna win them because you've been spending that time doing something that doesn't get you any immediate progress.
Yeah, definitely. That's also a very good point.
So we will
Yeah,
see
and
now Brendan's gonna be up 5-2, but it's a bit of a deceiving 5-2 because he has no progress to pretty much anything else left on the board.
I really like this team that's here. You just have no reason to just tell Brendan. And as I say that, it gets ticked. But, you know, what's still a good little bit of delay. But yeah, I see Alcohol 3 is getting ticked. One of the caveats I would put to doing slow things early is that if you manage to also waste a bunch of your opponent's time, especially early on, then sometimes something so could be worth it. So just
It
in
can be
lockout,
possible, but so for something like this early game, there's not much payoff to doing those like 3A start arb early.
yeah, and I think because with going for all of that, Nguni just has the lead now to go for 4 blue hearts if he chooses to. Which he'll of course at least unlock unraveling first. Yeah. One of the things also I would like to emphasize more in general is that it's easy in lockout to just think of what I need or what I can do and sort of just think about like yourself. It's way harder to think about your opponent and especially like putting yourself in your opponent's shoes, thinking what your opponent wants to do. Another level is also thinking, what does my opponent know? And what are they gonna think based on it? Because a lot of times you can also deduce, okay, based on what I have ticked and when I've ticked them, my opponent also has a certain understanding of what I've been up to. And once you really start looking into all of these things, is when you'll see so much improvement in your routing. To me, I think that's sort of one of the single biggest advice I can give is think about your opponent, think about their perspective. And it will help you a lot. And so one of the things that gives you also is things like something like 3 full clear over here. It's just from my opponent's perspective, when is Yotigami gonna actually do it? Like almost there. Oh, do they get the one up? They don't!
Oh, so
heartbreaking.
close.
That would have been like
That's a
within a second.
heartbreaker.
Yeah, normally the timing is really lenient. You get like almost like 3 seconds between your berry
Yeah.
collects, but this that was longer.
And
And that would have been one of
really
the
good
two chapters.
play, really good instincts from Brendan to be collecting those in time. If you missed that block break, go back down, collect a berry to try and keep the chain going. But it just barely missed it by probably only a couple
Yeah,
of frames.
exactly.
Okay, yeah, we do see a very delayed 35 berries tick. Admittedly,
Yeah, that
not
makes
super
sense.
safe, even though you know Yatogami's going for progress, because playing through 2A, 4A can be really easy to just collect incidental berries and get close to 35, even if you weren't trying to go for it.
Another thing about that also is that once you've ticked all collectibles in 3A, you gain pretty much nothing by dealing 35 berries because you've already indicated 25 berries in just 3A.
So we see 4A winged from Brendan. Gives them access to a total of 6 winged so far. I don't know how many collected 5, so... Oh, of course, Brendan does not have access to the Awake Winged Berry because Brendan skipped Old Sight.
True. Although the winged berries themselves are not gonna matter for quite a more time. I guess it's 7, not 8, so they can come up a little bit sooner. Although, okay, do you remember, did Yotsugame get the first winged and then quit out in 3A start, or did they not make it that far? I think they hadn't made it that far. There is no forgetting, only delight. Exactly, that's the script. Forgetting got to take objectives is just...
When I enter core with only 3 hearts, it's not that I forgot. I was just delaying getting the 4th one.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's just you were just doing the hidden objective, talk to Granny in core, which does not need hearts.
That's what it is. 3 optional Granny cutscenes.
True.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and then we have to clarify to everyone, Prologue Granny doesn't count. I mean, there is 4A Granny. 6A Granny is kinda far away.
So, Yatogami taking 20 Seekers shortly, but not doing Grabless Search, it looks like. I think that's pretty fair just because of the room he's in right now. I remember...
A trick for this room, you don't have to neutral this if you played Grabless. Go into the middle, jump upright onto that like top right bit, then the Seeker sees you. You just jump left, jump, dash left, fall down, the Seeker will hit the block, and then you can go do it. I always do it that way. It's a bit slower technically, but it's super safe to do Grabless. Just a tip for you Grabless search enjoyers.
I'd have to play that out, but yeah, that's another case where one of those knowledge checks for a beginner is a really valid choice to just not go for it. You'll still have search access, which is nothing to scoff at, and you can come back for it later if you need to clean up some objectives.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I think since you're talking about the Granny cutscenes, yeah, I think 3 Granny cutscenes like that kind of work. I think the reason the Theo cutscenes are called optional Theo cutscenes is because those are the cutscenes where you can just not do the cutscenes unless you yourself choose to interact. Whereas there's some other Theo cutscenes, such as the beginning of Rescue, where you don't have a choice, a cutscene just happens. And so I think with the Granny ones it's also kind of that, but it's just...
Not to interrupt, that was a really clean rescue berry from Yatogami there. I've never seen a clean setup like that just gets the Seeker to hit the button.
Oh yeah, that was really good, right.
As I was watching, I was like, wait, you still need the button, and then the door opened like magic.
Yeah, I think I've started to just do like a Theo neutral drop into like a Theo Vader, but yeah, just looking at that Seeker hit, that was very beautifully done.
Alright, meanwhile, Brendan is going for the 5A 1-up with some unconventional berry choices, perhaps.
I think 1-up with unconventional berry choices had just been Brendan's have won this game. Cool though. I really prevent the 1-up attempts, like the 3A. 4A did pretty much work. Oh, you can go through that with the bubble without collect.
I was
That's
wondering if the
yeah.
bubble against the ground was gonna cause a collect, but I don't.
It
Glad
might
that
be
it
like
didn't.
1%. You know what would be funny? If it would cause a collect unless you Archie the bubble and be 1 pixel high and then not collect. That would be something this game would throw at you. Oh, it's a collect.
Oh.
Okay. Bring him into depth, surely.
Yeah, well, Brendan should be able to just take some of the lower berries, right? I didn't see if
Oh,
if they've already
yeah.
gotten any of those.
Yeah, this berry is a good one to get for 1-up. As long as you're careful at the end, which
but
they are.
trailing
Getting down below can be tricky. I would honestly just keep going and just finish this in depths. Oh, they do make it.
Oh,
Okay.
it did it. Yeah.
So fun fact, this area under these blocks is not considered safe ground. I think it makes sense where if a block is the tree gonna crush you, you're not safe. So you can just stand there and berries won't collect. And that's 6.
It's very nicely done.
Oh, and as this was a race for 1-ups, that was super close.
Yeah, that's really good for Brendan to get that.
Yeah, because
Lockout.
Unicode has berries into cross it, and they also had a 1-up into it. This was like a 5-second lockout, which for 1-ups this late is crazy.
Right, so Yatagami into 6A. Makes a lot of sense there. You can get, well, bottom route and hollows and a quick heart. They maybe not my favorite choice, especially when 500 meters binos are still on the board for late game. But Yato should know that he has pretty much uncontested late game access right now, so
I don't
it
think
can't
you
complain too
can.
much going for it.
I think I disagree with that take just because I don't think Yatogami can be confident that there was a side skip, and if there wasn't a side skip, then Brendan finished 3A a long time ago. They just have to finish 4A and skip into late game, which they have finished 4A, which means that if they hadn't, and I mean unless Yatogami was able to figure out from those timings that okay, this has to have been a 2A skip, which I would be very impressed with. If you could base it off of those 3 attacks.
Yeah, there's a good point. You don't know that there has been that side skip. So, yeah, going for...
Gets a hollow gun
Quits
block,
out.
and now into
Okay.
Summit. Maybe they're just hedging the late game because they might see, okay, there might be close enough access to late game, so I'm gonna just... Okay, no man, that's not what they're doing, but
Okay.
I thought what
He
they were
has
doing
noticed
was...
Theo in Awake. I agree with this choice.
Yes, I agree with this as well.
I would say that should have been a dead giveaway that Brendan had skipped sight, but it's been so long neither player noticed it.
I'll be honest, I did not notice Theo in Awake Big on this board just because I was on the assumption if it was, it would have been done already.
I mean,
Oh,
sure,
I remember we
right.
talked about early game. I mean, it's just your average objective to be the 15th thing ticked on the board.
Yeah, naturally.
Oh look, game 7-8, and progress-wise, Brendan is behind like half of. Do you think this is unraveling? Yeah. But what is in
Yeah,
late?
he is not much.
After
really.
Summit's lost, not much. Yeah. Wait, I just realized there's all collectibles 8 as well as core blue. That's some good synergy.
Yeah, core is pretty strong here. Meanwhile, late game might be nice for Yato to clean up because he has, has access right now, but it's not enough to win him the game.
Yes. So now
7
it's gonna
winged,
be
I
like
expect also is gonna go pretty soon, but really could go either way.
Yeah, although I don't think Brendan's gonna come across winged berries for a while, whereas Yotogami is gonna find a few. And 7 is all except 4. If you're moving golden, that leaves 3. If you also leave out 3A, then you just need, you can skip 2k, which means 1.5k winged, if you get all the other ones, is where you'd get 7.
Yeah, but
Because
going
that
back into
assumes you
3A
get
just for the
depths and...
7th winged here is pretty quick. It's much better than playing 1.5k when there's not really a good
There's
reason
5
to play
gems
that
on
much
the board
summon.
though, so there is.
That's a huge investment right now when hearts and
It
core
would
are still
be.
on the board.
Yeah, unless it can get you a win con. Okay, wait, we need 4 more objectives here. If we get 5 gems in Summit, Bottom Lot and Hollows, and if you keep committing to it, you can also get 7 winged, that's 12. So maybe you go back for something like 1B here?
I think
Okay,
for
we're
4
gonna do Reflection
objectives,
first.
here, it's Forsaken City B-side, and then core blue, all collectibles 8A, 6 hearts, and you've won.
Yeah. The
Um,
The thing about core is it can be scary regarding lockouts, but I think everything here is just kinda gonna be scary. But the 4 blue is also... I always enjoy when there's like a heart objective that indicates 4 hearts and core objectives on the board, because you have a mind game where whoever takes it indicates to both players, I have access to core, I can be there anytime. And then sometimes you have mind games where the player thinks, okay, they're gonna assume I am an advantage to core, they won't go there. And then the other player thinks, okay, because they're gonna think I won't be in core, I will. And then you can just add in as much layers of mind games as you want on top. Alright, we gotta look
Grab-
diligently here that you only go
Grabless
bottom
search is
routes.
ticked. Yeah, it's on the other side. Brendan, I think here falling into a pretty understandable routing trap here that after taking Grabless Search, there's no motivation to keep playing 5A with what's left on the board. It's really easy to make that mistake as you just want to finish out the chapter. You do still see some late game, but there's nothing that you can win. You know that your opponent has late game access.
I would say generally yes, in this specific case, because Nitogoli isn't a reflection, I think this can win Brendan 7 wing with 500 wing. And that could be like the one reason this could work out. Although in general, I agree that going for something like City B or just core right away is what I would have preferably done. Alright, oh, that's also a pretty clean rescue berry. What beginners getting rescue berry so cleanly? It's always so nice to see.
Well, also, if you're going for 7 winged, I would say just play 2A.
Yeah.
It'll also give you way more fast berries to get to 65.
True.
And
that is a good point.
It's probably comparable in time with playing all of Rescue and then 2 checkpoints of Summit.
Yeah, that is a good point. This is also one of those places where counting becomes so much more important because if you... Yeah, exactly. And then if you count the late game objectives, you can see, okay, my opponent can get to 12 with this, but not to 13. So if there's a world where I can win everything else and not play late game at all, that is a thing worth considering. Or also there could be a world where you're just not gonna win late game. Although, a lot of this also hints on the fact that Itagobi keeps playing 6A here.
Yeah, bottom route and hollows is ticked. He may not have known that you can tick as soon as you enter the big room with the feathers.
Yeah, the second last room in hollows.
Yeah, I assume we'll see where he goes next. Lake. That may have been a miss menu for hollows for the heart.
Yeah, I don't see anything you can get in Lake here. Okay.
There are so many checkpoints in reflection.
Brush.
Yeah, very
Yeah,
reasonable
this gets you to
play.
5, and then 1B gets you 2 objectives.
I think
in
core
a case
is
like
better
this,
here, but I don't hate this play at all. We could see a core
Okay.
after this, or a win with some of the other stuff on the board.
so one interesting optimization is that if you have this situation where you have 4 hearts, you want to win 6 hearts and a city B side. So you can get Reflection Bow and the city B side. I would always go for city B first. The reason is, let's say you go for this heart first, and your opponent just goes into 1B right away, and then you go into 1B, you can lose city B side, which you could have otherwise won if you went there first and then came for the heart. So that's also something worth remembering, which is what order do you do your objectives in? And this becomes even more, like, I guess, meta, where let's say you need to get 4 blue hearts. And which order do you get the blue hearts in? Normally, if there's something like, let's say, blue-red city on the board, I'll get 1A blue first, because if I get locked out of it when I have like 2 hearts or 3 hearts, I would rather the hearts I have be 1A blue because it has more synergy. So it's just little things like this you sometimes think of where when you have choices, what's the order in which if stuff goes wrong for you, you would still be in a better position than otherwise.
Alright, so
Which, I admit,
Brendan,
it's a lot to think about.
yeah, Brendan is playing through 500 meters, has skipped the winged, that may be a case of getting lost, and has been also skipping the gems, so he's probably going to need to restart the checkpoint here to get what he's looking for.
Yeah, which is just really unfortunate, especially in a situation like this, where mostly all you're here in Summit for is those 5 gems. And yeah, realizing. Meanwhile, 7 Bing should end up getting secure here with going being in 3A now. I just don't
Yeah,
think
we'll see
Brendan
how
has the time to
many-
catch up.
See how
Oh, but they skipped the wing. They skipped the
Yatagami
wing.
must be going for the blue heart.
Okay, this is just the
6
rush
hearts
for
play.
6 hearts. I still think you should get
Yeah,
that
1B
wing.
is
It doesn't
faster.
lose you that much time. Like, if you had to play grabless, then it's understandable because getting that wing grabless is a bit difficult. But normally it's not that bad. Let's see if they get the Tals winged on the way.
Yeah. Also, I don't know how
Oh, yeah,
many
6
winged
hearts into
Yato
4.
has already. He may just assume that because Brendan played 3A, 7 winged's a lost objective. Which is understandable logic, but we know as the commentators that Yatagami definitely could snipe it here with correct play, if that's what he
Okay,
chose to go
That
for.
is a good point as well, and also something I am guilty of at times where I just make this early on assumption. Where sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm not going berries this game, my opponent can have the berries. And then I skip berries early game because that's my route, skip those berries, use that time elsewhere. And then I can just get into this mindset where I don't go for berries later, even if it would have been good because my opponent also didn't get that many berries. But I'm just under this assumption that my opponent must be so far ahead to this, I can't contest. Or I missed it, did they get this winged?
Brendan did get the 500-meter winged. I didn't see if Yato got the
Oh no, it's gonna be
mess
for...
winged.
Oh, we'll see now in the backtrack. Nope, they did not. So yeah.
And still skipped it, yeah. So meanwhile, Brendan
finding out
presumably
in
playing
chat.
for the last winged.
Amy did find out in
Yeah.
chat where Yotke might be going for 6 hearts into the core win condition.
Yeah.
Which,
That's
honestly,
what I
I
would
do
assume
like a
to
lot.
see.
Okay, there is no reason to continue playing 3A here.
Yeah, so we'll want to see
Like,
Yato
it's
go into
berries,
core.
but you're not... If
and
you
that
want
will be
berries, you don't
GG.
play more 3A.
Yato's looking at the board, probably counting. I know the feeling.
Oh yeah, I definitely like.
Deciding where
Honestly,
to
I
go.
like how both of these players have been playing this game. It's been really interesting, and they've played a lot of good decisions. And one thing I do want to also just caveat in general, which is that I know we as commentators sometimes might have a tendency to be a bit more critical about the players. I do want to preface something where it's like anything I say is more so like here's what maybe I would have done or what I think, because I do not think like any of these players are like wrong for any of what they're doing. And also we have both the power of hindsight as well as the comfort of sitting on our chairs, not having to be playing the game while we talk about it. So it's just definitely something that I acknowledge. I think all of us commentators acknowledge, which is playing the Bingo over there is a lot harder, and all of our players, every single game, have been doing a really good job.
Absolutely.
And especially this game,
100%.
I've been really enjoying. Oh, barely misses the win.
Alright, so meanwhile, Yato has entered Summit, presumably going for 5 gems over the core win condition.
Hey, that is
It's-
7 for Brendan.
It's not a losing play, I think, just because Brendan was not getting those gems. But we'll have to
Okay.
see. Brendan, I guess, also going
Can-
for some hearts.
Oh, I
get
don't like
into
going
core.
Reflection Blue here. That takes like
No.
almost 2 minutes. You would rather just play like 1B. I think you also have access to fast enough hearts. Yeah, like 2A blue is a
Yeah,
lot
2A.
faster.
And that should be Brendan's 4th.
Yeah, and then yeah, I think going core right away does make sense. I think what I think might end up happening is that Brendan goes core, Yadogami wins gems, that puts them at 12, and then it comes down to whether like what happens then, because I think City B is gonna be the objective then that decides everything, which is either
Yeah, it's
Because
it's a
Yadogami
weird
goes
case
there,
here. Yeah, Brendan goes core. I think if Brendan played 1B for the heart, they could have won this game. That's an impossible play because you don't know that Yato's spending so much time on gems here. But if they had somehow made the impossible read, you just take everything, you'll be ahead to core still.
I think the issue is that if you expected that, okay, I need to go core as soon as possible, then that means your Togobi is likely already ahead in core because they have had 4 hearts for so long that at that point you're just kinda end up gonna lose it anyways. So I'd rather just be greedier and do City B here, but I do understand it. The other interesting thing also is that once these 5 gems get ticked, is Brendan gonna keep playing core or are they gonna quit out to do City B? Because they should have enough of a lead into core at that point that even if they quit out to go City B and Yatogami plays core, Brendan can still finish City and be ahead. So Brendan, I think, can win this game still. It's okay, Yatogami. That's like the really interesting part here. I genuinely cannot say who's gonna win this. Yeah, that gem room is such a disaster. And yeah, but that's also one of the
Random, it's a
difficult
lot more than
parts.
beginner. Sorry.
Oh.
Just responding to Random in chat about Brendan going for the core switch to get this left side berry. It is a lot more than beginners who don't know the fast
Yeah.
strat.
One thing's not knowing the fast strat, the other thing's also just not being consistent with it. I think I am very consistent at getting to the wall, but I'm yet to figure out a good way to, like, make my way back. Yeah. Also, another thing I would generally do if I'm expecting a race to the sort of 8A full clear core blue thing is the first two berries. So this berry, as well as the first berry in hot and cold, I would just skip. I would get the other 3 berries because they're pretty on the way, and I'll race for core blue, then come back for this. That doesn't lose you that much time, but it means that you don't just lose both objectives. And you're like better able to contest core blue.
In
But
this scenario, I
that is
don't
still
think
down
it
to
makes
personal.
much of a difference. If Brendan loses core, if they lose the game.
Oh, no, the difference it does make is that, I guess, yeah, if your opponent does win core blue at that, I guess it's just trying to win core blue as soon as possible, whereas, like, the difference it would make is if you're behind into core, but your opponent went for full clear from the beginning, you can still snipe blue heart and trade the objectives 1-1. Meanwhile, this berry is always a
Fun with
fun
bumpers.
time. And okay, makes it smoothly. Alright, Yanakami just needs this one gem, and that would be 5 gems.
Yeah.
Though Brandon still hasn't entered Heart of the Mountain, which is by far the longest checkpoint here, so they still have the option of getting these berries, unlocking Heart of the Mountain, and then quitting out to go for City B once these 5 gems get sticked. Although, if they want to race for City B, they will have to go there as soon as the gems are hit. Because otherwise... oh, unfortunate hit to the... Okay. Oh, did this give a gem? Oh, that's also 65 berries. I did not realize. It's always fun to reach an objective count in berry count in core because there's just so few berries there. But that does leave this game down to just core, summit, and City B. This is a really, really interesting endgame. Oh, this gives 0 meter. I think, wait, that might decide this game. Just Yano having to play for another gem.
Yeah, if
Because this is another
Brendan
like 2
knows
minutes.
to
of this.
leave core, then this should be Brendan's game.
Yes.
But although it's the strategically best play, seeing that can be really difficult at the beginner level. So I would not fault Brendan for sticking with core and still finishing out with a really strong,
Yeah.
likely 12-13.
I can feel my beating right now. This is so intense because right now it basically comes down to is Brendan gonna make the decision? Because I think if Brendan quits out once gems are taken and goes for City B, no matter what happens, they win the game. Because even if Utagami just rushes for core blue, I don't really see them catching up. Maybe it's possible.
It could come down to anything. We don't know what either player's 1B looks like, and we don't know what Yatagami's core looks like. And these aren't chapters that you would necessarily assume players have experience with at the beginner level.
Okay.
Certainly,
I can
Brendan's
also
been putting out
see-
a really good core showing so far, but
Yeah.
we never know.
I can see a world where Brendan just finishes core before Yatagami gets 5 gems.
At this point, yeah,
Although-
it's not what I would have predicted, but
By the way, you know what's funny? I think if that happens, that might honestly be better for Yatagami's chances to win this game than otherwise. The reason being, if Brandon takes core first, Yatagami can delay, and it comes to a straight 50-50 for Brandon. Pretty much. Whereas otherwise, Brandon can just make the play to... Although like quitting out now is just really hard to do physically when you're this far in. So... yeah, I still think it is going to come down to a 50-50. So now the next question is, assuming Brendan wins this first, does Yatagami delay gems?
I don't think
Honestly,
so.
at this fight, Yatagami taking like a death or two here can be good for him. Because then they'll for sure be slower for the gems and be able to delay. 'Cause I don't think Brendan delays core ever. Because it's just a win condition for... Oh, I love it so much. This is just so intense. Ah. Yeah, okay, and the gem's gonna happen first. The gem is gonna happen first.
Yeah. Gem should
No,
be
because you can die
first.
to this room a bunch. Okay. Okay. Keep dying and then lose and then get core picked and then delay. Just do it. Do it. Give me a straight 50-50 to decide who makes it to day 2. And okay, that's a gem tick. And at this point, okay. Brendan is so far into this that I think Yatagami just wins this because they just go 1B, right? No, they go core.
Oh, Yatagami goes into core because Brendan has not signaled any information that they would be in core right now.
If you haven't ticked anything for so long, what's more likely? You're in core or city B? I feel like you have to assume they're in city B unless they were just behind you in Summit, which at that point
Yeah, could
still
have been
just
behind in
go for
Summit.
city B, right? Or maybe at least. But yeah, why would you provide core at 11? Also that. But also, does Brandon delay? Oh, Brandon insta ticks. Oh, I don't like those insta ticks. I would have like you just saw 5 gems being
Alright.
taken. You would have at least delayed it until like the first checkpoint of
And
1B. So we have a
officially,
straight 1B.
it's
Please.
12-12,
12 and
and
1B is on the board.
1B is on the board.
I cannot. What is this game? How are we here? Wait, they don't have cassette.
Okay,
They don't
Yato
have
needs the
cassette.
cassette. Does Brendan have
And
the
Brendan
cassette?
has to
I don't
have the game tell them to not go feral. Wait, they also
doesn't
don't
have
have
the
cassette.
cassette
They did
either.
Casamar, but they did go cassette. Okay. I don't know who will. This
So
this is whose
Yatogami's
1v
gonna
exactly
have
is better.
a
Nobody
really
knows.
small lead, but I'm
This
assuming
is
based on both players having delayed this for so long, neither of them are super confident with it. So I don't think this maybe
it's a 15-second
10-15 second advantage is gonna matter much.
Imagine if it does, though. If this comes out to Heartroom. Oh, no to beginners.
Alright.
Sometimes you
Players are
should do
in
it
the
up
same
front.
room.
Especially late game. But anyway, you know what? This gave us more content, so I'm happy neither players delay. Because now we get to see just pure content. 0% routing, 100% execution.
Brandon is officially
Okay.
ahead.
Brandon's
One
easy.
room.
Ooh.
Definitely looking a bit more confident in these 1B rooms. So we'll have to see
Yeah,
if
for
that'll
sure.
persist for the whole chapter.
Doing this, Skip.
Oh my
First
goodness.
try. What is
Alright,
okay.
I think that's a pretty
Damn.
commanding lead. It's 2 full rooms now.
Yeah, I think Brandon got this. Like, looking at just this level of comfort.
Yeah.
That's also one of those things with B-sides where it's like, a lot of times as beginners, you don't do B-sides that much because they're really scary, but if you do, the payoff can be huge. Like, I think it was more so into advance where a lot of my growth partly was due to B-sides. On this game, the fire one of it very 12 as the second pair. True, after attempting 3A1 up a bunch. Wait, Bender also will win this with a side skip. I just realized.
Oh my gosh, I almost forgot.
Beginner side skip.
You're right. This is it, folks. This is official. Always site skip. Even when the board doesn't look like it supports it, you'll win. There's no other possible explanation.
This is.
Alright,
I
Brendan
have
is
no
in
words for this game.
second to final.
This is just like. It's like beginner just operates at a whole different level. A beginner game is never over. And it turns green! That's the
GG,
game.
Brendan.
13-12 to Brendan. I think that's the first 13-12 we've had this batch, and it has
Yeah,
been
I think so.
nail-bitingly close. One checkpoint
I
away.
think that's one of the best 13-12s I've seen in quite some time.
Oh, also, if the one gem wasn't skipped, or if they just went back for 0 meters, ooh, just There's always
Yeah.
so many what ifs, but right now
Yeah.
there's no more questions about what could happen. All we have is just entertainment for our audience, and our players can now take a rest because these two players are done playing for the day. And
I
after
will
a
see
game like
Brendan
that, I
tomorrow,
wouldn't
day
blame
2.
anyone to just. Oh, yeah, and well, what can even say after a game like that? No amount of words I can speak right now can just do justice to the emotion in the room right now. But we do still have another game. We have Starling versus Skybreaker. May the best Fs win. Both of these players have had a game time to rest and get ready again for this. This is similar to the game we just saw. The winner makes it tomorrow, the loser does not.
Alright, welcome Arrow. I'm gonna be hopping off comms and leave this final game of day 1 to you two.
Alright, and Zen is also going to be joining you in comms once she's here.
Yep. Yes. How are we supposed to follow that up? But yeah, hi chat, I'm back.
You asked for content, we delivered. Well, I say we as if I did anything to make that happen. I did not do anything for the content of that game. That was shout out to our players for the OLB games. Alright, actually we will be joining with Oracle alongside our accounts for Cabinetry pretty shortly. And yep, thanks for having me and enjoy the bingy and see you from the other side.
Hello.
Hi, Mora.
Are you having a good time? Because I sure am.
I'm hoping for something a little less exciting, but I won't say no to another close game.
Yeah, I just got here, so like for that game, and I watched the entirety of that game.
Congratulations, you have seen most of the content of. Okay, that's not true. That's definitely not entirely true, but you've seen the densest bit of content in this bash so far.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I am now looking at the bracket, so I can see the results of the previous matches. But which matches do you think I should rewatch the most? Out of all of these.
I haven't actually seen most of these. Because like, okay, so I saw the games I've seen. I was calling for Echosane versus Starling, which it was a decent game despite the score, and then I refed Steven Starling, which was well, you can see the score on that one.
Oh,
Yeah, but
yeah.
But we did catch that last bit of Brendan versus Tish on stream, so like that's a game that I'm slightly interested in. Like, if we're able to watch that later, that's like would be a spotlight one, I think. Same with Tish versus Hyangti in the first round, which would have been played a few days ago.
But yeah, no, I guess a feature of some of the more recent tournaments is that we've been moving to double elimination first round. So previously in some of the earlier beginner matches, you could lose one game and it would be your beginner match. And we thought that wasn't ideal, so instead we are now letting our beginners have a second chance, which is really cool because more games on stream.
Yep. So right now we're just waiting for our players to ready up for this upcoming game.
Alright, my mic is apparently clipping, so I'm gonna try and fix that issue, but if you could vamp for like a couple minutes while I try and fix that, that's very cool.
Okay. So we have seen both of these players on stream earlier today. Starling has been with commanding 13-6 win over Icosane, and Skybreaker with the similarly large win 13-4 over Hyungti in the losers bracket. And this will be deciding which of these players will be joining Steven, Tishk, and Brennan in our semifinals tomorrow. And I believe the way it's gonna work is Steven and Tishk are gonna be on opposite side of the bracket, and they'll each be playing one of Brennan and the winner of this game. And I think the semifinals are going to be best of one, like the rest of this group stage, while the finals tomorrow are going to be a best of 3 game, where the players are going to have to play potentially the second players in the second semifinal are potentially going to, one of them is going to potentially have to play 4 games in a row. So
But also, that means 4 times the content, right?
Yep.
Something.
Oh, you're now a bit quiet for me.
God. Yeah, we have Starling versus Skybreaker. Wait, Starling? That's a name I recognize.
Yep.
He is
I was
featured in like
when they were playing in the first round restream today, Random and I looked at it, and they last played in the Halloween beginner binge 3 years ago.
Wowie.
Three years ago, was I in the Celeste community 3 years ago? Maybe I was.
Well, we can look at your profile on here, and the answer is yes. You joined the server February 7th, 2021.
Whoa. Very cool.
Yep. Sorry, chat, that we're dealing with Moore's volume a bit right now, so.
Yes.
Yeah. But we do have a board. And that's 7B we see in the middle there.
Oh dear, the Summit B-side, wonderful.
And Wing Golden in the top row there.
Summit B-side and Wing Goldenberry.
Oh my god, there's also 35 berries in Summit. Into the core berry, which isn't that bad. Grabless power source.
Right, let's ignore those objectives and look at the good objectives. We have Old Site Cassette, we have 5 berries and 4 chapters, we have 3 seeded berries, Grabless Unraveling, also Old Type B-side, although there's nothing that shouts out to be first pass on this board for me.
I would not call Grabless Unraveling a beginner objective.
True, yeah, it's like there's a knowledge check room, oh no.
For that matter, 1 up in 2 chapters isn't the easiest beginner objective either. Oh my god,
Yeah.
the reflection bee as well on the
Yeah, I mean,
list. Oh my.
there's also Poem and Awake. I mean, there is like a lot of early. There's a lot of mid game. I don't see that much late game other than the aforementioned 6B and 7B jump scare. Oh, purple
Okay.
screen, wonderful.
And we've lost Starling Stream. Okay. And okay, we are
Having some technical difficulties here. Hopefully, should be resolved shortly. But yeah,
hopefully we can get Starling Stream back up soon, and once that's resolved, we'll be starting to play.
it appears that Starling Stream is back. But yeah, potential routes. I mean, so along progress there is in theory Sight Cassette, Poem and Awake, and what? 3 seeded berries, 5 berries, and 4 chapters. I don't see much in Temple and Temple or Ridge. I guess no, 3 seeded
There's-
requires you to be in Ridge, and Temple
There's-
Startup.
Yeah, there's also the entirety of Temple A sides, which I think I remember seeing Starling playing 5B, so that's not necessarily their.
Yeah.
So
and
going
then,
5A won't be their normal 80% route, probably.
Yeah, Summit has all berries in 500 meters, 4 gems in the summit, 8 winged, 35 berries in 7A. That's a decent amount of stuff. There's also only top root hollows and the aforementioned reflection B side, which we hopefully won't be seeing. Never know.
I am slightly worried that I don't think these players will be going for wing golden first pass.
Yeah, I mean, 8 winged, I guess there is technically synergy. Honestly, like, I wouldn't hate a city skip here. I don't think
I
we'll see them.
would.
Let's like the set, read the poem and await, 2 mess orders, grabless shaft. Okay, yes, there's shit in late game, but like, it would be funny. There's beach library as well. I mean, come on. It's
Let's-
objectively not good. But
Okay, and we see 2 1-up trains on our board.
2 1-up trains. Again, 1-up and 2 chapters. I guess with 1-up and 2 chapters and 5004, this is reasonable. If both players are comfortable with 1-ups, then this is good. But this also means that if you drop your 1-up by dying, you're now very sad because you've lost progress to 2 objectives instead of just 1.
Yep.
Yeah, this is about the least beginner-friendly board you could get. And we see Starling electing to get the berry on the left of start for their 1-up, whereas Skybreaker it goes for the more progress 1-up route, I guess. It looks like both
This
players are
might
going
be
to
decided by Right, no wait. Neither of these players have anything to tick yet because it's 2 chapters, not 1.
2 chapters.
Yep. We've been getting some amazingly not beginner-friendly boards today. Like...
Yeah, I guess like Other than 5 and 4, I don't see any bigger berry objectives. Like, that's it. Which is kind of weird, because normally when you look at a board, you say, okay, what overarching goal do I want? And usually it's berries, binos, or hearts. There
Yeah.
are no big berry objectives, there are no bino objectives, and there's no... I guess there's 5 hearts, but that's not something you really have to build towards.
There is technically one big berry objective, it's just that all the berries are in Summit.
Yeah, I mean, that's almost... I don't count that as a berry objective, because there's no synergy, it's just like some task. Yeah, I mean, what are the merits of 2B here? You lose Home and Awake, which kind of sucks, but you get Old Side, B-Side, and progress to 5 hearts, which
You
allows
also
you
get
also into the
you also-
Berry.
You also probably get the cassettes.
Yeah, but then you would lose access to Old Site Wing. I guess I don't really like this. I mean, we'll see what Skybreaker does. Starling heads to the end of 1A.
There's the Bino.
Yes, the Old Site Bino. It's always better to get it if you're not sure if you need it or not, but there are literally 0 Bino objectives on this board. Other than, oh no, there's one, there's all Binos in 500 meters, but the Old Site Bino is not needed, and it looks like the Skybreaker is even skipping the cassette. Just
No,
going
they're
for the
getting a
seated.
1-up.
Oh, this is a 1-up. Oh, very cool. Is for going the cassette, I guess because that maybe the 1-ups are more contested, which they are. We'll see if Starling tries the same.
It looks like she will be.
Except accidentally collects the first berry. It might actually be a blessing of disguise if Skybreaker is fast enough, and Starling also gets the 2A Bino. Because yeah, Skybreaker now ticks 1-up in 2 chapters, but Starling might see that before she gets to the Bino. I'm not sure if Starling uses Bingo UI. I think it's only Skybreaker, but if Starling sees that in time, she might be able to get the cassette, but she is not, so
Nope.
this is a 2-0 swing in Skybreaker's favor.
And depending on if... Okay, it looks like Skybreaker is going towards...
Is going to 2B, that's an RTM.
Oh,
This is potentially good for Starling, because this means that Starling will get BO and Awake, and or Poem and Awake rather, and also be ahead of progress, because 2A should be faster than 2B.
on one hand, yes. On the other hand, this is still beginner bash. It's still kind of rough to feel down 3-1 this early into the game.
It is,
So
but
with the
it's
late
rough.
game,
Oh,
with the
Scott.
late game this scattered, it's like
Yeah.
it really shouldn't matter.
But also, it might be a 3-1 disadvantage, but Starling will be advantaged to both 5 berries and 4 and 3 seeded berries. Progress is quite strong here.
Not necessarily 5 and 4, because Sky did get the 1-up, so it does have 5 berries in
True.
this trap.
Yeah. Don't know, it's still wide open.
And the last real room of interventions.
Is reading the... Do you technically read the permanent intervention? Yeah, you do.
Yeah. Just like we talked to Theo in intervention.
Yes, it's my favorite bingo objective. Talk to Theo in intervention.
Oh, and that's a we're skipping the poem. Probably assuming that Sky didn't go for 2B, but
Yeah, I mean, and from Starling, this is a completely reasonable thing to do because you're assuming Skybreaker is contesting this and you want to get ahead for 5 berries and 4 3-seeded Grabbers Unraveling. So even though it feels really bad, potentially going 3-0 down, I think this is a good play from Starling.
yeah,
And while we can tell that Poem isn't contested, maybe it was.
and I also do like this play of going back for the winged after accidentally skipping past it. Yep. And like you said earlier, she is first out of chapter 2.
Although this is a pretty decent 2B from Skybreaker. I think this is the third last room. Something like that anyway. It's the room before
Yeah,
the
there's
binary.
this room and then the 2 Bino rooms, yeah.
Yeah. So
And
worth
then there's
mentioning, Skybreaker has had no information from Starling, so kind of has to insta-tick side B side, which tells Starling a lot. Wait, yeah, were you saying that, Mara?
I was just about to say that, well, with these last 2 rooms of 2B are notorious for being really difficult at times, but Skybreaker does have a strat for it and insta-ticks it like you said.
Ooh, Starling goes into 3A. Yep, this is reasonable. There's chessbook there's any percent mess order and grabless elevator shaft. But it does potentially lose progress. We'll see what Skybreaker does. Skybreaker follows? Whoever goes into...
Nope.
No, sorry, it
Just-
skips.
Just ticked the chapter select 1 too far.
Not gonna lie, like, seeing 4 after 2A is it's a thing. Because I think 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B core is kind of a flavor that technically exists sometimes.
I've done it in specifically Blackout, like, once. And, like, that's a... But, like, Blackout's a format... Oh... Ooh. Yeah. Welcome back. Okay. But yeah, as I was saying, Blackout's a format where it's a lot more friendly to going first past 1B and 2B than like Lockout is. So
Yeah, we see. So with Skybreaker ending up going into 4A and Starling skipping, well, going into 3A, we'll probably see Skybreaker win 3 seeded berries and 5 berries in 4, which puts him to 5. But Starling gets 2 objectives in 3A, has now advantage to the upper mess order, can get Permanent Awake whenever she wants, and also has a big advantage to 8 wind berries, having access to Wake Point. So again, this might look rough for Starling, but she has a chance still. Skybreaker gets the 4A blue heart. I don't immediately. Oh, 5 hearts, of course.
yep, 5 hearts.
Just as
Yeah,
Starling is
and they
finishing
have
the mess order.
easy access to a 3rd and 2A, and
I wonder if Starling's gonna get the heart after this mess order. Hard orders are no longer possible mess orders, but you can, given that she can probably guess that 3A isn't contested with the old site B site tick, maybe she can spend the extra 20 seconds although getting the heart. But then again, maybe she thinks she can't win 5 hearts anyway, given that Skybreaker is gone for old site B side. We shall see.
Yep. Moment of truth. And Starling skips to heart.
Yeah, again, Starling doesn't know that Skybreaker has skipped 3A. If Skybreaker was close behind, Grabless Elevator Shaft is absolutely more important. Having said that, she does delay the mess order, so maybe she does know that Skybreaker's behind. and is just actively choosing not to get the heart. This is kind of rough though, because with this objective deficit, she kind of needs to get miscellaneous objectives, and Into the Core Berry might be one of those. Because late game is just so scattered.
I will note that I don't think most people who are aware of mess orders will think to do the grab the heart after finishing a mess order if they're not familiar with that. It's a possibility.
Oh, there's a tick. Skybreaker now knows that
Because-
Starling is in 3A.
Again,
Arrow, I would actually say the opposite. I would say most people don't know you can heart warp. Like, the normal way to get the heart is to just go to towels and then do the thing and then get out. Dunno.
it's a bit of a weird one.
Starling is trying to do the this room. This room is just hard. Gets quad hyper though, very cool. And gets the cassette. This is potential progress for retry boost forward, very cool. And is on her way to finishing 3A. So I guess from Starling's perspective, is she just trying to potentially skip 4A, or is she trying to get into Summit? Because the thing with skipping like playing 4A and skipping Summit is that you're giving up so many objectives. Like, I'm trying to see how Starling gets to 13, and it seems pretty rough.
Yeah, I'm hoping for just play through Ridge normally here, but
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can contest. No, actually, no. Skybreaker is in the final room of 4A. You cannot contest 5A.
yeah, like
Oh, Grabless Shaft claiming another victim there. Grabless Shaft is hard.
yeah, this jump in particular that Starling's on.
Oh no! Overshot it.
Yeah, it's so easy to mess up if you're not practiced in it. Oh no!
And it in the tap right. It's so unfortunate.
And we do see Skybreaker starting. Oh, overshot it again. Skybreaker starting off working towards start of 5A berries.
Starling gets the jump
Do you have it?
and gets the rest of the room.
Woo!
And gets to finally turn Grabless off the sweets. So I guess what? Assuming Starling plays 4A, then I guess 5 berries in 4. Oh, 5 berries in 4 goes purple as well. This is rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, Starling. I guess Starling, being the person who was ahead, wanted Skybreaker to follow whatever she did, but Skybreaker did not follow, and so Skybreaker got all the objectives in the other place. Because both 3A and 4A were viable routes here. As it happens, they're kind of just splitting objectives, which is fine for Skybreaker, because instead of being 3-1 up, he is now, going to be about 5-2 up, or 5-3 up, whereas Starling kind of needs to catch up those objectives somehow, and there goes to 5 berries and 4 tick. Just as Starling goes into the last room of sweets. Skybreaker is now finishing out the rest of 5A starter, which is very reasonable. No, 5A just very strong here. Like 5A starter, 5 berries and 4, 3 seeded berries, Mirror Temple A side, Grabless Unraveling. Maybe I would have just preferred a skip from Starling regardless of what Skybreaker was doing.
Yeah, and like the only like real early late game objective
no,
is.
Don't do it. No,
Oh.
that's bad. That's very bad.
Yeah, that's not good.
I mean,
Well,
it's not technically awful. If 5A startup gets ticked, and Starling doesn't go for 5A startup,
Ye-
Starling can contest Grabless Unraveling.
The thing
And
is,
Mirror Temple on the side.
Skybreaker has the two really long berries left still at the top there. Oh,
Oh no, it
we
looks
see
like
Starling's.
Starling's paying any %. That's good.
Okay, this does mean that the two things that are going to be contestable here are going to be, like you said, Gravelous Unraveling and Mirror Temple A side.
Yep.
The slightly awkward thing is, well, I wonder if they do go for it. Actually, there's a
Yeah, so
No,
for
if you-
Skybreaker, there's a incentive to play B-side for Hearts and into the Goreberry, but yeah, but we see Starling take the lead. Now maybe this is less bad than I thought because of 5A startup taking a decent amount of time. So this is an example of, whilst 5A startup is a quick objective, is an objective you can get now, it takes 3 minutes. Whereas Starling has instead taken 30 seconds and gained advantage to 2 other objectives. And had Starling played 4A, it would have been 3 other objectives because she'd be able to contest 3 seeded. So sometimes you might want to skip objectives that are on the way.
Oh,
Oh, this looks like
they're
the way
deciding
set.
between 5A and 5B right now.
And goes 5A,
I've-
yeah. She kind of needs the objectives right now, and this is, I
Yep.
think, the correct decision.
Yep, I recognize that moment of like feeling of wait a minute the moment they like dash
Yeah.
back.
So is that the final berry for Skybreaker?
I think they still need left side hub berry,
Ah, yes. He's going back for it right now.
and this should be all the berries, I think. Oh, they wait. Which berry is that? Is
Oh
it the
no!
center bottom one?
If you're ever missing a berry in 5A, trying to figure out which one it is always a complete.
Oh, there it is.
Oh no! Starling retries.
Oh.
Yeah, here's the final berry. Probably a
The-
similar amount of time loss on both ends.
Oh, the good news for Starling is she now knows exactly where Sky is.
Yeah, and hopes that Skybreaker just decides to follow.
I think knowing what we do, I feel like Skybreaker should want to 5B here, but
Of course, he
It's-
doesn't know that Starling's followed, and all he knows is that Starling went into 3A, and that's everything.
yes, well, Starling did in fact ridge skip.
Yeah.
And to answer Luna's question, the other half of Luna's question, Sky skipped 3A.
Oh, Starling forgot to turn on Grabless, so it's now turned on Grabless.
Yep. Yep, and there's the fourth point for Skybreaker.
And we'll see if Starling knows the knowledge check room. Does she
So
know the critical information? She knows the critical information! This is so good!
Okay. She's past the hard part. Now,
Yeah. So what I'm curious now is what Skybreaker does after the Grabless Unraveling tick. Oh no, Skybreaker seems to be... Oh, Skybreaker's going for the seeded. This is interesting. So it's almost in Starling's like interests to be slow, because the slower she is, but the better chance she has of Skybreaker following into Unraveling.
like,
As free seeded
If-
gets picked.
the real issue here for Starling is, like, the late game is scattered enough that I'm not sure there's an easy way to take advantage of this exec lead.
Oh, and it looks like Skybreaker might just be going into 5B.
I mean, not exactly progress lead. That's the term I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And
Does Skybreaker immediately quit out? He
Yep.
does not.
That's-
Oh, he does.
oh, he does.
Yeah. Yeah, so this
I-
seems to be optimal.
Nope.
Going back for hearts, presumably. This is what that looks like.
Potentially hurt. Potentially, could be playing to finish if they feel like they've
I
wasted
guess,
too much
yeah,
time
Poem
doing
and Awake
start.
is still on the board. And Awake Berry. Because this is not the way to the heart. And he already has the cassette and the B-side. Very interesting. Yeah, he's just playing the chapter. So this is potentially very good for Starling or very bad for Starling. Depending on when she
Yeah.
decides to go back with Home and Awake, because that's still on the board.
Yeah, this could be unfortunate right now.
Yeah. So from
They
Starling's
have
perspective, this actually completely makes sense because from the ticks, you're almost assuming Starling followed you into 2B and that's why Poem is still on the board. But yeah, you were saying Arrow?
yes. I think I'm bad at timings. I'm trying to remember the difference between us getting out of search time and getting out of intervention time.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is I think Starling is going to complete rescue.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
other thing.
because Skybreaker has not signaled. I mean, Skybreaker signaled free-seeded, but
Well,
he hasn't
there's the
signaled anything
signal
else.
from Starling.
But Gravis and Rattling is done. Does Starling quit out and get Poem? Please quit out and
Nope.
get Poem. We know you need to. It's much harder to figure that out when you can't see the opponent's screen. But because
Yeah.
Poem is now being challenged, and if Skybreaker gets Poem, I don't see a way back for Starling. Unfortunately, I mean it could happen. Anything can happen in Bingo, but it's looking very rough. And yeah, at this point, Skybreaker
Yeah.
has almost exited intervention.
There is always the chance that Skybreaker just rushes the winged and doesn't get the poem,
I mean,
but
surely,
I don't
like, you're here,
I don't think
right?
the odds are that high.
Yeah, this is immediately going for the poem.
Yep.
And we probably see an insta-tick. I mean, it's not gone purple yet. Okay,
It goes purple.
now. Yeah. So what? Skybreaker at 7 now. Skybreaker goes for don't RTM. Okay. So Skybreaker has
That's
RTM'd an intervention. This surely will
that's
not come back to bite him.
oh no. And now they're back in. Okay, they're entering 5B.
So
Okay.
this only matters for the 8 wings, which he doesn't technically need to win, but it is a little bit sad.
He can always get winged golden as his 8th winged.
Exactly. So Skybreaker's at 7, 5 hearts and into the core berry is 9. And then power source becomes 11. And then you need just 2 other things, and everything's so scattered it's hard for Starling to win literally everything. Like just wing golden and the 8 wing would do it. The 2 free A things would do it if you wanted to snipe it. No, this is a rough board to try and come back from.
And Starling is about to unlock late game.
Yep. So what? Starling gets Temple A side to 4, presumably goes to 500 meter binos. Well, we'll see after this, actually.
Yep. Yeah, they get first pick at what they want to go for, and it,
Looks like Summit.
Yeah, it is, in fact.
Just 2 quick picks at Summit. I guess does she get berries along the way? I mean, you can't. As Starling, you almost have to because you need so much stuff.
yeah,
It's rough.
I'm trying to remember. 35 berries. If you get every single berry that ends at the key berry, right?
Something like that, yeah. It's a long objective. You probably quit out after 200 meters or 2000 meters unlocked to go do something else. Yeah, so, Reed, I would agree with you, but the problem is Skybreaker has hearts. If Starling had hearts, this would be fine. But Skybreaker's going to win hearts, and Skybreaker also wins into the core berry, and that makes it very rough because it's 9-4 instead of 7-6.
Yeah.
Because I think this is Skybreaker's 5th heart, or if it's not, he just needs to go back to 1A and 4A, so...
Yeah, I can't remember if this was the game I saw them go for hard or not in 4A. But yes, it's either... I'm pretty sure it's either number 3 or number 4.
Indeed. As this is the second Bino in 500 meters. So now that 500 meter binos has been ticked, I imagine Skybreaker just finishes 5A for the heart and then goes straight into core.
I could see a world where they end up going into either 6A or
Oh yeah, 6A is also completely reasonable here.
there's also a world where they go into Farewell, honestly.
Yeah. Basically, any choice other than following into 7A is good here.
Well, there's one choice that I can see that's probably worse than following into Summit, and that would be 3A.
3A isn't even bad because by the time Starling finishes 4 gems in Summit, you've caught up and got to the mess order. Like, literally any choice is good.
Yeah, that's true.
Goes into 2A for the heart, presumably. Yeah. I get to dunk on chat for actually being correct. Chat not thinking that the beginners would do the reasonable play, but no, I trusted in Skybreaker's routine. Skybreaker is a very good bingo player.
Yeah, these players have won at least one game each.
Yeah, these players have at least played 2 games of bingo today. That's 2 more games of bingo than they had started the day with. Something like that, anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, Sky now getting his hearts.
Yep. So yeah, that should be number 5, right?
Yep, this is number 5. Yeah, I guess. So Skybreaker going into 7A and getting hit by a Starling delay is how this game. Oh no, it's a bad berry to die with, and just gives up and goes. Fair enough, honestly.
Yeah, I entirely agree with that.
Well, congrats on 200 berries, at least. I don't think these players are going to be getting to 200 berries in this game, but you never know. Could happen. As he goes into reflection. Yep, any choice other than following into summit is a good choice.
Yep.
What's in here? Top root hollows and reflection B-side. When you're 8-5 up, you kind of just have to go for one objective. Or not just have to, but you can just go for one objective and then get that one objective and go for some other one objective while your opponent cleans stuff up.
Yep. Now, I will note that if Sky ends up going straight into 6B here.
I mean, yeah, that is actually quite bad. that could
Okay,
also be
they
a way
are
to
in
start.
fact going into this Hollows route.
Top root hollows, yep, reasonable thing to do. Yeah, Starling is now in 1500 meters. Has, I believe, got 3 gems before this, and is now thinking.
Yep. Yeah. slightly awkward thing for Starling right now is they've dropped or skipped a decent amount of berries. So
Right, now chat and arrow, we need to make sure that Skybreaker does indeed do top root hollows, because it can be very easy to accidentally muscle memory into an any percent order.
I'm sure there's at least one person in chat paying attention.
Hey, I'm paying attention. Surely I'll notice if something goes wrong.
Oh, wait,
This doesn't look like top root hollows. This
is not top root hollows.
Does he realize? No, he gets bounced back out and then realizes. So you
Oh.
are allowed here. You are allowed to
Oh.
backtrack and go into top root.
Okay.
That bumper accidentally bumping him out of that room might have just saved him, because I'm not sure
Yeah.
he would have noticed otherwise. That's very fun. MVP bumper as Starling gets her 4th gem. And from here, I think any percent does just take like one bottom root room, so it is more or less any percent from here. So.
Yep. Starling has been skipping the winged, I will note. So.
Oh? Has she? Yeah, top root horrors has been ticked, and where does she go now? He go now around there.
Oh.
Anywhere other than Summit is a good decision.
Oh,
That is indeed not
there's the
Summit.
core. Okay, that's 6 winged for Starling.
Yeah, Starling can pretty easily get 8 winged, has access to everything except 2000 meter winged and ridge winged, old trail winged.
Yep.
So 10 minus 2, because there are 10 total winged in the game.
Or is unlocked.
Does Starling play on or does Starling quit out? Starling plays on.
Starling-
Interesting. I guess the berries and winged.
Yeah, I suppose that there is still a winged berry here.
Yeah, again, like, at this point, with such a scattered board, you kind of just have to be soul reading your opponent. Maybe your opponent was a contesting 8 win. It's not an unreasonable thing to be going for, but it's unfortunately not the thing that wins you the game in this specific instance. Yeah, Brendan, that's a pretty typical experience when playing Hollows. Hollows routes. You see rooms are like, I've never seen this room in my life. It's a good time.
There was a pretty long time where I pretty much mentally flipped a coin to decide which side of which part of Hollows I went.
Fair enough.
Until someone, and like, I think it was Tio
Starling,
who...
this is not the way to the winged. Okay, Starling realizes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Tio saying in chat, commenting on me going DLC rooms, that made me finally sit down and learn what the proper any percent order was.
And immediately RTM's after the wing. I just going for... This is not the wing. No, you have access to a faster wing. I don't know which one it is, but you have access to a faster one. Because there are 2 winged in 1A, there are 1 winged in 2A, and there's 2 winged in 3A.
I'm pretty sure that
the fastest winged.
I think I'm pretty sure the one they missed is 500 meter winged, which
that
is definitely faster.
Yeah. Heart of the Core, I suppose. I mean, Into the Core Berry is presumably about to be ticked. Oh no. Yeah, it's also just like, doing something is always better than doing nothing. Maybe she's trying to think of what she wants to do afterwards, which is completely fair.
Yep.
Yeah, there is
Definitely
no
fair.
reason to be in 4A. There's nothing in 4A. So it's rather unfortunate.
And
Skybreaker
there's
gets
into
the
the
berry.
core berry.
And doesn't take it. Interesting.
I mean, that's. I'm not gonna. Oh, oh no. Okay, there's
It's found
like
the save file.
list of their
I
save
mean,
file
this
list
is
is
this is
not that
another
long.
way that Starling can get back in if this never gets ticked, as Starling skips the heart. So I don't think this is. Wait, what? All berries into core is now claimable. Excuse me.
Oh, that's just because that's because they re-entered the file.
Makes sense. And goes into 3A. Okay. Yeah, this is probably good because Starling probably thinks that 3A is safe. Like tries to snipe core after this, but oh, it's 3A for wing, I think, because there's both
Yeah,
Best
probably.
Order winged and reach libraries. Makes sense. This is a straight win con for Skybreaker if he were to be able to get all the objectives. As we see C-bot, whoa.
And Starling is gonna get her 8th winged here, presumably.
And we'll see what Skybreaker does after 8 wings is ticked.
Yep. Like at this point, mess order isn't
wait.
the worst. Why
Why
are you?
Still playing. Is there an objective I missed?
Don't think so.
This is rather unfortunate. I guess maybe Starling is just a 4A enjoyer and likes playing 4A.
I will note that this the 8 winged is safe, and
there is also just
because
literally nothing else in this chapter. What could
yeah.
possibly be misread as a 4A objective here? I don't see it. Maybe it's 35 berries in 4A, but there aren't 35 berries in 4A. But yeah, now Skybreaker is in huge mess. Skybreaker is presumably going to go for the mess order, and might even steal 8 winged if 8 winged is continuing to be delayed.
No, they only have 5 wings so far, so they still need to get 2 of the summit wing probably.
Makes sense. Also, Skybreaker is actually at 10 because he is still delaying into the core berry, which is not at all a safe delay, but it happens to be working out. So, yeah, Luna. But what would she skip? She's unlocked everything. I guess maybe skipping core to get into farewell if she's forgotten how progression works. Yeah, either way, Skybreaker now into mess and does finally take into the core berry.
Yep. So they're gonna, well, presumably they're gonna win this mess order, but they still need to find 2 more objectives somewhere.
Yeah, I mean,
which
mess order and then what?
Maybe farewell. I don't
farewell
know
is just
how.
2 objectives.
Yeah, like farewell's the obvious one, but like I don't know how confident they are with Grabless Power Source. It's like not that much worse than regular Power Source, but
especially if you get the keys. Grabless Power
Yeah.
Source when you get the keys is basically just regular Power Source. Did Starling beat 4A?
I think so.
Oh, she thought you needed to beat 4A to unlock Summit. Not Summit, Farewell, yes. So you have to beat or skip 4A to unlock Farewell. That's unfortunately how the progression works. That makes sense. But yeah, it's really unfortunate. It's also unfortunate that Skybreaker didn't follow into Farewell, because if Skybreaker were to just quit out and follow into Farewell, this would be really good for Starling. Alas. She has failed to soul read Skybreaker.
This does make the rest of the game extremely up in the air, but Skybreaker could always go for something different, is the issue.
To be honest, this almost just comes down to how early game went, because Starling's been at a disadvantage this entire time, because it's just a 3 objective deficit. Had she maybe managed to win Old Site Cassette, or 5 berries in 4 chapters or something, it would be 9-8, and we'd be looking at a pretty dead even game right now.
I think the bigger one there on that list there is Poem in the Wake.
Oh yeah, Poem and Awake, right. With Poem and Awake, this is just straight up 9-8. And then Starling's about to get the only synergy left on the board. No, Kraus... Yeah, no, that is the only... That's gross, but that's the only synergy left on the board.
Yeah.
Summit B-side, Reflection B-side, 35 berries and 7A, Wing Golden Berry and Reach Library. Gosh.
There's the Mess Order Tech. This might be a 3B rush, or maybe they're just unlocking so they have the checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, either way, the world's his voice.
Yep.
Might be going for Farewell, in which case our game is temporarily prolonged. I say temporarily, like, Starling could still soul read Skybreaker again, right?
Yeah.
Like, Starling wins these two, it's 11-9. Starling soul reads whatever Skybreaker gets next, it's 11-10, and we have a game on our hands, so...
Yeah, and like a lot of these remaining objectives are difficult to like multitask a bit.
Yeah. And also, I just kind of don't expect to see multitasking in a beginner game. If it happens, fair enough. But in a beginner game, you've already got enough to think about. So
I guess specifically, Wing Golden is impossible to multitask,
true.
And the other ones are just really, really long objectives, so aren't that bad to multitask. But like. Oh, not turning on Graveless. And there's the Graveless. Read. Or I guess, AB.
If you turn it on the plus room, that's fine. Yeah, oh, it's back. Okay, very cool.
Yep.
So Starling keeping this lead is now in Power Source Hub. Oh well, very short.
Yes. Oh. Well.
This counts as Commentator's Curse.
This is. Oh. We're about to see if Darling can do box skip. Or nope, they're just going the regular intended route. Honestly, potentially better if they're not confident with box skip. I know I've wasted like 3 minutes doing box skip before because I kept missing.
Yeah, and I guess at this point now it really would just be 10-10 had Starling managed to get home weight. Really unfortunate to see. That one objective swing is so much huger when your objectives are 60, 70, and win gold. Home and awake would have literally been, what, 15 seconds for her? I guess slightly more taking into account RTA. So now the question is, does Starling delay 3 keys until she grabs the power source? And she can afford to. Skybreaker,
Yeah, like I'm not positive that's a safe delay.
It's not a safe delay, but you have to take it as Starling. Because you need everything you can get, and if Skybreaker sees 3 keys, he's just going to immediately put out a farewell, because he knows he can't win that race, and there's no way Starling can just take 3 keys and decided not to show up. No! Oh, that's unfortunate. But I guess the benefit of going for regular keys is now slightly less painful to have failed that skip.
Yep.
As here we go again. And we are now in the same room. So yeah, unfortunately... Oh, you can just not use the jelly? Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, you can just dash twice there.
I will be using that in future games of mine, I guess. I mean, if Skybreaker fails to skip once, okay, does that count as a commentator's curse as well?
Yeah, I think it does.
Oh, and Skybreaker's now going the long way, so maybe this delay will come off if it happens. Just stalling second key.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, like, even if Sterling doesn't delay, the rest of these objectives are so long.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
we keep saying that, but...
Right, that is the
like,
third key, and stalling does not immediately tick. So we have 3 keys versus this 4th key. This 4th key is a bitch sometimes.
Brennan,
oh no!
Winkle...
As Skybreaker gets the skip, so this is actually really close.
Yeah. Brennan, Wimbledon is not that bad, but you need to know how to do it. And even then, like, if you're not good at it, it can still take upwards of like 8 minutes. That's what I did last time I did Wimbledon. I'm talking about myself here.
Alright, Starling at 4 keys, Skybreaker about to get his second as Starling gets her 5th. I think this is going to be Starling. Yeah, it's Starling. That's huge.
Yep.
This game is not over, folks.
This game is in fact not over.
As that's a huge lockout.
And
Now, Starling, you just have to go wherever Skybreaker goes next.
Yep.
Where does Skybreaker go next? Skybreaker goes to 1A. Wait, what's in 1A?
Wingolden.
Wingolden. Right, Starling, go to Wingolden. The execution check Skybreaker. Come on, you know she's in Wingolden. You do Wingolden.
No, Starling does not do Wingolden because I saw them earlier. Like,
oh wait, but Skybreaker quits out and goes into elevator shaft as Starling goes into 3B. The game's still on. The game's still on, everyone.
The thing about Wingolden is the dashless crossing was on the board earlier, and Starling had a few attempts at for room 1 and was unable to do it. So
Starling turns up the music. Interesting. But yeah, so Starling has an elevator shaft to cassette lead on 3B, which is honestly nothing because it's 3B. It does manage to do that room.
If they're at all decent at 3B, it's both of these players. It could be a pretty big difference.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Starling changing the volume specifically to screw of our restreamer. Shout out to our restreamer Aviary for doing this marathon restream. I think it's coming up to 6 hours now. Gosh.
Yeah. This game alone is looking like it's gonna end up an hour, like hour 10, hour 20.
Yeah. So I guess it's worth noting, Starling has advantage to both Summit B side and 35 berries to 7A. Because she has progress in 7A. So I think she skipped a lot of the slow berries.
I forget, I am mixing up my games already. Did Skybreaker enter Summit yet?
No, Skybreaker is not at the summits. Skybreaker has, what is it? Hollows unlock on 6B.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this board is complete. Insert, cuss word here.
Oh.
Ooh. Starling quits out and immediately quits back in. Quits back in. I don't think that's the verb for it. But...
This.
Oh, she checks if it's a library. That's really funny because she doesn't know what the checkpoint's called. Yet library is the second checkpoint of 3B. I did not catch that. Thank you, Ravi.
Yep.
Yes, only has to complete this checkpoint. Knows that strat? You don't know what the checkpoints are called, but you know the hyper bunny hop in that.
I mean, I barely can remember what the checkpoints in 4A are, and like
Okay.
you have no idea how often I've mixed up Old Trail and Cliff Face.
Yeah, no, I think this is library. You can pick the objective.
This is
now.
library.
Pick the objective now.
Starling,
Please,
Starling, you're in library.
Please, Starling. There's a checkpoint there. Starling. Oh God.
Oh,
Starling can still complete library before Skybreaker completes staff quarters. Library is not a long checkpoint. Please,
Yeah.
Starling. Please.
Starling.
Ah. If this objective goes pink, it doesn't even matter how much time's wasted. No, darling, you're playing with our hearts,
no.
please. No. I mean, Skybreaker can also just deathloop. This is fine. This is fine.
Yeah, this is.
Everything is fine.
Well, the good news is I'm pretty sure Starling will recognize that a new checkpoint happened once Oshiro shows up.
Yeah, no, there are 2 rooms remaining, although one of them is a very long room. On the plus side, Skybreaker's not particularly close to unlocking library, I don't think. Yeah, because this is the final room of library. To be fair, what is the checkpoint after? Oh yeah, rooftop. Yeah. So Starling has now unlocked rooftop. This is rooftop. You can take the objective. Oh, maybe she misread the objective as complete library. Oh, she's delaying.
Possibly.
She's delaying. Oh God.
Okay. Oh no.
God. This is technically correct because you don't know
This
that
is-
Skybreaker has even gone into 3A. No, you do. You know that Skybreaker has completed the mess order. This is not correct. Oh.
Oh no.
It's correct as long as the objective goes pink. Results-oriented thinking.
Yep, definitely results-oriented thinking. But...
Oh, is she going to tick when she gets to Reflection Cassette? This is
Possibly.
actually not a terrible play because she knows that Skybreaker has hollow access.
Oh.
It's terrifying, but it's not
It
wrong.
It is definitely terrifying. Though, Skybreaker has been stuck on this room for a bit. So...
Yeah, I mean...
I'm so used to having my own cycle that I use for this that
So you know what I said about Starling only needing to soul read Skybreaker 3 times in order to have this be a game? That's kind of happened.
yeah. Oh, there's the tick.
Holy shit, we have a game in our hands. Skybreaker has just reached staff quarters, and where does Skybreaker go? Into the main menu. Second time. It's hard to think.
And we're back to Wing Golden.
Starling goes into 6B. Or does Starling just get the cassette and also just contest Wing Golden? I don't even know at this point.
I don't think Starling's confident enough with Wing Golden to go there.
Yeah, so Starling goes to 6B while Skybreaker goes to Wing Golden. So it's going to be 10-12 with Starling having objective to all 3 remaining things. It just comes down to, does Skybreaker choose the objective that is not currently being going for? But to be fair, Skybreaker would probably assume that 6B is left uncontested because Starling has not shown 6A. So Starling has shown 7A. So it's still not over at all.
Jeez. Out of curiosity, does anyone in chat happen to know if Skybreaker's practiced Wing Golden before?
I mean, given the fact that we're 1 minute, I guess no. the start time of Wing Golden is very relevant because start's generally the easiest checkpoint. But at the rate it's currently going, he'll be done well before starting stuff 6B. Oh, this looks like a setup. I think he knows the critical information.
Ooh.
Yeah, he knows the critical information.
Mm.
And Starling now struggles in the worst room of 6B. Ooh, nearly at the end, don't die. Successfully does not
There's
die.
a setup for crossing 2, so hope
Yeah, not gonna lie,
gets
this Wing
there.
Golden is looking better than my Wing Golden. Not that my Wing Golden is particularly
Yeah, same honestly.
good, but yeah. It's looking like a sub 4, potentially sub 3 if like there's an amazing task, probably not sub 3. I don't know how long Wing Golden checkpoints take.
Well, they have something on this screen, but I don't think it's this setup
Yeah, no,
I learned.
I agree, AB. This like Starling 6
Oh, they get it.
might be better than my 6B, and the Skybreaker's Wing Golden might be better than my Wing Golden. This is supposed to be beginner bash. Starling into falling now.
Okay, so only 2 more tricky screens for Skybreaker's Wing Golden.
Is this one of them? This
Yes.
is one of them in my book. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about the this one and the last. Oh,
Oh, no. Okay, good retry. That
Good,
would be a
good.
very sad way to lose the game by accidentally dashing and not realizing.
but yeah, like the 2 I consider tricky are this one and the last real room.
I
Like-
consider the room before the last room also tricky because you have to get just an unset up corner jump or whatever it's called. But
That one's been weirdly consistent for me. I'm not sure how.
fair enough. Different ones it's hard for different people. Yeah, no, I guess we just see where Skybreaker goes at this point. Because after Skybreaker finishes Wing Golden, it's basically a 50-50 between Summit and Reflection. Should he choose Reflection, it's game on.
Yeah, like Skybreaker just has to win one of 2 coin flips after doing this. So and I will note that we have moved past the hour mark for this game.
Yeah, we probably could have predicted this from this board, but if it wasn't just a complete walkover for one player, then
Yeah.
this end game is bad. Skybreaker unfortunately death looping on this room. Kind of hate to see it. As Starling goes into Reflection. Whatever this checkpoint's called.
It goes into battle and fight.
Yeah, exactly. Reprieve, that's the one. Yeah, the thing with Wing Golden is that sometimes when you're just struggling with a room, you can just do another room. But with Wing Golden, you can't quit out. Skybreaker's managed to do it.
Oh, he's out.
I don't think that's how that works. Normally, you have to get the feather after you hit the bad beam. That's Starling's turn to death loop a little bit, just as Skybreaker is now in a slightly easier room of Wind gets it.
Okay, it's okay. Oh, he goes over.
Yeah, so going over, I guess, means you don't have to time the jump. Fair enough, honestly. Oh, and it also means you can set up. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense if you just hold right and jump. Skybreaker knows a lot of these setups. So no, Starling dies right at the end. So I think Starling's going to be just starting Retrieve or thereabouts as Skybreaker finishes with gold. So it's going to be very interesting. Yeah, true. Fatigue is also a factor. Both of these players have played at least 2 bingo games before this today, and I've been playing for an hour straight. My hands get tired after.
It does look like Skybreaker knows the pixel, but just isn't getting there.
Starling is now in the final room of Reprieve. Doesn't know the setup, so has to get through that pixel gap. Ah, you can do that? Duh!
That
was
is...
really amazing save.
Yeah, that was nearly such a good...
Wait, does Skybreaker not have the critical information? Oh, this is not good. This Skybreaker has the wrong pixel. He could be here for a while.
Yeah, I think he knows roughly where the pixel is, but I don't think he knows the exact pixel based on what I'm looking at.
That's kind of what I do, so I kind of just neutral off the thing and hope I eventually get it. Starling manages to complete the room and finishes the checkpoint and enters... Oh wait, this one's the one that's scored Reprieve.
Oh, it goes purple.
It goes purple. Right, where does Skybreaker go? To be honest, with Starling in Reprieve, it's not even over if Skybreaker goes to Summit, because Skybreaker has no progress in Summit. Anyway, it goes purple. That's probably music to Starling's ears, because Starling knows this isn't currently being contested. Or I guess she doesn't even, because maybe that was done ages ago. Maybe that was like 4 minutes. Skybreaker's multi-pass.
Yeah.
Beginner.
Yep. Oh.
And
oh no. Oh.
Nope. Goes into Summit first. This is hedging bets. This is not a bad thing.
Yep.
Yeah. And again, if you've got no idea what to do, just entering a chapter and playing Celeste is not a bad thing. No! Starling gets all the coins and then gets bumped into the spinners.
Now the question here is... Okay, it looks like Skybreaker is going for berries at the moment. Yep. I will note that Starling did skip quite a few berries when she was in Summit last time.
Indeed. I don't know how many she has, but I don't think she got any of the individual checkpoint ups. I might be wrong on that. She does manage to get this.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Now the question is, Skybreaker could quit out and go to Reflection after 0 games, because going to Summit, to me, that looked like a, I don't know what the heck I'm doing, let's enter a checkpoint. So we'll see if Skybreaker continues playing Summit after 0 games are. Starling is taking this room safe. Okay, it's not taking this room safe, but managed to do it regardless. Bullet. From our information, 6B should be delayed. When you're a beginner who is 1 hour and 5 and 8 minutes into a video game, the game of bingo, you kind of, and your opponent is at 12 objectives, you really don't want to be delaying things.
Starling's been decent at delaying stuff so far, So I wouldn't rule it out, but also
Also,
what you said is accurate.
Also, it's not even a safe delay because that when Golden took Skybreaker 7 minutes, it's possible Skybreaker was multitasking 6B with that. Like, it's unlikely, but maybe Skybreaker played 2 checkpoints of 6B and then said, wait, when Golden's on the board, I should go do that, and did win Golden 3 minutes. But Starling finishes 6B, does not immediately tick it. Where does she go? Surely she has to do 35 and 7A because Summit B-side is the long-ass objective.
Yep. Oh god, this is a
It's still not
7B
over.
race. Oh no.
Goes into Summit,
Well,
goes into zero
she
meters.
she does have the checkpoints unlocked at least.
Yeah, the checkpoints unlocked is an advantage because, actually no, for 1,500 it barely does anything, but 1,500 to 2,000 is reasonably long. But I guess Skybreaker technically has the lead then for this objective. It's very interesting.
I think Starling has some of the last berries in 1500, so...
Oh yeah, Starling has the wings, definitely, which is very good. So I think this is really close. And also this is assuming Skybreaker doesn't quit out to do 6B, which I don't think is happening at this point, but you never know. There is a deeper spike on the right side of that wall that has gotten me killed more times than I would like to care to admit. Blends in with the rest of the blue walls in the sunset. Oh, that's how you're supposed to do that room. That makes so much more sense. I always just do the wall bounce off that wall and was wondering, wait, when you get to this, you don't normally know how to do a wall bounce. Darling, you have this berry, you can quit out. It is faster to quit out and enter 500 meters, but sure, this works. Yeah, Starling, a checkpoint asterisk behind. She's probably going to kick herself when she gets to the 500 meter wing if that is indeed one of the berries she missed.
I'm fairly confident it is.
Yeah, pro tip, you can press tab to check which berries you have. Yeah, it's one she missed. She only has the other berries. So yeah, Skybreaker's ahead, I guess.
Well, if Skybreaker keeps their game paused for that long.
If Skybreaker quits out to do 6B at any point. Yeah, but no, it's over if both players had equal exit. However, Starling can still do an exit check. Like, someone could always definitely... Okay, Starling does not get the wing, so I guess won't be kicking herself, because she didn't even know to kick herself about it.
Yep.
I don't know, maybe Skybreaker goes and gets the set and just goes into 7B. Like, anything could still happen. I thought this game was over about 45 minutes ago, but here we are.
Yeah, same.
There's always, that one room in 2,000 meters with the block that goes up. That one can be a doozy sometimes. It looks like Skybreaker's remaining just for a checkpoint ahead though. 7B has now been ticked. Starling heads to 50. This is not 50. 1,000 meters. Going to have to get the berry that she unfortunately died with. Maybe she'll collect it this time, or maybe she will go gambling. And yeah, this lead is significantly smaller than it looks because Starling has 1500 meter wing berry. If she can remember that she has that berry. Luna Skybreaker has played Arb to this point, and Starling has not gotten any meaningful berries in the later checkpoints other than the 1500 meter wing.
Starling started this checkpoint. Started this with 8 berries scattered throughout all the checkpoints, from what I remember. So
Starling has also missed the wing berry at 500 meters, which might be relevant if she never realizes that.
yeah, this is. Oh,
This is not the way, so I don't. You have to go down. Okay, Starling has now missed another berry. It's a bit unfortunate. Oh no, she hasn't missed it. She's collected already. Okay, that's fine.
oh, yep. That is in fact the collected berries.
A blueberry.
You do not need that. Starling's honestly almost caught up.
Yeah, although
It's-
missing the wing berry is quite bad because the next berry after the Keyman berry is in the final room of 1500 meters, I believe.
Yeah.
So I guess you could skip the 2 bottom berries in the 1500 and just go for all final rooms, but yeah. Oh, she's missed another berry in this checkpoint?
Apparently, was there a left side berry that we forgot about?
I mean,
Oh
also
no,
she-
or was that the chat berry? Skybreaker does not have strats for this berry, but I think he's about to get it. Yeah.
I also don't distract with that berry. That berry doesn't exist.
What happens when you run into 1500 ARB in bingo?
Good question. I don't get that one usually. If you see Summit past 1500 meters and you're playing against me, you can kind of just assume I won't do it. I know. Starling, again, had she not missed the wings, would be ahead here. Because of having the wing berry. I guess that's ambiguous. Starling having this for 500 meter wing would be ahead here had she not, because she has the 1500 meter wing. There we go. Ooh, this is a way of doing it. Yeah, that works. And that's a lot of time saved from Starling. Please
Yep,
collect
that
berries.
that is very approximately the same route I take. And I do mean very approximately.
Does she get the cassette along the way? No, she does not. Yes, she does. Starling just wanted to prove me wrong. I don't think Skybreaker got this. And honestly, I don't like this because getting the cassette is not going to be the difference between you winning this game and you losing this game.
Yeah.
As in winning Summit B-side versus losing Summit B-side, but the time you take to get this cassette, simply you might lose in the berry race. No one clip it, maybe. No one gets to see that I'm wrong. Oh! Skybreaker misses a berry. Okay, they're both even. That's actually quite huge, because Skybreaker's not going to go back with it.
Yeah, and that's like a pretty long berry too.
Alright. If Starling can remember that she... Oh no. I just get the root ball. If Starling can remember that she has the winged and doesn't complete the checkpoint, then immediately putting out after Dogroom Berry, then we're completely
Yep.
Yeah, and I think with Starling having checked her berry count directly before there, I think she might have the quicker information. I've used that phrase a lot of times, but there's a lot of information you have to track when you play bingo. And a lot of it is critical. Skybreaker just entering 2,000 meters now. Starling. Does Starling need Dogger Berry or does Starling only need this berry? Let's check one. Oh, Skybreaker's missed more than one berry. Styra missed 200,000, 1,000 meter berries too. Alright.
Yep. Come on, one more berry and quit out.
Starling just needs this berry. It's gonna take the intended route. I have not seen this route in a very long time. But whatever works. And quits out. Please quit out. Please quit out.
Please,
You've unlocked the
no,
checkpoint.
no.
Quit out. Quit out.
Please.
You've unlocked the checkpoint. You've got the berry in the next checkpoint. Okay, fine. It's only one room. As long as you don't die in this room, it's fine.
Yeah.
Just don't die. So Starling, I think, behind in progress, but ahead in berries, although they both need to get to the final room of 2,500 meters, so it's still close. And should Starling win this race, she has the cassette. I don't think that's going to be different between winning and losing 7B, but you never know. Maybe she'll prove me wrong again. Yeah, now if Skybreaker were to miss any more berries, Skybreaker would have to play to 3,000 meters. I think Starling can still miss one more and be okay.
I think it's more likely that he'll go back for. I think there was one checkpoint where he's missing the first berry, so I think he's more likely.
Missing the first berry of 1,000 meters, but that's a slow berry. Is first berry of 1,000 or 3k slower?
I want to say 3k slower, but that's just because 3k is 3k.
That would make a lot of sense. No, Starling! Ah. Not the one.
Skybreaker gets a relatively quick seeded.
Yes, Skybreaker now with a pretty substantial lead considering how much left of the chapter they had to play. Managed to keep his excess up. It's 27 berries, so yeah, just needs 2,500 meter up. Starling has to cope with this berry. This berry sucks. Especially if you don't have a strap for it. Skybreaker now has a nice berry cut. No, Starling dies right at the end. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, unless a disaster happens with this death looping, it is now Skybreaker. So it does miss the final berry. Wait, how many berries does Sky? I feel like Skybreaker has missed enough berries that he will now have to play 3k or go back for berries.
Yeah, I believe you're correct, but
Yeah, whereas Starling skips the wing.
oh my
Starling,
god,
oh,
can we
Starling
get a
already has that wing. Starling does the seeded berry. Okay, fine, he needs that seeded berry. There's a seeded berry up there. But, to be fair, I think Starling can afford to skip this berry and still just get stuff in final 2,500 meter up.
that's 28.
No, it's
Oh.
going to go back to the seeded. Fair enough. That's the wing.
And you can backtrack that way.
Yep. As Skybreaker gets the first 2 berries of 2,500 meters, and this is still anyone's game. Nope, doesn't get the same. Try again.
Oh,
Still let me
oh no. This. Yeah.
The way I get this casually is dashing through that dash wrist, so I would have 2 dashes.
Same.
Yeah, that feels like intended to me, because now this is just rough.
Yeah, I have recovered that before, but it's still really.
Yeah, you have to dash through the dash wrist to have now 2 dashes when you go up. Yeah, starting honestly would have been better off skipping this berry at this point.
Yep,
But hey, Skybreaker's also definitely big in this room.
Oh, Skybreaker's out.
I
Don't
think
suppose we get a
that's the
pause here?
The last, no pause, okay. Oh, I think she knows that she's
Yeah,
figured
I
out.
think. Yeah, she's figured out she needs 2 dashes. I don't think she's figured out how she's gonna get there.
Yeah, again, it's so easy for us when we're watching to just, oh, you just need to do this, but when you're playing on the screen, like, the added stress is a real thing. Oh, you can neutral up there, yeah. Berry counts our Skybreaker on, I think, 30, and Starling on a similar amount? Okay, yeah, that works.
Yep.
Can just neutral up that wall with the wind. Installing, I think, trying to check the
Yeah, but. Okay,
29.
29.
Now, Skybreaker, I know Skybreaker's finished, has skipped too many to need to go back for some or go into 3K. I don't know by how much. Oh, what a save! Starling, okay,
Oh,
yeah.
I missed.
Skybreaker, I think it is just Skybreaker.
Oh, then yeah, he just needs final room then.
Yeah. Unless a final room disaster happens.
Not too likely at this point.
But you see, Skybreaker could still quit out and go into 7B. Considered.
I think that's even less likely at this point.
Anything could happen. Like, honestly, like, these rooms are hard enough. Like, 2.5k is hard enough that you can death sweep in any room.
You're not wrong.
So, door skip room. Like, door skip is not trivial. Well, it's the Skybreaker, it seems.
Oh, last room.
Final room. Like, a death here sends you all the way back. Starling is now on 32. And it goes purple.
Yep. Oh, GG's to our players for an incredibly content game for board reasons rather than skip reasons.
Well, also player reasons. Starling did very well to come back from that deficit. Skybreaker had a commanding early game lead and honestly didn't make, like, okay, there's minor routing nitpicks I made, but there's no major mistakes. And that's amazing for beginner. Like,
Yeah, no, these players.
They did things that made sense.
Yeah, these players played really well today. And we get to finish before the 90-minute mark. Okay, so
Starling,
that's.
Had you skipped the seeded berry, I think you win that race. Genuinely.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the last game we have for you today. Do we have the bracket for tomorrow yet?
I'm
Uh,
sure we do. Yeah.
uh,
I think we're going to be
oh,
starting here at around this time.
well, we have the end of today's bracket. So it's going to be Steven and Tishk facing against Brendan and Starling. In the sense that I think they're going to be facing across, like, Steven can't play against Brendan tomorrow, I don't think.
Yeah. So the way I think double elimination should work is that Stephen would play Brendan.
No, I think we go to a single elim for day 2, where they just play cross bracket.
No, but I mean, since Tish has already played Brendan, Brendan will probably go to top. We'll figure out tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow.
We'll find out the schedule at some point today before the event happens tomorrow.
Yeah. Also, Skybreaker won this game, but yeah. It'll be Skybreaker.
Oh yeah, that's also backwards.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it looks like we'll be rating Metagloria. So that'd be, yeah, that will be the end of us talking soon. This was definitely a day of bingo.
Yeah, I pressed the rate
Okay.
button. Very cool. I guess. Yeah, thanks, Aiden.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so tired.
Yeah, so Amy, the thing is, that day wasn't even that long because of the format. That was just 5 games. 5 games can happen tomorrow as well.
Yep.
I hope you are looking forward. That's fine.